Alrighty then. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, guys. Welcome in. My name is Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer, and welcome to another review of our Jasper's Game Marathon. Now, for those of you who didn't know, a couple of weeks back, Robert, Dredd, and I, we decided to do a very, very big, very, very cool three-part marathon that took place in all of our homebrew worlds. We took a group of players in a 12-hour marathon across these worlds, changing not only setting, but channels as well, even special guests who arrived to help us celebrate and raise some money for a great cause, which of course is Jasper's Game Day, in case you were not aware. It's a suicide prevention group that focuses on raising resources and awareness to help those who are struggling with difficult times. Now, over the last, I don't know, couple of weeks, maybe? Yep, we've been reviewing the various games so that we can not only learn from how we went, both as players and as GMs, but also just kind of, I don't know, I guess like appreciate the efforts that went into it, what came out of it, a whole bunch of different stuff, you know. So yeah, that's what we're here to do today as we go into part 3, which was my contribution to the marathon. Now, something that probably wasn't as well known, I guess, around the time that we ran the marathon was that we decided that the order of the marathon was going to be Dredd, Rob, then me. And honestly, the only reason I went that way is because, one, I think Dredd is a great opener. I think Dredd makes people comfortable, and I thought that would be the greatest place for him to be was at the front. Robert has chops, so no matter what Dredd came up with, I was fairly confident that the middle section there was going to be epic and fun if Rob was at the helm. And that's kind of all my head went to. But then the both of them said, "Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. You're really good at finales. You know, you're really kind of." I'm like, I've cliffhangered almost every game I've ever played for the last like year and a bit. So I mean, I don't really want to be cliffhangering this three-parter. So I was a little bit worried. I was a little bit worried I was going to be like, and then a cliffhanger. What is going to happen next? Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was a whole thing. So I didn't. I'm just gonna spoil that one out there. I didn't cliffhanger us, but it was very funny that was the my mentality going in, is just basically don't cliffhanger, don't cliffhanger, don't cliffhanger, don't cliffhanger, and that was it. So yeah. Hey Pixie, nice to see you. Jmar, did I pay for that sub? I don't know. I don't handle the Twitch subs, but it looks like if you've got Prime, you get like free subs, and it still pays us, but it's you know, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's how that works. Hi, Ire. Hi, nice to see you. Okay. So yeah, today we're just going to be reviewing all of the stuff. Now, guys, here's the big thing, right? You guys in the chat are joining me on this review where we're like going to be critically analyzing some of the rules and stuff like that. But this is not a comparison. This is not to compare Dredd style to my style to Rob's style or anything like that. We are trying to look more specifically at just kind of how we went, what some of the feelings were, some of the things we enjoyed about the performances, some of the things we enjoy about the homebrew that was used, you know, a whole bunch of different stuff. And yeah, we'll just talk about it at length. So yeah. Strap yourselves in because this is a 4-hour session and we will be going through it all. We will take breaks here and there, but you know, yeah, for the most part, we'll just chill. It's a super chill vibe. So feel free to chat with us, throw any questions or anything you'd like me to discuss, and yeah, we will. That's it. It's just we will discuss it. All right. Here we go. Let us get started. So, we return our scene to where we had left off, in the lands of Rin, as this giant, huge conglomeration has started to transform and transmogrify, growing to a colossal and monolithic size.
As it does so, the large and wounded Tarask, not killed, but basically weakened to a point where it slumps down on its side and lands, shaking the very earth itself as it collides with the ground. A dust cloud.
So as we're going into this, for a bit of context, we were just done with Rob's game. We found out that we were fighting the Tarask, as it were, but the Tarask wasn't the real villain. The actual villain was yet to come and showed up, ate a piece of the Tarask, and started to Akira and kind of, I guess, like, get really, really, really big. But Rob didn't have time to transition from Rin to my world. So this was kind of like an ad hoc, very, very improv moment, because I think it passed down from Dread's game. So Dread didn't pass it on to Rin. So I don't know if Rob did that on purpose, but yeah, so now I had to get everyone from Rob's world to ours, and that was like, For anyone who's never seen this, by the way, Guy is acting inspired. Oh man, Guy is amazing. Yeah, you wait till you see Guy get going.
Flies in all directions. I need everyone except for Captain Bratha, who is not there yet, to make me a dexterity saving throw, please. As literally this wall of dirt erupts.
Oh man.
I rolled for Felix and got a 3. I don't know what his modifier would be, but it's probably not enough.
We do not see what happens to our poor friend, Mr. Crackers.
No,
His character off screen.
Did you say that's a dex saving throw?
Yes, indeed. A dexterity saving throw.
Can I possibly roll my blink to see if I need to roll it before I roll it?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. You're the best.
Can I use one of my nat 20s
doesn't matter.
instead?
You may use one of your nat 20s.
I would like to.
Very well.
Dex saving though. The dex save is going to be a 20.
20? Yep, that's fine. Mary?
So I'm technically restrained, so...
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank
Mary?
you, GM.
I rolled a 14.
That is also fine.
Okay.
Duncan?
Duncan isn't there, but Felix I rolled for.
Oh, right. Yes. No, of course. Of course.
Yes.
Well, actually, Duncan, no. All right. So, as...
Duncan appears. He teleports in and goes,
Ta-da.
I found out where the problem is, and immediately killed.
All right.
See you later, guys.
Actually, it does remind me very, very quickly, which I should probably put up on screen. Here, there we go. Today is the last day of our new computer fundraiser. So if you guys wanted to help donate, there you go. It's covered by your Prime membership. Thank you, Pixie. So yes. Yes, I am halfway through donation runs to fund my new computer. Some of you may know my computer is starting to have sadnesses all over the place. I'm over halfway, and to be honest, guys, that is already enough for me to get my new computer, and it helps immensely. So I want to thank you all already in advance. But yes, the more that comes out of that, the more that I have resources to do other things and blah 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 blah. But yeah, if you want to, that's it. That's the only plug I'm going to make for it, because I hate plugging stuff that I do. So quiet. All right, here we go. So, as this wall of dust begins to blow outwards, you guys are all blinded by this huge wall of sand. While you are not sent careening against the trees and foliages of the thick jungles here, you are forced to shield yourself from the impending blast. As this happens, you watch as the creature is immediately kind of pulled and sucked through what looks to be a tear in the very sky itself, and disappears from sight as the tear begins to close. As it does so, Duncan arrives. In his hand, he has what looks to be this very bizarre-looking shield and a large spear. This is a magic item known as the Anchor of the Multiverse. It can be used in order to stop or halt a teleportation. But as Duncan arrives, a teleportation circle appearing in the ground, he looks up only in time to see the tail end of this creature disappearing, and the tear now beginning to close.
Oh, hey guys! I forgot just after you left. I had this Anchor of the Multiverse, which might be oh my god, what is? I forgot I had it in the basement. It was in a broom closet. I went to put away the broom.
All right, so this is a really, really interesting point, and super quickly, thank you, Vortak, for the donation, guys. It's so freaking wonderful. So this is actually an RPG technique. It is called the well, at least I'm dubbing it, but I feel like it should be called. It's called the No Time to Explain. The no time to explain is a technique in which a scenario is created in which the main protagonist, or in this case Robert's character, has no time to have the situation explained. They must simply react to a bunch of things that immediately happen, right? This could be okay, cool, you awaken in a tavern. All of a sudden you realize it's really, really hot. The smell of smoke is everywhere. Someone kicks open the door, and as he does, a knife flies through his chest. He slumps to the floor, and you hear the sounds of orcs in the background. All right, what do? This is not giving you time to go, I wonder what the smell of smoke is. I look outside. I try to browse. I try to figure out what is going on. It's a no, stuff is going down. Let's go. That is the no time to explain. They're very tricky because a lot of players, I find, like to explore. They like to interact. They like to be like, what's over here? And they like to figure out what they know before they react. The no time to explain is a wonderful technique to break that cycle. I wouldn't use it all the time, but definitely sometimes. It's just, at some points, you've just got to go with the flow. And it's really good because Robert is great with going with the flow. So that was it. I just kind of threw him in. It's like, cool. You have, like, I didn't even tell him what it did. Anchor of the multiverse. I was like, it's on the cereal box, right? Like, you've come in, you've got a shield and a spear. It's called the Anchor of the multiverse. You figure out what it does. Like, I didn't even tell him. So that was that. Also, thank you and welcome to Dragon Scribe Prime. That is an awesome name, by the way. That's a very metal name. I love it. Some players like to explore creatures, NPCs to adopt. Absolutely. And sometimes you give players that leeway. Other times, it's like, no, not at all. Actually, yesterday I was running a game. It's a horror game that I'm running, and it's this castle where almost every section of the castle that they go into has anywhere between 20 to 70 skeletal champions in that room. In addition, there's about two to six skeletal champions that will be spawned every single round of combat. Now, my group is level 14, so they're pretty okay with dealing with the skeletal champions, but the idea is that they do not have time to stop and browse and investigate everything. That is the nature of it. This is like kind of a vampire castle. These are the hordes of the undead. They're constantly berating the group, and they need to go from one room to the next. You know, they can kind of create a circle to like protect themselves while they check for traps and stuff. But for the most part, it is supposed to give them this sense of urgency, this sense of like you must make reflexive decisions. Even though we're playing in a game where effectively time stands still until you make a decision. Because, I'm sure you guys have all experienced it before, where your players are in like a really high tense situation, and they go, okay, listen, guys, I've got the ability to use water walk here. Do you have the ability to? No, it's just this, and they have this like really good like in-character teamwork talk, but it's slowed down the pace enough that it's like, well, no, look, your ship is sinking. Okay, you can sit there and you can discuss what you all have, but if you hadn't done so already, you guys should probably be just reacting to stuff. Jump off the boat, use your spell, start swimming, grab whatever you can nearby that's buoyant. These reaction things and adding urgency to certain situations is kind of what you need at times. And for that, I always recommend go in with something big, go in with something urgent, and make it clear that you're asking them not, not the open-ended, what do you do now? Make it like, give them the control of the scene. You feel water lapping at your feet. You are about to fall. You're about to sink into the waves and the surf any second now. And then just just run that energy with them. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
That freaking broom.
So is this a thing that I could launch the spear at? Have I got the?
Yes. Basically, you need to keep
reactionary
you need to keep the shield here, and you need to throw the spear into the portal. So, can you make a ranged attack roll for me?
Do that. I certainly can. That's pretty good. So I might not need to use my nat 20 token. And Duncan is ranged based, so I think it is. I forgot to get his sheet up between sessions. Sorry. 15 on the dice plus at least a 6. Ranged attack is a +6. Yes. So So 21 total.
21, easy. You watch as this basically it's like almost like a steel pylon passes through the portal way, and you watch as the metal tip disappears, leaving only this red rope, almost like velvet rope, tied down and made into several knots into the shield itself. Very quickly, you stand and you slam the shield down, which anchors it to Rin. The portal stops, but it is straining. You watch as the magical energies create a turbulence that travels around the actual portal way. As this happens, Selak steps out, his huge and large form, basically saying, "If well, it looks like it's gone then. Too bad."
Lumbering out his huge, large form, saying,
Well then, yes. No, it's quite a shame. Oh well, what a pity that whatever poor and insufferable world is about to be destroyed.
Duncan says, "What happened? Where are we? I got here as soon as I could. I finished the scroll and then immediately just set out. Some of the fellow Horizon Shine members came to my aid and allowed me to borrow this thing, I guess.
Your
Is this it?
Trask woke up.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's right there.
It's
He
like
point-
30 years. Is this ours? It's not on him.
Yeah, that's kind of your one. The thing that went
And
up there
as you look across, the Tarask starts to just claw at the ground. As the final thing that you didn't get a chance to see is return to slumber. When the Tarask would drop to 0 hit points or die, it instead drops to 1 hit point. It is literally unkillable. It uses its reaction to burrow twice its speed directly down into the ground and continues to burrow away using all legendary actions and actions to do so until it has escaped. It cannot return to the surface for at least 10d12 years.
So, for those of you who didn't know, Robert actually does his own stats for his own Tarask, which I do love. And that mechanic, to just kind of keep just this epic monster in his world, I think is really cool. I mean, a lot of people, I think, in that kind of situation might feel like they were, like, denied the kill. But, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like, especially given that it is effectively defeated and out for however many years, I still got that sense that we had achieved something. So that was really cool. And I definitely approve of that kind of mechanic.
You watch as you point over to the Tarask. Mary is retrieving the daggers from the inner.
It's coming. Oh shit! It's going away. It's starting to burrow down. It's starting to burrow through the ground. And
Yeah.
Mary's like, "No,
Yum.
my dagger!"
I
Just
had
like-
3. I just had 1 repayment left.
Duncan rolls out of the way as it burrows down.
Yeah.
All right.
Wolfwin is gonna walk over to Duncan and say, "It said a word before it left. It said home. I believe it's returning to where it once came." I look down to the shrunken creature that once was the creature that was facing us, the Tarask. This
yeah.
pitiful creature is all that was left behind. I
Does
look
this
down.
thing-
Does it say anything?
Does this thing look familiar to you? It's unconscious by the looks of it.
Yes. This individual was once known as Pog, a barbarian that lost its life to censor. Its soul was held within the blade, and when the Kuatoa worshipped it, well, the form it chose was that of its previous wielder.
Well, what a shame. If it's going
Uh,
home,
Delak, you know where this thing's from?
well, it's probably from my world, Olestria. But
So
good.
it's
So I'll admit, I did kind of feel a little bit bad for that. I know that Dredd and Wolfwin were trying to build up the intrigue behind this this dead creature, or this Pog, as it were. And then I'd moved the scene on from that after the exposition. Here's the catch. At the time, I was in a bit of a rush to push forward. In a normal, like, kind of tabletop game where, you know, this isn't the final leg or anything like that, I would have absolutely made sure that that scene got more attention. However, in this particular case, my mind was like, we were 25 minutes into the stream already. We were already running a little bit behind from the previous stream, and we've had guys sitting there for what is almost 40 minutes between the green room and here to be introduced. So that was where I was being mindful. Although, you know, like, again, in hindsight, it looks like I've just kind of like gone, yeah, whatever, mate, and then kept going. But I want you guys to understand that was never the intent. It's just when we play professional games, like live streams and stuff like that, versus when we play in our regular games, it's a little different. And I would never recommend someone do stuff like that. Do not have your players produce something that is going to be inherently part of their story and the adventure. Don't just use that as an opportunity to just go, oh well, I guess we're just going to skip over or ignore that, unless it is something ignore worthy. You know what I mean? Like, unless it's like, you know what I mean? Like that, you can always tell if it's something meaningful or if it's something not. If it's not meaningful, then, you know, have the reaction to that and then move on. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Also, for the people watching, don't forget, you can throw in your own stuff as well if you want to, and let me know so we can talk about it. Okay.
Back to Alestria.
What? No. I mean, why would I go back there? It's clearly got a giant death monster. I mean,
Aren't you from Alestria though? Your home, your everything.
well, I'm
your
here
items,
now.
But all of your magic, everything, your studies. You have powerful magic, right? You have powerful items back there. You've just destroyed your entire book. I can see, just like pages littering the battlefield everywhere.
You watch as
Rob's
Selleck's
trying
mind
to-
goes cast back to his dungeon. You kind of
I love how Rob's trying to convince my character to go on the quest. Like, that's DM brain if ever I've seen it.
watch it go past all these tomes, all these rare artifacts, all these, basically a museum, and down you can see that there is actually a tiny skeleton Dashend.
Oh, little cutie.
And he's like, okay, listen.
You can make a lich.
We
out of
need
a
to-
Dachshund.
We need to go back and save our world. I know you don't owe me anything, but as it is right now, you have seen me dominate a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and by thunder, I can do it to you. So help me out, and I will use whatever power I have to help you in the future.
Right.
I mean, I would say that we definitely do owe you one.
I mean, you helped
if-
save my realm from the Taras that woke up 30 years sooner than it should have. I'm definitely coming with you. But we
and
should
all
be
of that was
making a move
past
because this
4
thing's
PM,
Well-
so
Well,
overtime.
you're double time for you.
So Duncan, what you realize is that someone needs to be here to anchor you to this plane, what would happen basically is if you were to leave, because you're tied to Rin and not the other place, it would close and connect to Rin. What you need someone from the destination who's got a stronger connection to it to create a firmer and more static tether.
So I need someone from Alestria to stay here
Yes.
in order to keep the thing open.
Yes.
Okay. Look, Selak, I'm happy to do this for you, but I'm afraid you can't come with us.
What? Why?
Look, it's complicated magic that I'm not going to get into, and
That backhanded, like, I want to come and help. Really? Oh no, you know, because obviously this scene is about Selak not going along with the group because, of course, I'm now in the GM seat. But it's great because right here, as you can see, I'm trying to reinstigate Duncan into the group, and so I'm giving him levels of importance. I'm giving him the magic item. I'm giving him the exposition lore, and I'm not explaining it. I'm just feeding tiny little bits, which then Rob is running with, which is the important thing. If you can do that with your players, if you have that kind of relationship with some of your players, it's sometimes some of the most interesting and amazing role play because you don't have full control of it in any point. But you do have the ability to, I guess, coax particular attitudes, right? Like, for example, this scene here where it's like, okay, cool, this is the mechanic. You could stay here, but the connection to that other world is going to be weaker than if someone from that world were here keeping the tether down. I don't need to tell Duncan, you need to ask Selak to stay here and hold the gate open, right? I don't need to do that directly. What I need to do is I need to explain the situation, and Duncan makes the decision, which, of course, again, as a good player, Rob knows exactly how to frame this scene, which is awesome and wonderful. Yeah. Oh, you got back from the Pride Parade. I hope it was really, really fun. I've seen lots of photos. It looked absolutely amazing. Yay. All right, let's keep going.
To be honest, I don't fully understand it myself. All I know is that the thing that you're throwing at the portal that you're trying to connect to is the thing that you need to the stronger connection to. I was able to return us to Rin because I was from Rin. In order to keep this portal open, I need you here with this shield.
That sounds like you just made that up.
It does. It sounds like someone else made that up and then told me, and now I'm relaying that back to the person who told me.
Love it.
Long story short, we need you to do this because you can't be the NPCing. Okay.
Wait, I didn't know you knew about the metaphysical space.
Oh yeah, it's one of the planes of existence. I went beyond the fourth wall. There's just like a big fourth wall in space. And I went
You
past it
kids
one
and your
time.
slang.
As
Before we go, sorry.
I was gonna say, as soon as the request is made, this blue energy washes over, and Salak takes hold of the shield. As soon as that happens, that turbulence in the tether is now completely rigid. It is now creating what looks to be a an actual ramp, an actual pathway up to the portal, a solid one, which you may now travel.
I just quickly turn to Crackers and say, "Listen, Mr. Crackers," and I hold out the scroll of the blue veil that I've just finished for him. And I say, "I'm really sorry to do this to you. I need to keep a hold of this for just a little while longer. If I have one, I can return and I can make you another. But if I give this to you now, I'm stuck in Alestria and I can't return. I can't return. And sure, you'll get home, but I won't. And if I keep it, we both can get home. If I don't, it's only you. You understand? I'm sorry to do this, but if you can just hold out for a bit longer, I'll come back and I'll make you one. I swear."
I understand.
Sweet.
Ah.
Excellent. Thank you, Crackers.
Wolfwind's gonna
Thank
move
God.
over to Sensor and say, "I sense a terrible hunger in this creature. Are you just going to leave it here?" And as he kneels down with an expression of pity, Sensor is going to reach out. If you're okay with this, GM. Yeah, and is going to start grabbing Wolfwind, and you start to see soul energy siphon off him as his mouth opens up, and he almost starts to get pulled out of his body, Soul Reaver style. Yeah, his form becomes more sunken and decrepit the longer this goes on.
Let go of me! As this happens, Selak, in a single movement, pulls out the cube of the Eternal Cube, and places it onto the chest or onto the back actually of this creature as it's holding onto Wolfwind.
Would you say his name was Pog?
Pog.
His original name was Pog, so that he's still known as
As
POG,
the body then the square then sinks into his body, and you watch as he almost implodes and disappears, leaving only the cube.
I look up to Selek and go, "Thank you. You
Don't
made that
thank
choice
me.
on your own."
Yes. Just don't thank me yet. Save my world, and then you can. Then we'll be square.
Or a cube, and I point towards the magical
I was like Duncan wouldn't say it, so I'm just gonna let it go.
I stand up with my 7 hit points, my broken shoulder, my broken ribs, my bloodied face, and I was like, "Let's finish this."
All right, making your way.
So just as a status point, this was just directly after our fight with the Tarask. Wolfwind got literally the snot kicked out of him, like the whole fight. I think that multiple times he ended up on like 1 hit point. So there he is about to continue this battle, beaten, bloodied, battered. I think Mary took a couple of hits, and I think Dottie was more or less uninjured. So yeah, Dottie and Duncan were pretty much uninjured, but Mary and Wolfwind had taken a few licks here and there. So continuing this battle with no rest. it was very important for me at this point to remember that going in. So dropping them into a situation where they'd have to then go into another combat scenario would have been a big mistake, because you don't really want to chain link big combats one after the other, obviously. So I was actually quite proud of the next scene, because the next scene was still dramatic. It was still full of energy. It was still full of urgency, but didn't rely on my party's hit points for me to enjoy and for me to create that enjoyment for the group as well. So yeah, watch what happens in the next little bit, because yeah, I'm gonna leave it go because it's a really cool cinematic piece. So yeah.
Hey, up the
up the ramp.
Okay, making your way up the ramp, you begin to come to the portal. You step through and pass. It's kind of like this almost wet feeling, like it's a very viscous kind of sensation with electricity that causes your hair to stand on end. This is not a portal like the one that Duncan had taken you through. This is a break. This is a fissure. This is something that shouldn't be here, held open only by pure force as you pass through.
This world hasn't experienced this magic yet. Oh, it's always awful the first time.
As you pass
Wolfwin
through,
throws up.
well, don't throw up yet, because
Because what?
Dramatic music starts.
suddenly, as you feel yourself moving forward, it almost feels like you've tripped. Your body starts to fall, and you plummet. You realize you are 10,000 feet in the air, and are careening towards land. Wind howls past you on both sides, and you are just in a free fall, heading down towards what looks to be a large blue planet. As you are as you are falling, you can see around you the signs of a destroyed mountain. Huge, large, massive chunks of earth, separated and broken, fractured as they crash into each other, sending sprays of rock and earth in all directions. Mixed in among these large stones, you see buildings, cracked, broken, and destroyed. As the buildings kind of begin to fall into ruin down towards the earth, where you can see these pot marks hitting both land and sea. You also notice that a group of small vehicles, almost like ships with large sails that seem to glisten in the sun, are crashing, being destroyed, caught up in what looks to be this massive, turbulent energy, causing them to just explode left, right, and center. As you are falling, what do the four of you do?
Well, Wolfman throws up and it goes over his face as he's greening down, wipes them off the sick and blood. Ah!
How's those 7 hit
Okay.
points looking?
Let's not panic.
Also, real quick, because I had a potion from the previous game, I am bumping that potion over to my dear friend Guy. So, Guy, you have a potion that you can consume for healing, moderate healing. Later
Has
on.
Guy
at
got
your-
2 nat 20 tokens and 3 inspirations?
He does, because that's what Felix had.
Oh, okay. Right. I was gonna say I thought somebody had given him that since he turned up.
That would be amazing. Do that.
What can you say? Yeah,
Do
hey,
that.
the tokens are there.
They are there.
Don't forget charity, everybody.
Or the tokens.
Yes, but the falling issue.
Yeah.
We should address that.
Mary doesn't have anything that would be able to stop it, so I think she will fashion her cloak into trying to slow the process.
All right. I need you to make me a dexterity check as you attempt to do this. You unfurl it and tie it around and try to catch as much of the wind as you can. Dottie, what about you?
Yeah, because I was gonna try and teleport, but
It's all open space except for the falling mountain that's next to you.
yeah, and also with physics that still wouldn't
Yeah.
work because of inertia.
It's always a question of if you teleport, does your momentum carry on, or do
Yeah, I don't know.
Mine's at 22, so I think I've like hooked in my elven kind boots into the corners of the cloak at the bottom and flung out like
Now,
a hang glider squirrel. Just,
Absolutely.
like
are we
Yes.
coming in
make something of it.
exactly like we were from the last session?
As you were, yes. So you've still got the
Yeah.
blink spell active.
Okay, cool. Okay. Do I have that? Let me have a quick. No, I don't. Okay, no. For comedic effect.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna. Hopefully, let me see if I've got this planned. I think I do.
10 feet back up every time.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't have it. I don't have it prepped.
Okay.
Never mind.
Duncan, what about you?
I have been in a situation like this once before when I found myself in the plane of air, the infinite plane of air, and I was just falling for like 3 days straight because it's an infinite plane of air, and I don't have anything I can fly with. There's nothing I can do to like halt that. So I'm just going to think back to that and just hope for the best. It's a very long shot, but I'm going to speak Primordial, the language of the elementals, and I'm going to put on my best Auran accent and speak in the language of the air elementals to just shout out if anybody's here, please help us. And I'm going to see if there's an air elemental around that might be able to help us or catch us or something.
All right.
Oh, I think I have a strategy.
Well-
Sorry, I was desperately searching through my spells.
Well, as we get to that, near.
Thank you, Odd. I got there. Freaking silence, wizard. Thank you, everyone. All right. So in this situation here, as you guys can see, Robert's come up with an idea of talking to an air elemental, and before I, as a GM, have had a chance to implement it, Dottie has come in with an idea of their own. Now, I haven't told Dottie not to give us their idea, and I haven't told Dottie that I'm not listening or just ignored them. I've acknowledged them. I've taken the moment to say, yes, but just before we get to that, and then go back to Duncan. This, I know we were talking about it before, how Wolfwin talked about Pog and how I'd moved things on, and that was more of a time-based thing. This is more about being able to help fulfill our table management with the people that have asked for stuff. So in this case, because you will always come across players like that, and this isn't a bad thing. This is actually an excitement thing. If I can throw our minds into the players' minds here, they're all falling. They're all trying right now to very, very expertly go through their character sheets, their powers, their abilities, their items, their inventory, and figure out a way to save themselves from dying. Mary came up with a great idea about turning into a flying squirrel, basically, which has worked out really, really well. So she's slowing her fall. I mean, still falling, but she's got a lot more control. Wolfwin is unfortunately still falling. Very little that they can do right now. And then Duncan's got this idea of reaching out to see if there's any air elementals or some sort of flying elemental creature that might be able to help. The important thing here is to not stifle Dottie's excitement and not ignore what Duncan wants to do. A lot of people might turn around to Dottie and listen to what she has to say about her plan and stuff like that, and then try to figure out a way that is going to work in the same time as Duncan. I don't recommend that. That's always going to cause you a little bit of issue because you're going to then just start tripping up, and neither player is really going to feel like that center of attention you really want them to have when they're coming up with their own strategy. So don't be afraid to say, oh, just a minute. We will come back to you, but just before we do, I want to finish this thing with Duncan. It's not rude, it's not impolite, as long as you also, go back and kind of half explain what your intent is. So yeah, please make note of that. It's a really great example of this. Because Dottie's excited, and you don't want to lose that excitement either. So yeah. Alrighty then, here we go. Also, hello, Careful Cantrip. So good to see you. Wonderful to see you, my friend. Please come in, grab yourself a beverage, and enjoy. We are reviewing our Jasper's Game Day Marathon. We're breaking down some of the various scenes and some of the actions and interactions that we have so that we can improve ourselves as role players and GMs. If you have anything you want me to chew on, let me know. Players' minds are a dangerous place, by the way. Very dangerous place. But you know what? If you actually break down like the motivation of any player at any given point, it's very easy to kind of create scenarios and scenes if you're tuned in to their headspace. For example, in this headspace, Wolfwin wants to play the comedic character. Mary wants to live. Dottie also wants to live. Duncan wants to live. Captain Brathar wants to play, you know. So there you go. That's kind of like the nutshell of my player's mentality right now. Yeah, take your time with to get to know your players, and it'll go far. Trust me. Okay, here we go.
By a figure at the helm of a ship suddenly hears a whisper coming from the very engine of the ship that they ride. It simply whispers in a breathy tone, "There, over there."
Shut up!
And then he ignores it, and he goes a different direction, and we all die. And Captain Brathgar, how do you want to do the rest of this?
Yes.
Amazing.
All right. As you say that, barking and snapping at the voice, you cast a wayward gaze, and you can see 4 figures in a free fall. They do not have wings. They do not have the flight ability. They seem to be panicking. One of them has used their cloak to try and slow a 10,000-foot fall. Make of that what you will. The scene is
That'll do
yours.
At least she's doing something.
It's true.
Do I hear the call in Primordial?
No. It is in Draconic.
It's in Draconic. No,
Yes.
not from my engine.
Oh no!
But-
The your engine, which has an air elemental in it, has heard the primordial call.
See, Mary, I was doing something. I was saving our asses.
Never said you weren't.
All right, I'll swing the ship hard to port and try and head in the direction that the engine has indicated with some reluctance. And I want to prepare a spell for when these individuals arrive.
All right. Twisting the helm of the ship, which we will now see on screen in just a moment. All right.
Whoa, that's cool.
All right.
That is a cool ship. Damn. That's
You
awesome.
watch as the engines start to flare with this blue energy, and veering down towards the lower area of where you are all falling. You all see this ship below you. It starts to rise to try and match your velocity as you slowly make your way onto the deck. One by one, you are caught almost gracefully as Captain Brathar pulls underneath you. Can I have Captain Brathar make me a dexterity check, please, to see how gentle you are with this? Unless you want to
I'm not sure
intentionally
I want
slam
to
them
be
into
gentle.
Yeah.
You all take 17 points of damage, and Wolfwin dies.
Did you say a dexterity check?
Yes.
I'm going to use real dice because I don't know how to use that program.
All right. So just real quick here. This number one is what I like to call the Superman problem. The Superman problem is velocity is a thing, and you don't need to play this in your game. Like, I play with it because I'm aware of it, but you don't need to know much about it. If you simply had the ship waiting for them and they're still traveling at the same velocity, they will hit the ship at the same velocity they would hit the ground, and it would make no difference to catch them. As soon as they're matching velocities and stuff like that, it can then slow the descent to a point where they will then safely get caught. So that was one thing. Also, Careful Cantrip says, great job, Guy, for playing off Rob like that. 100%, 100%. And same thing with AJ as well, like the scene with like the little kind of snip at the like, I'm doing something. Well, see, I'm doing something too. you know, it seems. I know it sounds weird, right? But that sort of interaction seems to some like it might be kind of like it's a bit, you know, but it's not. Like, especially for people who are Australian and stuff like that. That is a very that's a very friendly encounter. And I love the fact that they've got that kind of rapport here as well, because it sets it up for potentially that kind of relationship or interactions between the characters later on. So stuff like that's great. But there you go.
All right,
that's
so
fine.
that would be a 16.
16's easy. Basically, you all end up like tumbling a little bit, but are unharmed as you end up on the deck. Standing before you, Guy, will you describe your character, please, as he is on the helm of his ship?
No, because I immediately
okay.
cast sleep at 5th level upon all 4 of these individuals that have invaded my ship.
Just tells me no.
And Wolfen's the first to fall asleep because he has so
Yeah,
many hit
Wolfen
points.
goes. Wolfen's the only one to go, maybe.
All right. Anyone
Yeah, I can't.
now in my world, I actually have a because those who can make saves against stuff can choose to willingly fail if they want to, and I also have pulled shot thing, so you can do minimum damage anytime you do damage. So just FYI. So can anyone?
All right, so this is actually a really interesting mechanic that I use for all my games, right? And that is called. It's basically pulling your punches, right? Pulling your punches is all about, like, you know, at any point in time you can choose to deal minimum damage. That's a given in my world. You do not need to, if you are trying to take someone alive, if you're trying not to harm someone, you can take minimum damage. The other side of this is you can, the only time you can't is when you're dominated into harming someone. If you're dominated or controlled, then you can't, but, you know, yeah. The other side of it is that when you are under the effect of a spell, you can choose to resist or you can choose to fail. If you choose to fail, it is simply relenting to that effect. It is actually a house rule. It's actually not an actual rule in game. Like, you, when a lot of spells happen, it just simply invokes the resistance to it, with the exception of certain spells and abilities. Who again is the guy playing Captain Brathka? That is Guy from How to Be a Great Game Master, a wonderful performer. If you haven't checked out the Great GM's channel, go check it out. It's a massive YouTube channel. Tons of great advice on gaming and the like. And Guy is not only a very, very dear friend of mine, he's actually the one who encouraged me and literally pushed me into streaming for myself. My actual first appearance online was actually on his show, Adventures of the Windswift, where I played a large Kabuki warrior minotaur. So he was actually, he was the person who launched my career into online streaming and stuff like that. He lives in the UK, so we don't often get to do stuff together. But because the timing worked out for the marathon, he came out and helped us out and had a great time. So yeah, there you go. So that is who this person is. I'll probably put a link in chat in a second, but yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
Resist a sleep spell from a level. Well, actually, sorry, I should probably also mention this because I forgot this is part of my stream. Could everyone, except for Captain Bratha, because you're already there, level up to level 16?
Yes, please.
Oh, damn.
We're still no
crap.
long rest,
I didn't know
right?
We'll get there.
Okay, cool.
Well, you might have a long rest after the sleep. But if
Okay.
no one can resist it,
Wait, let me check.
Mary?
Like
I can't be
I
put
can
to
resist.
sleep.
you can't be put to sleep?
Yeah, as an elf.
Elf.
an elf.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep. So-
Elves are immune to sleep, and Duncan has way too many hit points for that spell to work on him right now because
Very
he
well,
wasn't in the
so-
Tarask fight.
all right, so it's just Dottie and Wolfwin.
Wolfwind enters an even deeper sleep.
Oh, I think because of my item, I can basically counterspell that.
If you would
Hey,
like...
welcome to How to Be a Great...
You can choose.
I
Yes.
think I mean,
You're
I might
tired
just
after that
suss.
fight, man.
I might just
Have a nap.
suss out and then choose to sleep.
All right.
How often do you get to have a nap in the
Like
middle
I
of the
just,
day as a
I just
mother?
want to
There you
make
go.
sure that he's not going to kill me in my sleep.
All right. So with that, both Wolfwin and Dottie fall to sleep, and Captain Bratha, you stand before two elves, one of which appears to be a simply dressed female elf with dark hair and kind of like a very stern look about her. And the other is a dirty blonde-haired elven man with what looks to be a shield and a half-elf, sorry, with a shield and a whip by their side.
I quickly just look as I see you cast this spell, and kind of like I go a little woozy for a second and shake it off, and I say, "Whoa, whoa, 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 hey, no hostility. We're in your debt for saving us, but we're not here to hurt anyone. Just chill out."
What were you doing on Dinnerell? And why are you falling through the sky?
We're from a different plane of existence. It's a long story, okay? Just give us a second. We'll explain it. Oh, okay. I'm from an organization on a completely different world called Rin. Horizon and exposition dump.
Exposition dump. Here's what you need to know, guy. Number 1 is multiverse travel isn't real as far as you know it, but they seem to have come from a different world. Number 2,
they claim to it.
Yeah. Number 2, they are apparently chasing some sort of large beast, which you know exactly what that is as you look up at the sky, and what you see is literally just a midsection of a large serpent-like beast. It is about 80, It is about 10 miles wide, and you cannot see the tail, you cannot see the head. It is entirely made of steel scales that look like miniature swords along its entire length. This creature seems to somewhat match the description of the monster explained in the exposition Duncan drops. He also mentions a name you are familiar with, and that is the name of Salak Frayne, the Thrice-Damned Lich. Considered to be a joke nowadays, back when the dragons were in charge, Salak Frayne was a very errate slave to the dragons who gained more power than any human should really do. And he was a threat, but now he's a toothless undead, as far as you're concerned.
It was just a joke, you guys. Damning him 3 times.
Okay, I knew it. I got to it before anyone pointed. Just wanted to say that I got to it. So there. Yeah, I wasn't muted. Anyway, so let's talk really quickly here about introductions, right? So one thing I want to talk about is introducing characters to pre-existing games, whether it's a special guest coming onto a live stream, whether you're, X amount of years into a campaign and somebody decides to join. It can often be very, very difficult to run an encounter or run a moment where the character has that opportunity to not only integrate themselves with the group, to show their value to that group, and to then also communicate their characters. What Guy did was actually quite good. The first thing that he did was rescue the group. He put it, and that was not his doing. That was more my doing as far as the setup went. It's you've got the ship, you've got the tool that they need to help the group and put them in your good graces. So it starts from a place where there is that positivity. Now, why did I do that? Well, because of this state, it means that casting the sleep spell against the group, which would obviously put any group at on guard, it's oh, this guy's attacking us, right? But because they'd just been saved, it kind of was brushed off. It was oh, so you tried to put us to sleep. What's the deal? And then they started sharing information. The catch here is that Guy wants to play a character who is big and stoic and kind of self-aware and self-sure, and these people are strangers, potentially intruders, potentially even the people who are responsible for bringing down the city here, whatever the case is. So there was a lot of really cool stuff communicated here, and without even kind of going into the specifics of the exposition, we got to see Captain Brathgar's genuine reaction to things, which then went from that positive to that neutral to back to being that positive, and now we can work together. Trying to fit in people who want to play kind of loner characters or stoic characters or even evil characters can be very tricky. If you're a GM, always put the group in a position where they need or require something from that person, so that you can deal with something like that. I don't recommend giving him a MacGuffin or giving him something that's crucial to the plot, but definitely definitely give them a better advantage, right? Like, if you are, let's say, in a situation where there's a whole horde of goblins attacking the city. The goblins just happen to be attacking the pub that belongs to an underworld crime boss that is one of the player characters. So while the goblins are attacking the village and the town, all of a sudden these like hooligans and thugs are just like, you know, beating the living snot out of these goblins, led by this large barbaric dude who turns to the group and says, you know, yeah, I need to protect what's mine. I'm coming with you just to kind of make sure that these goblins know not to mess with us. Now, obviously, the group should be cautious because this guy's a criminal, but because you've given that positive platform for them to interact with, it meshes in super, super well. It also does help if the players know each other, but that's just a here and there type thing. I also see my dear friend Dread in the chat. Hello, sir. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Please sit, relax, and enjoy. We are going through a review of our last game of the Jasper's Game Day Marathon, and throwing in thoughts on the various points and seeing how we can improve on various things, as well as breaking down some of the cool stuff that has happened. In this case, yeah, I think the integration of Captain Brathgard, despite him leaning into the sleep spell at the start, was actually quite successful here. And that is only in part due to how I set it up, but mostly in part to the fact that Guy and Rob bounced off each other really well. Rob was like, "This is what's going on." Captain Brathgard's like, "Oh, really?" And then, they carried on, which was great. We're about 45 minutes into the episode. I'd say we were maybe about half an hour in before Guy really got to interact. That's actually not too bad. That's not too bad. It's, you don't need to rush stuff like that, nor do you need to force the interaction in order to have it be successful. In fact, I recommend that once you set the stage, just take that moment, step back, and let the players take control of that. If you see it going south, or if you see it kind of going in a direction you don't want, interject then, but otherwise, let the players have their fun. Let the players tell each other what they're playing. You don't have to do it for them, though it may be tempting. Okay, let's keep going.
It was lols.
Yeah, just
Why are you here? You want to destroy this creature?
Yes. Why else?
Well, that's a good question.
We followed it.
Bit foolish.
We followed it
appearing
through
in the
across
middle of
two
the air
different
if you can't
worlds.
fly.
We didn't know that it was going to end us in the air. We just had to take a punt. Most often we'll end on surface or liquids when I travel. I do this a lot. Yeah, falling is unfortunately a part of the job.
And you know nothing of dinner ale?
You've said that word a
No.
couple times. I thought you said dinner bell at first, and it made no sense in context.
I heard dinner ale, so it's similar.
dinner L? What is dinner L?
That's something you don't need to know about, at least not
All right.
yet.
I'm
We need to get clear of this debris field. You know how this beast can be destroyed?
Well, we're working on that.
As you are discussing this, the air elemental once again speaks. It speaks in the language that you are sharing, which at the moment is common, and says, "Captain, detecting life signs. Dinnerel, Sector 7.
I cannot take them to Dinnerel. You know the rules. Now be silent.
It is the nursery, Captain."
Ah. You say you're a part of some kind of order?
Yes, a couple of different ones. I'm from a different plane to these guys. Those two are from the same order. That guy's from a completely different plane again. I'm from a similar order to them, actually, but from different planes. It's a lot, I know.
You will take an oath here and now that you will not reveal anything that you have discovered or learned whilst on my ship?
Ah! Thank you. Okay. So anyway, what I was saying, was that Guy was part of a group known as Save or Die a while ago, and actually played a dragon with this very voice, and basically this is that same character. I love just how much like Draco from Dragonheart Brathgar sounds like. I love the fact that it literally sounds like it's like pulling all that nostalgia. You know, make an oath to me here and now. It was so perfect, so good. Yes, freaking silence was. Well, I'm trying to be polite because I've got like a lot of clattering things, so I'm just like hitting the mute button, but I'm forgetting to take it off because that's how I do things. But anyway, I just wanted to take a moment to say, like, yeah, Sean Connery, Dragon was a lot of fun. You don't need accents to make characters interesting, but sometimes they do add just so much extra, and Guy was just amazing here. So yeah, that was it. Okay.
Yeah, happy to.
Upon your souls for all eternity, and if you were to break this oath, that you would surrender your immortal soul for all time.
Did you? What
If
was the term?
that's-
Hey,
If
Wolfwin,
that's
just
necessary.
hey, bud, it's okay. So I said to Wolfwin, just chill. It's okay. He was just a precaution. Just take a rest. An oath to not reveal anything that we learn here today to any
Yes.
other person. I mean, it's kind of my job. I have to track down these aberrations between planes and slay them. So.
I don't care about the monster. I care about what you learn about my people.
Oh.
Well, if the condition is not to learn anything about yourself and your people whilst on your ship, then I agree.
Yeah.
Though you'll have to get an oath from each of us.
I'm personally happy to agree to that. Look, if that's what it takes, I'm appreciative that you saved our lives, and I'm coming along for the ride. I will respect your privacy to the best of my ability, and anything you tell me in confidence that I know is in confidence will be taken with me to the grave and beyond.
Yeah.
Always cast modify memory if we need. Did your cast sleep on me?
Yes.
It's a
Thank
neat
you.
trick.
Yes,
Yeah, I was
needed
gonna
that.
say I haven't slept that good since my eldest turned 10. So
The ship suddenly veers to the right hard as one of these large chunks of rock narrowly misses the side of the ship. You watch as the sail had to be drawn in, causing the dip in order to avoid getting ripped clean off.
Right. Since you are on my ship and I have saved you and you have sworn an oath not to reveal anything that you learn about me or my people, I need your help now. Our city is under attack, or was under attack. The city is no more. That, I say, pointing to all of the falling buildings and mountain, was Dinnerell. It was destroyed by this entity which you seem to know something about. There are still people alive, and we need to get them off. If you do not want to help, you can go below and sleep some more.
No, I'm happy to help get people off.
Captain, my captain, lead the way.
Do you have any medics on board? Some of us are rather in.
Dottie's very childish laugh just then. Look at Rob's. Look at his face. God damn it, Rob. Oh no, wait. Do I have a thing? No, I don't have a thing. But yeah. Jesus, Rob. Yeah. All right. I thought we'd take a moment and just point that out. We heard it. We know what you did.
Unfortunately, my flagship was destroyed in the initial attack against this creature. All that I have left is this single ship and myself upon it. And I am not versed in the healing arts.
Are you a
I
single
can
person
prevent-
crew?
Yes.
I heard a voice before. Where was that coming from then?
An insufferable being who thinks it knows more about the universe than it actually does. Pay it no attention. Although it may have saved your lives.
I've met a few of those.
I look over to Duncan to see if Duncan's looking at me at that point.
You watch it. You watch as the cutting words of the captain cause the engines to stutter just a tiny bit as they're.
Well, in that case, I hand a greater healing potion, or superior healing, over to Wolf.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So just FYI, is this one of the ones from your inventory or not one of the potion ones? Yep. Cool. All right.
I am. Thanks.
All right. Popping the cork and drinking the fluid. The red liquid seems to have changed to a very, very delicious taste. It is pomegranates with raspberry and a spritz of lime. You don't know why the composition of the
Thank you. I was gonna say I've actually got a picture of that drink in the Discord cookbook. If anyone wants to have a look at what that healing potion looked like, there you go.
potion has changed, but it restores you to full health.
Let's go. Now, at level 16, because I was hit and pummeled by a literal Trask, I took the tough feat. So
Nice.
my HP is going to go up to 162.
Nice. All right.
All right.
I
Just
guess.
think about it.
My
And I'm a
max
wizard.
is also 162.
Amazing. Yeah.
I mean,
I drank the
also-
potion, sort of like letting that magic, that special type of magic, sort of course through my veins. I start to get a little bit more swole. My shoulders pick up. It's very much like the Captain America scene. So I'm just like, I'm like, all right, this is good. Oh.
All right, Wolf. No one's shooting a calendar.
All right.
Now I want to see a calendar of wizards. Like, so
I'm
bad.
June.
Yeah.
On this, as you say this, the ship immediately begins to dive. It takes a 45-degree downward turn as it begins to try and chase what looks to be a large building caught among the rocks. All right.
Oof.
Captain, I need 3 successful dexterity checks from you as you try to avoid the large rocks. Anyone who wishes to, on any failed check, may try to intercept a boulder that is heading towards the ship as you careen downwards.
Okay, so this is a great technique that I think a lot of GMs have used in their in their games before. So this is nothing revolutionary, right? Revolutionary. I'm June. That's cute. That was so cute. I love Dread. You know I love you. Anyway. So yes, this is what we call an ongoing challenge. So in order to succeed, rather than a single check or roll or something like that, you need to have a number of successes before a number of failures. This is a mechanic I used not only from Through the Breach, but is one that Guy used a lot back when I was gaming with him a lot. I really do enjoy that because not only does an ongoing challenge mean that it's not a win or die situation, because, you know, ultimately you are going to have bad rolls, right? Now imagine if I made one roll to actually manage to navigate this. You make the one roll, and if you fail, that's it, right? Having multiple rolls and you outlining them at the start means that there's a more dynamic and more live sense of the encounter that is happening. It creates this almost by stages road to success, and that's kind of what you want to do as well. It creates a passage of time. It creates a escalating or de-escalating danger. It's honestly one of my favorite ways to handle situations like this. Some people use initiative. Some people make it a single check, whatever. But I'd say go with the ongoing challenge. So in this particular case, he needs to make 3 successful checks to pilot his ship through this actual place. And what I've also done here is I've added in a second ongoing challenge where if any of the rocks hit the vehicle, it'll impede any of the future ongoing challenges. However, the rest of the group who is not piloting the ship can do actions to intercept and intercede the large rocks. This means everyone gets a part of things and everyone gets to still stay involved. Probably one of the things that I find hardest about playing sci-fi games is the ship-to-ship combat. Because for the most part, if you're not on the guns and not in the pilot seat, there's very little you can actually do. Even in games like Starfinder, which I love to bits, right? We have the engineering role, the science officer role, and a whole bunch of these other roles. But ultimately, a lot of it comes down to your pilot and your gunner. And, that's a sad truth about, kind of ship-to-ship combat. Thankfully, Guy and I, we've played Ghost of Saltmarsh, and we actually worked together to like explore the ship rules of D&D 5e back when they were first being kind of broadcast. And yeah, actually, to be honest, this works just so much better than a lot of those other encounter generator stuff. So just so you guys know, I'd always also try to make sure that the total checks that need to be done either equal to or slightly exceed the amount of players that you have. That way everyone has an opportunity to be able to do stuff. Like if, say, one of the wings starts detaching and falling off, one of the characters can quickly go over and try to grab onto it to prevent it from flying away, while another may try to use the mending spell and try to repair it. Now, because an ongoing challenge is an extension of that time beyond initiative rounds, a mending spell could work, even though it takes minutes to actually cast, because you're no longer operating within the 6 seconds of a combat type thing. So, yeah, ongoing challenges, very powerful tool, definitely worth adding to your toolbox if you haven't done so already. Never played Starfinder? I recommend it. It's definitely a lot of fun. Alright, let's keep going.
Let's
You
go.
need to keep them off the ship or we'll all be destroyed. No pressure.
Feeling
All
bolstered
right.
with a health potion, I move forward to the helm and then take aim at any incoming debris in our direction.
You see, for the first time, Mary May's face changes slightly. There's like a minuscule rise of the eyebrow as she looks at him walking forward.
You can also see
what it takes to get a reaction from Mary. Literal like end of times destruction of plants. And...
you can also see that on the ship, on both the port and starboard side, are 2 large ballistas. However, there is no arrow. Instead, there is this large steel barrel, as well as on the very, very front. But the one on the front doesn't have a barrel. It has a crystal that seems to be attached where the barrel would otherwise have been. These are siege weapons, and of course they are available for you to use.
I have no experience on an airship or catching or avoiding boulders. I don't have spells that'll help me do that. I just trust in Captain Brathka and his abilities, so I'm just going to enhance them a little bit. I go up to Captain Brathka and I say, I think you're the one to get us out of this. I'm afraid I'm not going to be too much use. If you'll allow, and then without waiting for a response, the the sort of sunrise symbol on my shield will glow, and I will enhance your cat's grace. You have advantage on all dexterity checks, and you don't take damage from minor fall damage.
Oh, I love it.
Very nice.
Should we man the weapons, Captain, or are we using
Yes,
our
man the
means?
Oh, you haven't been on one of these before.
No.
Arm the cannons. And remember, we're in a 3-dimensional environment. Rocks could come at you from above as well as from the sides and from below since we're going down. Keep your eyes sharp, everybody.
All right. I better. Oh, wait. Almost forgot these. All right, let's go.
DM,
Yeah.
I should have been rolling
Yes.
disadvantage.
I have a 22 passive perception. Could I stand at the helm of the ship and just point out obstacles as a way of helping?
Yep, not a problem. This will give Captain Brathgar advantage. So please make your dexterity checks with advantage. If we fail, then it will come down to the others to intercept.
Do you do double advantage? Because I already gave him advantage.
I do.
All right. So, with this particular, actually, hold on. Let's finish hearing this one.
Do double advantage actually. Well, actually no. I do double advantage as a reroll. So you get advantage, and then if you fail still, you get to reroll with advantage. It's kind of like the super advantage.
Yeah. Now, that I'm not gonna lie, I made up on the spot because I appreciated that AJ was assisting. I appreciated that Rob was assisting. And I didn't want to undermine either of them by just saying, oh, well, you're doing the same thing, you're just giving advantage, right? Because one, if not both, might feel as though those actions were pointless or useless in the grand scheme of things. The idea of giving double advantage and triple advantage and stuff like that is something that's actually come up a couple of times. Actually, I was having a talk about it with Rob about what is triple advantage. Is it like you roll 3 dice or roll 4 dice? and gain the positive. Which, look, I don't think that's the best way to go about it, and here's why. I think that doing that level of advantage doesn't really provide you with the kind of bonuses reflected by how many people happen to be attacking you. If you create two very different forms of advantage, that is to say, if you have one person who is aiding and one person who is using a spell to give you advantage, I don't see why there shouldn't be some benefit to it. So the way I run it, and I don't know if I explained it here correctly, is you would have advantage, so you'd roll 2 dice, you take the higher. You would then take the lower dice, right, and roll that one again. That would be your super advantage, as it were. Now, it can't go bigger than that. That's as high as it gets. It's, you know, it is the effectiveness of rolling 3 dice and taking the higher. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It's just more, I don't want people to feel as though their actions are pointless and stuff like that, especially in a live stream. Another advantage you can always do is, and this is something that I've played around with using, but I haven't used it myself, is rolling with advantage and then giving a +1 or +2 bonus onto that roll from any additional advantages gained. So, for example, in this case, with Rob giving the advantage roll, Mary would then provide a +1 or 2 bonus to those static numbers. Yeah, Calidria, that's, yeah. But the catch is a lot of people turn to me and say that that's a Pathfinder thing. Pathfinder adds static. Yes, they do. And I love Pathfinder, so what are you going to do about it? Huh? Nothing. Anyway, I digress. The catch is that with Pathfinder numbers can get higher, but with D&D with numbers being so low, you know, you got to kind of know exactly what you're pitching at. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Let's continue, shall we?
Double.
Very well, in which case my first check is 14.
You're 14. You may re-roll it, because that is not quite high enough.
I didn't think so. You didn't hear the part about my first ship being destroyed, right?
Okay,
20.
this is really the time for stories.
All right. With a 20, this one is actually quite close, because as mentioned by Captain Braca, it can come from anywhere. 2 mountainside faces collide, sending those rocks flying, and from underneath in one of the blind spots, you know, this like spray, almost like buckshot, flies towards the ship. Mary is quick enough to point them out, and Captain Braca basically begins a barrel roll.
Hold on!
As the ship begins to turn, you all prepare to suddenly be thrown off, but you realize that these small swirling dervishes wrap around your feet and pin you to the deck as it rotates 180 degrees. Well, no, sorry, 300. Well, you know what I mean. Does a barrel roll. Whatever axis that is. Look, talk to the math guy.
I love your maths, man.
Look.
I love that you keep putting maths in.
I keep trying.
At least he can count the 3s, so...
Yeah.
Doing better than you.
All right. Let's go with our second check as you begin to try to weave between 2 mountains that start to close. You watch as the gap gets thinner and thinner.
Shoot a hole! Shoot a hole! 13 again.
13 is not going to do it. You do
Let's
have
see.
the reroll with the navigation bonus, so let's see what that reroll looks like.
Yeah, 15.
That is not enough. All right, let's turn
Shoot
to the...
it!
Yep. All right.
Are you proficient in air vehicles?
Do I look like I'm proficient in air vehicles? I actually am proficient in air vehicles, but I...
Well, it's more he's accustomed to instructing people to do these things rather
Right,
than...
exactly.
Yeah.
Ask a
Wolfwin...
stupid question.
Yeah, Wolfwin and Dottie, it is up to you guys. You watch as this thing is closing. He's asking you to blast a hole. The front weapon with the crystal in it is in the prime position for that.
Okay,
Hells yeah. Let's light it up, Dottie!
let's do it. What do I need to do?
All right, so Dottie, I need you to make a ranged attack, and Wolfwin, you as well.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, I just have to refresh my
Actually, Wolfwin,
D&D Beyond.
Wolfwin, make me an Arcana check, please.
Oh, yes, please. Oh, I'm gonna use my inspiration on that because I really want it. I really want it.
Gotta use all these tokens. Up
Yeah, we
so
gotta
that
use all these
people-
tokens. This
people
is it,
want
now
to
or never.
Donate more.
19
sorry.
on that inspiration.
What
19?
am I rolling again?
Ranged attack.
Okay. Where would that be in my?
What's your dex?
My character sheet. Well, my dex is just +2.
All right,
so
just
roll
roll with
dex?
your dex. Yeah, roll with your dex. You're fine.
Okay. No, that's not good.
What'd you get?
7.
7? Oh, you need a
You've got
10.
two nat 20
You
tokens.
do have 2 nat 20s.
Can I use it retroactively?
Yeah, totally.
Oh,
I have
fuck yeah. All
no
let's use
dramas
that
with
one.
that.
I'm so sorry. I just have to close my door. My dog opened it.
Very well. All right. You know what? I'm out of politeness. I'm gonna wait. But Wolfwin, what would you get for your
Yeah.
Arcana check?
19 with inspiration.
Okay. You see this creature. You see this strange crystalline structure, and as you go closer to it, you realize that it's a battery. But not just any battery. It is the wielder needs to be able to flow Arcana into this in order to have it function. Dottie, however, as she grabs onto it, doesn't sort of put that much energy into it. So you begin to channel pure arcane energy, raw arcane magic.
Yes.
And this is the interesting thing. Arcana comes from within, and it is part of the world itself. Olestria is rich with magic, and as you pull it in, it's not even you that's expending anything. It pulls in from the world around you and coalesces in the center of this crystal, and you watch as there's this huge straight fire beam. 3 or 5 rounds? Pew.
Doing the thing you wanted to do.
I was hoping for like a bigger, yeah, you know, but that's okay. What you do here,
Let me
however,
try, let me try.
is a colossal explosion as a hole is now opened.
Hells yeah.
Now,
Wolfman's
as you
gonna
get,
go, where have you been all my life? I love you!
as you reach the other side, I need a perception check from everyone in order to try and find the building that you're looking for.
Oh yeah, this is my jam.
Hells yeah.
30-20.
Dirty
Alright.
20.
What do I need to make? Do I need to make something?
Well, you know what? The dirty 20 is fine. With
Yeah.
Duncan having...
23.
With 23? 23, yep. Both Mary, Duncan, anyone who gets over 20 or over can see that there is a large building that is kind of attached to like this, almost like a cork sized platform. It is only half of a building. It looks like almost like the Roman, what's it called? The Roman,
Colosseum.
Yeah.
not the Colosseum, but like the place where they had the temples. Pantheon, I think. Or, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Parthenon, that's the
Oh,
one.
the
Parthenon.
Acropolis.
Yeah,
The Acropolis, the Parthenon.
the Parthenon,
Yeah.
yeah. So as...
Greek.
Yeah, it's Greek.
Okay.
Look.
Look, how
many of
big
these
is
nat-
a Tarrasque skull? Isn't it too big to be just sticking
no,
daggers into both sides of it?
You know what I'm going to stick daggers
Made
into,
that-
mate? Okay?
Made that argument against the T-Rex skull you'll find, according to the law, according to the Lord.
Come on, everybody. We're already big nerds.
Yeah,
Let's
I know.
not.
Anyway,
They're so
you
mean to
find
me.
the broken bit of this building not too far away, and Brathgar, you managed to pilot it into a safe space on the actual cork itself. It is still falling. However, the sheer size of the cork that you're on prevents the wind shear from disrupting you. You can disembark at this point. Your air elemental will keep the ship in a holding pattern. If you wish
Don't
to.
have a lot of time.
I mean, I'm
Find the
we're-
children and bring them aboard, obviously.
Children? No, we're looking for. Go. I'm off. As soon as I know I've got
Alright.
a plan. I don't know what I was doing. I was like, I'm just waiting for an order.
Yeah. Wolfman will give hold onto his hat as he follows Duncan. He's like, I know, it was awesome, right? And he's talking to his hat again as he makes off towards following Duncan.
All right. So Duncan, Wolfwin, anyone else getting off? Yep, Mary,
Yeah.
Dottie. Yep, everyone's getting
Absolutely
off. Okay, cool.
following.
Not a problem. You all begin to march through this area. You can see that the destruction is absolute. There's signs of like the murals and the paintings all crash to the floor, furnishings just shattered. As you pass through, looking at where rooms would be, where children would be like kind of growing, learning. This is a place of education. There is nothing. No one is here. Where there would be this large room for bedding, the building is just ended and it drops off to nothing. Eventually, you come to a large room, which is a place of magical and arcane training, and you can see that the ruins are collapsed. Big, large boulders just everywhere. And in the center of this room, you see...
Centuries. Centuries of everything destroyed. This creature that you fought, it was surrounded by denizens, correct?
Not when we fought it. It didn't have any minions or anything fighting alongside it, if that's what you mean.
I mean, there were the lizard folk.
No, there was. I mean, it killed a bunch of people, but there was nothing was fighting for it.
Right, yes.
We encountered creatures fighting on its behalf, surrounding and swarming it.
Oh, that seems to be a your realm thing.
Do you know
Yeah,
what
we
the
didn't
creatures
see
were?
that.
My brain. Thank you, Petiola. What I was saying was, it's really funny this scene because I'd actually created this scene and had like the music going. I had the character going, and it was really funny because in that time, the group had decided that it was too quiet, and they started talking about what was going on and the stuff that was happening. But by this time I'd finished. It took ages for me to go, "You've gone into the next room. You see this guy here," even though the artwork was up and stuff like that. So it was really kind of funny. But I think the important thing here to remember is if your players are in a vibe, right? If they're just in this back and forth. Don't interrupt them. Don't take the time away from them. Just let them enjoy it and stuff like that. And then every now and then just give them kind of this withered glare, and then hopefully they'll catch on.
Have you seen their kind before?
No, certainly not here.
What did they look like? What sort of general size, body morphology, wings, claws?
Scales, very sharp. It was difficult to see. We actually couldn't see the entirety of the creature either. It was in the clouds and it attacked.
But the creatures that were fighting for it, were they winged? They were flying with physical aid, not just magic?
They must have been. I mean, yes, they were, absolutely. It's not in my brief, but I'm fairly certain they were flying because we're in the air, right? So they have to have been flying.
Hey, Dead as a gamer.
Yeah. Yeah, how can I help?
Can I speak to you through Captain Brathgar and everything that he knows?
Yes,
you tell me.
Sure.
You tell me. Were the creatures that were fighting alongside it winged, or were they flying unaided, like with magic?
Fighting alongside
The creature, the Leviathan thing in the sky, the thing that he could barely see in the clouds.
They were the ships that Captain Brathgar's on, and they were just crashing into. Sorry, no, yeah. So those creatures. They were beings made of steel. So they so in addition to the fleet itself, the best way to describe them was airborne stingrays.
Okay. Metallic airborne
But made
stingray.
out of steel. Yeah.
Steel Grace.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much, Classic Sam, for the 10 gifted subs to the community, guys. Wow, that is amazing. Anyone who has just received a shiny new subscription to the Dead Oz Gaming channel, please enjoy all of the cool emotes and animated gifts that are now at your disposal. Welcome to the crypt. Enjoy your plot, and yeah, we'll see all the cool stuff we do. Now, real quick here, this is actually kind of interesting because when I was designing this encounter for the final boss, I wanted to create a sense of scale, right? Because honestly, when Rob said I want to fight the Tarrasque, how do you follow that? How do you follow someone wanting to run an encounter with the Tarrasque? So I said, okay, cool. What if my encounter wasn't so much the scale of a monster you could just hit? What if I created something the scale of this thing was so big it had mini encounters living on it? So I made up these parasitic metal scale worms that lived in and amongst the creature's immense body and would actually attack and destroy stuff. You'll see these things a little later on. And you know, the threats of this creature weren't it turning around and landing a bite attack, but were more just you flying in the turbulent spaces around it, dealing with the electromagnetism that is running along its entire length. Lots of these different elements played part in what was being made. Now, what happened here was Brathgar had my briefing that I'd given him on, like, yeah, this is Dinarel, this is, you know, what's happening here, this is what happened to your main ship, which is obviously with all the flying creatures, yada, yada, yada. I gave him all that, and he's run with this really, really well. But obviously, there's only going to be a limited amount of information that he's able to share. So Duncan asking me, and then me sharing that. Yeah, I already had a very, very firm and solid idea as to what I wanted that encounter to be. I think when you're running your campaigns and you're running adventures and encounters, it's always important to look at the surroundings of your creature. What impact does it have on the ecosystem surrounding that presence? So if you have a troll in the forest, what does that do to the rest of the forest? Maybe you can even use some of those details to flesh out your encounter further. Let's say that you are going through the forest and there is a troll. Maybe you find that wolves are attacking people on the road, which is very unusual because the wolves actually live a lot further away from the main trade routes. Something has scared them this far to the south, for example. Maybe you find the dismembered body of a deer that had been victimized by the brutality of a troll. Lots of little things that can impact this are often really cool ways to emphasize the kind of fear, terror, or danger surrounding particular encounters. In this case, my version of that were these quasi-symbiotic parasitic organisms living on the creature. So yeah. So there you go. That's that. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, that's weird. Is there any chance that I've heard of anything like this or encountered anything like this?
Negative.
This doesn't
Would
sound like anything I've encountered across multiple different realms and planes of existence.
Same
Would that be
for
an
Wolfwind.
Arcana check or something?
Yeah, no.
Just automatic
No,
fail.
this is something
No
unique
chance.
to my world. But he
Holy-
does say something that does ring a bell to you. Apparently, these creatures have a large sting on the back of them that it was able to break down and dissolve metal. These creatures individually weren't very strong, but they pulled apart the vessels that were attacking and creating the frontal assault like, you know, they were children's toys.
Like a rust monster or something.
That's what we thought too, except they were coordinated. They knew exactly how to hit us.
This thing that we fought was definitely smart. I think it's using, might be like a hive mind. Maybe it's adapted to have like a hive mind when it.
I mean,
when
it
arrived on this
continues.
planet.
It continues to grow, right?
Yeah.
Grow and mutate and evolve. So, stands to reason.
Captain, was it more reactionary or was it like it knew what to do against you? Were you telegraphing at all?
It came straight at us and out of nowhere.
I
All
mean,
right,
that sounds
we
pretty
can
targeted.
look. We need to find survivors. We can strategize later.
You're all right. Okay.
You mentioned that there might be like children around, so I'm gonna run around looking for survivors.
All right. It takes a little while to search. It takes a little while to search, but before long, you find yourself in the central chamber. As you do, in the center of the room, there appears to be trapped under a large bit of debris, a brass-looking dragonborn holding what looks to be something close to their chest. They look like everything from the lower half down has been just completely destroyed. As you get closer, you hear this gasp. Who goes there?
Hey,
Your healing magics, please.
Brathgar. Brathgar, is that
Yes.
you?
It is I.
You recognize this individual. This is the admiral of the brass fleet, the brass armada. His name is Admiral Telsor.
Telsor, how came you to be here?
The creature. It attacked with such ferocity, and
There was nothing the Armada could do. The order was given to retreat, but it was merciless. It didn't even stop. It treated us like we were nothing but flies. It tore apart the city. I used my life raft and came here. My Drakkar ran aground. I couldn't save them. He unfolds his cape. He reveals a small clutch of 3 brass eggs. This was all I could save.
That is enough.
Blood kind of
You
sprays from his mouth.
You have healing potions in this world?
We do.
Yes.
They work. They're like I have
Would it
one.
be
I don't.
enough?
Is it
I-
enough for this wounds? We.
Okay, so this is terrific. Let's take a moment and talk about this real quick. So what we're having here is the quote unquote dramatic death scene, and I mean, look, healing potions, and in a world where there is magical resurrections and stuff like this tends to, I guess, fall a little bit shy of where it needs to be. Why is that? Number one, because why wouldn't you just throw a healing potion? Or if you've got a cleric in your group, why wouldn't you just heal them? The trick here is to make sure that the damage is something that needs to be done with something like regeneration. So in this case, the Dragonborn, his legs had been crushed by a large boulder, and despite his organs being more or less pulverized, he has also suffered massive blood loss. These are things that aren't reflected necessarily in just hit point damage. So even though his hit points may be on full, the catastrophic damage to his body is irreparable through those magical means. This is how I flavor necessary death, I guess. Now, if I had a character who was like got into a bar brawl and he'd been stabbed and he's there and he's trying to get his last words out, of course, don't expect anything. The player is going to turn around and go, oh, and then you're going to heal your hit points, and then that's going to be it. But if you really want to land those things, you've got to make sure that, you know, there's significant damage. Now, the other side of it is you can explain to the group, and I do this usually beforehand, right? Like, the thing is, if you go in and say, don't, heal every NPC you come across, right? Pick and choose your battles. You kind of get a vibe for the scene, you don't have to try and save literally everyone, because the person you save today may be someone you can't save in an hour or two. If you go around and you sort of communicate this with your players, it can sometimes work to your benefit and definitely get them into that headspace that, we probably shouldn't try and heal them all the time. Alternatively, you could play in a low magic setting where those healing abilities simply don't work and they don't provide that kind of bonus. Another option, as well, if you're kind of looking, is the idea that grievous wounds don't properly heal with magic. Things like, for example, scarification. If you have, of course, been, say, stabbed, you may heal your hit points, but it will leave a scar. In addition, that also implies that there will be scar tissue on the interior as well. So someone might heal hit points, but still, after the battle, succumb to their injury because the wounds and stuff like that were just too severe or too deep. These are ways that you can kind of get around the idea that the players will want to always heal and save NPCs that are injured and dying and stuff like that. It's a good thing, and you don't want to discourage that, but you want to also make sure that, you can tell your story, which in this case, my story was this guy died, this guy needs to die, and pass on his duty to Captain Brathgar. In this particular setting, it was because Brathgar is a warrior, and the brass dragons in my world were all about family, so that's why the nursery was very important. Him passing on that duty, now that the brass dragons were all effectively dead, was a huge important element, because it was basically passing on the children to the person who only knows about war. And so we get to also see that moment where Captain Brathgar gets to soften up as well. Don't be afraid to challenge player mentalities like that. The thing about characters, right, is a lot of players I know will design a character, and the character's entire intent will be built and created for the very, very start of the session and the very, very start of the game. But that doesn't have to be the case. Challenging these perceptions and perceptions and these values is the role of a GM. You don't want to force them, right? You don't want to force those values on people, but you want to give them the opportunities. Brathgar, you're a warrior, you're a soldier, you know nothing but, kind of war and battle and protection. Here is an egg for you to protect, right? Will he soften? Will he love the egg? Will he want to nurture it? Will he, what is his attitude? How will this, change the image of Brathgar, and how will that change? How will that force this character to grow? There are many opportunities like that, which is one of the things I love about TTRPGs. So yeah. Also, Avarian, no worries. Please, when you say rebuild a server, I imagine you're talking about like a computer bank of server stuff. So good luck with that. Please stay safe, and remember, even though it may not seem that way, it is still an electrician's kind of thing, which I know you're very, very handy capable. So I mean, handy like as in with handyman tools and stuff. So you'll be fine. You'll be fine. But stay safe anyway. Okay, let's keep going.
I don't. He's got half of his
different realms work in different ways. I've found that some realms my healing potions do nothing but taste cherry flavored. Other worlds they can regrow limbs. So like what? How does it work here?
I will try and give the admiral the healing potion. If
you would know,
to part with it.
you would know that that healing potions of this world cannot do this. But as you hand it, he places a hand on the potion and pushes it back towards you. He says, looking into your eyes, "Brother, you know as well as I that this is it for me. But
You will fight again, just not in this life.
Is there
Admiral,
any?
and there are others that will rise in our stead." And he hands and thrusts the clutch of eggs towards you.
I'll take them.
Is there anything we can do to make him comfortable?
You could put him to sleep. I looked at Captain Brathgar. Nice.
Before
Warm and easy
you are
sleep.
allowed to go, Admiral, one last order, sir. Must we retrieve the book?
The book is retrieved.
Where is it? Why hasn't it been used?
Its power is too great. But the duty of the Admiral is to ensure that the Council knows of it and protects and safeguards its content. A duty I can no longer fulfill. He reaches into his pouch and draws this heavy-set tome. He hands it to you. Take it.
Surely we must use it. Dinnerel is destroyed. There is nothing left.
His eyes begin to float backwards. as he
Admiral!
said, "I know. You will do what is..." And he falls silent.
Ah!
I'm sorry, Captain. We will avenge him.
There's another crash. The structure you're on is not stable.
We need.
We must take the
have to
eggs and we
go.
must leave immediately. We must find a safe space. Figure out what to do.
Where would that be?
Yeah. Can anyone spot any buildings or any places from here?
No, we must return to the ship.
30,
Make
20?
clear of the falling debris, and if we can find any other survivors, obviously try and assist them. We have a far greater burden now than simply destroying that beast. You do not understand the implications of the book that the Admiral has given me, nor the responsibility that we have of these 3 eggs.
Captain, forgive me if this comes across as impertinent or rude, but I am from a different realm with lots of species. Is everyone on this plane of your kind? The survivors would all be similar to you and the Admiral?
Whether or not
Just the ones you would find on Dinnerel.
whether or not you choose to reveal this, Captain Brathar, this is all of the brass dragons. There are none after this. Your kind, your species, is a dying one. And as far as you can tell, the Admiral was the last, save for the clutch you have in your hand.
I won't reveal that information just yet, since we're falling through the sky towards the ground.
Yeah, of course. Time is of
That's
the
fair.
essence.
What do
That is
what do
fair.
you tell me?
You will find, I hope you will find more of the Admiral's kind. We have to.
And you're a different kind of dragonborn, like just
Yes, I am silver in nature.
silver dragonborn. He's a brass dragonborn. Okay, so I'm going to.
We should get out of here now. We're
I'm
running
going
out of
to,
time.
So I love that moment because, as you can probably have heard, there was that little soundscape bit that I had of the crumbling stones. Dread picked that up straight away. The thing is Brathgar and Duncan are having this wonderful moment. They're feeding off each other. The energy is tight. There's a lot of back and forth. And Rob is doing what any good GM should be doing, and that is he is building the exposition surrounding Brathgar and this scenario to help build stakes, to better understand the situation here, which is awesome. In my mind here, I am not paying enough attention to Dottie, Mary, and Wolfwin. So, as much as I love that dynamic, because it's very entertaining, it's so engaging, and it draws you in, which I think is a very, very, it's very on point for both Rob and Guy to do that. Especially to me, because they both have that ability with me. I'm just like, oh my god, keep telling me more. I want to move to that scene where I then approach Mary, Dottie, and Wolfwin and give them something to kind of chew on as well. It was probably at this point that I realized I needed to change my I guess direction here. And I had done so, which will come up a little bit later. But if you look at the timing of this, we were about an hour and 15 minutes in. Like I said, we had that first 30 minutes where it was just cinematic, really, and kind of everyone kind of doing their thing. Then we had the fall, then we had meeting of the Captain Brathgar, and now we're at this point where we've, seen the wrath of this creature. It's a lot of exposition. It's a lot of stuff, but it doesn't really play a platform for my players to really engage with too much. I had like the little encounter where they, were blasting rocks and stuff like that. That's what I like to call a pacer. So it didn't really have a big impact on the story, but it made sure my players were actually doing stuff. I'm now at that point here, in this point, and I don't know if you can see it on my face, but it's like, I need to move this along. I need to give the other half of my table a chance to shine now. And I was very frantically trying to piece that together. Also, hi Crimson, nice to see you. All right, let's keep going and see where we go.
I'm going to cast Locate Creature, and I'm going to specify, describe or name creatures that are familiar to you, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to just specify Dragonborn. I'm going to kind of think of the Admiral and the Captain and think of that kind of a creature, which in my world I would call a Dragonborn, and I don't know if it's the same here. So I just think of that, and then anytime that we're within 1,000 feet, I should get a ping of if there are survivors around.
As you do so, there are none between here and Dinnerell.
So it looks like me. It's concentration, isn't it? So your enhanceability drops, and the sunlight on my shield drops, and then I focus in, and it starts up again. And then there's like that same sunlight shining just behind the eyes as I open my eyes, and I say, "There are no survivors within 1,000 feet. I'll be able to tell if I come within any survivors in the next hour. We should make our tracks through the remains, through the rubble as much as I can. If I come anywhere within any remains, I'll be able to tell if there's survivors."
Excellent. Back to Dracarand.
All right.
I start heading back towards the airship.
All right.
Yep. I'm gonna get a wriggle.
You all make your way with haste towards the airship. Mary, as you are making your way, I need you to make me a perception check.
Well, that doesn't make me nervous.
22.
22. With the 22, you notice that something is following you. You're unsure of what precisely, but something is skulking, something is lurking in those dark and narrow places that that your eyes have kind of been trained to watch for.
How far away?
Not far, maybe about 15, 20 feet. It doesn't seem to have, you don't get the sense of hostility, just more that it's keeping its distance.
And I assume not Dragonborn then?
Not a Dragonborn.
I slow down my pace, but not obviously.
Mhm.
And not in a threatening way, but I will stop the thing following us.
To do so is quite simple. As you round a corner that has these kind of large and once opulent doorways, now splintered and torn, you simply close the door behind you. The creature is unable to follow.
Oh.
I think that surprised both of us. So for me, again, like I was saying, I was recognizing that was the moment that I needed to interact in some way. The idea I had here was a shadow of Dinaval was actually going to reach out and communicate with Mary and sort of, you know, like start a dialogue on the weaknesses that may be present in this large creature. When she closed the door and stopped it following, I didn't want to come across like this thing is threatening, this thing is chasing, right? But I wanted her to maybe confront it or something like that, or even bring it up with other people. Again, AJ is a wonderful method actress when it comes to like, you know, playing characters like this. And honestly, I didn't expect that she would simply close the door. I was like, well, this thing is technically attached to the shadows of Dinaral. And so it wouldn't be able to get through here. It doesn't have a corporeal hand. It doesn't have like the ability to open the door, nor does it have the ability to pass through it either. So it's like, well, okay, I guess it's back there. And I was hoping that maybe by doing that, I would lure Mary back through to go and see what was there. It didn't happen, which was a shame. But I think it opened it up for the next scene, which took us to the Gold Dragon City as well. So sometimes your ideas don't work. Sometimes they don't. But it's important to remember that if they don't work, not to try and shoehorn ideas and to let the players achieve what they set out to achieve. Sometimes. Yeah. Okay.
You're surprised by something?
If you guys are still running off, then...
Yeah. You take a moment to look at the door and ponder what this thing might have been.
So it wasn't a person, it was something else.
Yes.
And I've stopped it by closing a door.
Yeah.
I don't think much further on it. I go back to the ship.
All right. Boarding the ship, you begin to pull away from the island. This time, you watch as the rest of Dinaral falls. The lands below are potted with these huge and mass craters. The waters now rise with several small archipelagos from just the debris that is struck down. And high above, you see tearing through the sky, just this immense and mass body ripping across the cloud line. This thing is 150 miles long and 80 miles wide. The endless fields of blades and hooks and horns that make up its scaled form look almost like an upside-down landscape to your eye as you gaze up at it.
I'm gonna start casting my return home spell. I'm gonna start with the
Oh no!
Blue
Selak wanted to go home from second one.
Yeah.
You ain't leaving.
Yeah, but I'm not bound to be here.
Yeah, Wolfman's gonna come out and say, Duncan, we have to do this
I know.
for the multiverse.
And it's in your contract.
Yeah.
That's right. Apparently, I've heard a lot about this contract.
I'll get written up by the manager.
Oh,
if I
yeah,
slack
it's a
off work
killer.
early, right, Dottie?
It's a killer to get out of. Yeah, you really should have had someone look over your shoulder before you signed that.
Right. I look over
I will
to
place
Captain
the-
Brathcar.
I will place the eggs and the book in my cabin, and then try and find these 4 people.
All right, you do so. Now, what instruction do you give to the ship in regards to what position it should hold? Dinner rail is now gone. You don't have to dodge rocks. It's quite a clear sky, save for, again, the giant freaking monolith worm.
How big?
Set course for Zonith. That is the only place I can think of going right now.
Yes, Captain. He watches the ship.
How big are the eggs?
The eggs are about the size of a watermelon, each.
Watermelon each. I say, hey,
Nope, sorry, 2 seconds. I'm just going to grab my brunch and I will return and then we will continue. I've returned with waffles. Delicious waffles and chocolate ice cream. Because I am an adult and I can eat this if I want. Ha 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 ha. Alright.
if you, Captain, if you need a place safer than this plane of existence for those eggs, I have and I bring out a tiny model of a chest, treasure chest, and I say, with this I can, and when I open it, a model replica of it appears next to me, and I open it up, and there's no room in it right now for watermelons, but if I moved all of the shit out of it, there would be. And I say, I can summon this and dismiss it to another plane of existence. If those eggs are important to keep safe, maybe they'd be safer off the ship. It's up to you.
It is a kind offer, but I do not know who you are
I
aside
understand.
from planeswalkers. We will arrive at Zonith. The council will know exactly what to do. There is nothing left for us here. You have fought.
So at this point, I want to just acknowledge, I had no idea Guy wanted to go to Kaiozonith. I told him about all the different dragon cities because he's Dragonborn, and my mind had it that they were going to go for the head of the creature, but because Mary didn't find out about the weak spots, as it were, which was not her fault, just in general, just there was the missed encounter. It made sense, and I was like, this does make sense. It makes amazing sense, and I was like, okay, now I've got to build a whole dragon city and an entire culture around the gold dragons, and then I haven't got any of this sort of stuff. And then I've got to figure out a way to tell them how to actually kill this creature. So that was a lot of Dag, like his mind, like just sort of tick, 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 trying to figure out what to do next. But I love the challenge. I love the ability to do it. So always remember, guys, don't lock in your ideas. Stay fluid, stay receptive to what your players need, and don't be afraid to create and explore things with them, because that's where you end up with the best stuff. All the things that happen between here, Zonith, and when they eventually do confront the Tarrasque were amazing, and I hadn't written a single word of it in advance. So yeah, I'm very, very pleased with how this kind of came out.
Fought this creature before, you claim?
We haven't fought that thing.
Not like that. It did not look anything like this. Well, yeah, nothing like that. Nothing nearly that big.
Let's
I do
hope
not
it's
understand.
final.
It was
You
from
claim
this
to have
plane.
fought it, and yet you say it is not this creature.
As we have chased
changing
it
and
through,
evolving.
yeah, as we've chased it through different realms, it has been evolving. It has been absorbing powers from different realms. This is its home plane, and I think as it's returned home with the powers from other realms, it has gone into extra. I'm trying not to say overdrive. It's gone into an extra fast growth through its evolution, through its mutations.
What is its
I'll
purpose?
dismiss the treasure chest.
From what we
Destruction,
consume.
consuming, endless hunger. These words that it was given to it. It was a leviathan, apparently. It could manipulate gravity.
The name strikes you, Brathgar. The greatest threat known to your kind was a being known as the Tarrasque, formerly the god of destruction in this world. He had 5 children, equally destructive, and hated the dragons with every fiber of their being. Their existence was to destroy them, each manifesting a catastrophe. And thinking about the battle you had fought, it only makes sense. Despite the change of its appearance, this is Leviathan. It has absolute control over the elements of gravity. It can increase, decrease the powers of gravity. It can crush things to an atom. It just does this by thinking. The battles that have been fought against the Tarrasque, as they're known, have been long and bloody, and the dragons have done what they've canned. Till now, they have been considered to have been sealed away. The Leviathan, deep below the sea, in the body of a traitor, a person who stole power from the dragons long ago. Why the Leviathan would be here, why it would be in this form, why it would have traveled. These are so many questions that you have yet to answer. But you know that one thing's for sure. It is not mindlessly choosing to bump into and attack the dragon citadels. It is hunting them with malice and intent.
Drach, increase to maximum speed. I know where this creature is going. You say it uses devouring magic?
Yes.
Yeah. It's
Then
absorbing.
I know what it
it's
is.
Consuming.
And I know what it is after. It is here to destroy the great cities. There are not many left. There are 4 that it is most likely to choose from. I am taking us to the greatest of the cities. I just hope that it will, in the meantime, attack one of the minor cities.
We can warn them in advance. You have
What
sending
warning would you give them? This creature devours
Evacuation.
worlds.
Evacuation. If they have time, escape. They have vessels like this one. They can split up. It can only chase. I
Do
don't know.
not
I'm trying.
understand the time frame in which this thing attacked. We barely had time to get onto our ships before half of the mountain had been destroyed. All you would do is be seeding chaos. Besides, I have no means of communicating with the other cities. Once we get to Zonith, we should know more. You are versed in the arts of magics, all of you?
Somewhat.
Some,
Pretty much.
Very much.
not all.
We've got
Say
a nice
it's
range, don't we?
My specialty.
Not at all. Kind of. Somewhat. And
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah.
It is at this point Captain Bratha realizes that this is the most hodgepodge, motley crew you have ever had
Is it
the.
this point? Is it this point that he realized?
It's at
Well-
this
A lot
point
has
she realizes.
happened,
Well, you all
right?
kind of came in together, and they're like, maybe they work together well somehow, you know,
Yeah.
like maybe they've got something going. And at this point, you
You make
realize,
it work.
no, I think none of them really.
None of them work together. They don't know each other. Duncan did explain that they're all from, with the exception of Mary and Dottie, they're all from different planes of
Yeah.
existence
Yeah.
and met each other in
Yeah.
the last couple of hours.
I
Like,
love it.
Very intense hours.
It's been a team bonding exercise.
It's like summer camp.
Yeah.
So,
hey, it's okay though, because I have Goodberry, so we're gonna be fine.
Oh, great.
it's one of the most powerful spells in existence. Or
I'm
What's
glad
needed.
someone does.
Yes.
No one else has any feeling.
As the
DM,
captain,
how long is it going to take us to get to Zonith?
Well, funny you mention that. As the captain orders for the extra speed, you watch as the flares on the back of the ship go from being this kind of clear and kind of gray color to this bright blue magic. What happens is a tear appears, almost like the sky itself becomes liquid, and you begin to sail through it at an intense speed. The wings on the ship start to glow and create these hexagonal patterns covered in beautiful runes. And you will arrive in under the better part of 6 hours. During which period of time, even though it is only 6 hours, I'm going to give the entire group a long rest. I know!
Yay!
My spell slots were
Let's
running
Give
out.
it
get,
to
let's get some of them
me.
spell slots back.
Yeah,
Oh
so-
my gosh.
So,
I'd
because
be
this is
so
a one
happy.
shot and I want us to have as much fun as possible, I'm going to treat this full rest as a full restore. So,
Oh,
so this is another really good point to remember, right? Hey men, don't get attached to things. Famous lines from Iron Man 2. Very, very true. Don't get attached or bogged into the minutiae of the rules as they are. Go with what would be fun. It does not add or increase the quality of my game, especially in what is effectively the last leg of this marathon, to say, cool, you have damage for your hit points. Let's have you roll your how much you you restore for your hit points. Oh, you've only done 6 hours, so you can't really, no. Why bother with all that? Here's a full restore. You guys are back up to tip-top shape for whatever is to come in the next bit. Doesn't hurt me none. Doesn't hurt my players none. Gets them excited. And also means that we don't have to do a whole bunch of bookkeeping to heal and restore. Yeah, don't be afraid to do stuff like that. I mean, obviously don't get it to the point where your players are expecting it. But definitely remember that you have the power to do this if it serves your adventure and as well as if it serves your story. Okay. Any lingering
Your ledge.
so any lingering damage and stuff like that, we're not going to, worry about things like that. But I am going to do my traditional campfire scene. So, during the 6 hour period, night falls over the city, over the lands of Alestria as you are making your way towards the citadel Muir Zonith. As you are doing so, I'm going to ask what you're doing during this rest period. You don't have to necessarily sleep, but you have to be doing a downtime activity. Brathar, what are you up to?
Pacing backwards and forwards, contemplating the end of Dinnerel and what is to come. And also very, 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 very cautiously looking at the book with reverence and fear, and cursing the Admiral for his, as usual, cryptic last words.
Wolfen will look at you and your gaze towards the book, and will walk up and say, "Are you okay?"
Was your world destroyed by this creature?
I don't have a world. I come from the throes of the multiverse. But I have seen worlds destroyed by creatures before, and that is definitely something that could do it.
This being, this very creature, is the offspring of something most terrible and destructive we call the Tarask. This is one of its children, if I am not mistaken. Its sole purpose is to destroy my species. It has done a fine job thus far.
Well, from what I've learned from the many stories of the multiverse is that those that wish to destroy find infinite creation. And even more than that, pushback. If the fire in your belly is as evident as it is, then I believe that it is going to find itself with a monumental task. May I ask, what is that? I point to the book.
It is something that is sacred to my people. It contains great power. If the creature were to consume this, all would be lost. This is our last hope at defeating that thing. I am just a captain. I had never expected to be placed into this kind of situation. The Admiral was supposed to take the book. The Admiral was the one who was supposed to destroy this creature. The Admiral had everything riding on his victory, and he failed.
I'm going to reach out a hand of comfort and hopefully be able to place it on your shoulder. Does it land?
Yes.
As it does so, you notice that despite the captain's size, he feels denser, almost like 10 to 20 times denser than you'd expect.
Captain, fate is calling, and you've all it's got.
I wish it had called someone else.
That heroes often do.
Meanwhile, outside the cabin, Mary and Dottie, you are out in the night sky. Although now some distance away, you can see just this winding road of this giant creature snaking its way and weaving through the very cloud lines.
Oh man, I was really hoping for an early one today. It's fine. I mean, I have a sitter, but...
You genuinely say that every time I go on a mission?
Well, it's true. There should be some sort of contingency to get us out or, finish on time. Most other jobs, if you're a baker, you finish when you are meant to finish. It is a clear-cut end time. Like, look at this thing. I mean, I still gotta read them a bedtime story. I gotta pack their lunches for tomorrow. And now I have to deal with a multiverse ending entity. It's just, I'm a single mom. That's, where's my help? I don't get any help.
Dottie, you and I both know we don't work for a normal job. All of your jokes about HR and invoicing. You know I don't take a paycheck for this.
What the hell are you doing it for then?
The good of humanity?
Ugh, come on with that.
Why do you do it?
Why the hell else? Because I got kids.
And you thought saving the world from magic explosions and working for the Order was the best way to do that? Come now.
Well, I didn't really have a choice. It was go straight and narrow or end up in a cell somewhere. So I thought, steady job, on the right side of things for once. And maybe I'd be able to bring home some cash and make the world a better place at the same time. I guess I just thought that after a while I would be able to, I don't know, have the stamina to get used to it.
I'm afraid events like this you can't really get used to. But I do understand. You and I have a similar past.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, that's enough of me bitching. She will unscrew her. I gave her.
All right. So, as we can see here, the campfire scene. We've seen two scenes so far. Wolfwin and Brathgar talking about the plot, you know, the book and the implications of it and stuff like that. The inner thoughts of Brathgar. This is why campfire scenes are important. It is for equal parts giving our pacing for the adventure a nice little break so that we can recover from all of the drama and the urgency of everything and kind of relax a little bit. But also it's a chance to explore those elements of character that we want to convey. Now, Ellen had been playing Dottie very much as a kind of fun mom kind of character. And there are lots of, kind of quasi-meta jokes that came into play here, like such as, as was mentioned, like the HR stuff and things like that. But here we get a scene where AJ is trying to get into the real Dottie and who she is. And that conversation between the two of them very much leans towards that, as in, what are you after? What are you chasing? What purpose do you have for being an adventurer? One of the three major things when we talk about creating a character is why is your character on this quest? And it can't just be for something simple like money, because then it goes into, why do you need money? What is it for? How does this kind of go about? And I love this interaction between the two of them because those two actually know each other. They go back. They're from the same world. They're from the same organization. So it was a really cool thing to see here. See that kind of culminate here. Now, I think Mary, and this is actually a really, really good topic to talk about. Mary and Duncan are playing characters who are quite... even actually Brathgar as well, I'd say that. Mary, Duncan, and Brathgar are very serious characters. With Duncan kind of, on occasion, kind of slipping and kind of matching the energies of Wolfwin and Dottie. What do we do when we have a character who is invested in the story and is like being really, really connected to stuff versus someone who is more of a playing... I wouldn't say... Okay, so everyone interprets jokey as a bad thing. I want to say when I say jokey, I more mean like someone with an air of brevity about them. Someone who is playing a character that isn't necessarily locked into the role of being like a method-acted hero. What happens when these two interact? It's really interesting because there has to be the give and take. Just as much as Mary allows for situations to kind of expand and kind of explore, with Dottie being able to interact in a weird and wacky way, even especially those moments of like, these dialogue moments, like in one of the previous sessions, Dottie pulls out some cookies to give to the council, stuff like that, for example. Mary allows for stuff like that to happen, but then there are other scenarios where we need to keep moving, or we need to get along, or this needs to jog on. It's a really nice balance between the two of them. Though I would say this. One thing that I would probably have done as a GM in the past is outlined a few, I guess, meta truths about things. For example, the organization of Dread's order, for example, wasn't really made overly clear. And I mean, while the game, of course, is designed to be fun, we want to make sure that whatever Dottie says is reflective of that setting and that thing. So I might have said like, to Dottie, like, hey, here's some more information about stuff. This is kind of the vibe we're going for in regards to dealing with that order. Mary, who is also part of the order, kind of had a different interpretation and has kind of gone through there. So little things like, yeah, no, Dottie can be the mom and can be that sort of thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean scenes like like dealing with the gods that were in charge of the order means that some of the stuff that Dottie does to Dottie is like me being my character in this world, whereas to Mary it's my fellow companion is disrespecting the people who my character is holding reverence to. And so that kind of thing there is a tricky thing to navigate. It requires a lot of communication. It requires a lot of boundary setting for GMs and players alike. And most importantly, it involves campfire scenes, moments where these things can be expressed. So in this case, I'm feeling Mary's expression of trying to get more out of Dottie. Hey, Dread, I could have given more information, but the little amount of, that I did was already overwhelming. Yeah, no, absolutely. It was definitely not a lack of... it was definitely not a lacking in information in regards to Dread's side of things, but I think it was more of like about attuning the players' headspaces to what Dread's expectations might have been towards that organization, right? Like if I'm doing, like for example, when I sent my messages to Guy, I didn't mention anything about the different cities and stuff like that, but I did tell him about his own city, the city of the Silver Dragons, their paladins, their warriors. They do patrols of the planet to make sure that the Terras and other evils don't really get out and do stuff. They try to keep it all quiet to themselves. The Copper Dragons are the mages and stuff like that. The Brass Dragons are the nursery. The Gold Dragons are the diplomats. All these different types of people that came down, and my goal here was to bring Brathgar into feeling as though he's a part of that society and a part of that culture. I think there was a lot of information that came out from Dread regarding the Order, which were more it was more about, I guess, the world building of the Order, and not necessarily a conversation about the player's place in that Order. And that's kind of something I would say would be something to strengthen there. Not to say that obviously there was any huge implications for not having that, but I think that definitely would help in this situation where I feel as though Mary and Dottie have two different ideas, and at the very least from my understanding of this communication, Mary wants Dottie to kind of play in the space. They're trying to find a compromising space, which I think is really, really good. And like I said, campfire scenes are great for it. So the Order, the higher rank you are, the more free you are. So they are playing it great. By design, they're playing it perfectly. Yeah, all right, well, yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, if they both are, they're both playing it very differently. And that's kind of what I think, again, looking at the scene here, is what AJ's trying to communicate here. Having that freedom and stuff like that, that's great, but that needs to kind of have that, it's a sharing of ideas. If you've got three people who describe things from three different angles, right, you may end up with things that are vastly different. So what I'm saying is that Mary and Dottie here are talking about two different angles of the same thing. And that's what I would look at, is I would look at sitting them down and being like, what are the expectations here? What would you guys like from this situation? And if Mary says, I want really to kind of feel as though I'm part of, like, when something's called the Order, and it's all about, kind of keeping things in its place, my interpretation of the Order might be that it is about keeping things in its place. The idea of freedom isn't really isn't really promoted, because everything has to be in its place and in its order, and that's not free. That's kind of the opposite side of things. Whereas Dottie might turn around to the other thing. It might be like, no, we're just specifically against magic, where we're just called the Order, but we're just kind of focused in dealing with magic. But really, the more powerful we are, the more free we are to roam and do things and celebrate and stuff. So looking at the same thing with different angles can create vastly different things. So again, very important to communicate, very important for the players as well to take those moments to communicate with each other, which of course is this scene here. Let's watch the scene again, and let's kind of have a look at it, just so that we can point out those moments. Because it's not like either of them kind of disrespect each other or anything like that. It's a very, very beautiful way for both to be communicating their points here.
What is that? They point to the book.
Let's move that forward a little bit.
Despite the captain's size,
Okay, it's gonna be about here.
You've all it's got.
I wish it had called someone else.
Heroes often do.
meanwhile, outside the cabin, Mary and Dottie, you are out in the night sky. Although now some distance away, you can see just this winding road of this giant creature snaking its way and weaving through the very cloud lines.
Oh man. I was really hoping for an early one today. It's fine. I mean, I have a sitter, but...
You genuinely say that every time we go on a mission.
Well, it's true. There should be some sort of contingency to get us out or, finish on time. Most other jobs, if you're a baker, you finish when you are meant to finish. It is a clear-cut end time. Like, look at this thing. I mean, I still gotta read them a bedtime story. I gotta pack their lunches for tomorrow. And now I have to deal with a multiverse ending entity. It's just, I'm a single mom. That's, where's my help? I don't get any help.
Dottie, you and I both know we don't work for a normal job. All of your jokes about HR and invoicing. You know I don't take a paycheck for this.
What the hell are you doing it for then?
The good of humanity?
Ugh, come on with that.
Why do you do it?
Why the hell else? Because I got kids.
And you thought saving the world from magic explosions and working for the Order was the best way to do that? Come now.
Well, I didn't really have a choice. It was go straight and narrow or end up in a cell somewhere, so...
So here, this is exactly it. Mary has taken the ideas that Dottie has presented, such as, the HR thing and the invoicing and stuff like that, and addressed it as if Dottie was joking about this, which means that what Dottie was talking about is no longer part of that canon, or at least it's the way that she's presenting it. Dottie hasn't rejected it, hasn't says, yes, no, there is an HR department, you can go there. I don't know what she hasn't rejected it, she's accepted it and run with it as well. So now she's like saying, well, yeah, I need it for money because of my kids. She's bringing it back to her character, and then she's also adding in it's either that or I'm going to end up in a jail cell somewhere. So now you see that Dottie is taking what AJ's presented and is now adding to that, and now finding that compromise between their two ideas of not only how the characters are interacting with each other, but interacting with this concept of the place they work. So that's really cool, and that shows a great level of communication between these two people. And you shouldn't be afraid of that. You shouldn't be afraid of doing that. If I could give any advice to it, it would be, to talk about that if you are finding yourself at odds with another player's perception on something that you have inherently as part of your character. Talk about it outside of game and see if you can find a compromise. Because if you can do stuff like this on the fly, that's amazing. That's like a talent right there to be able to take, pick, accept, and come to that compromising point very, very quickly. But not everyone can. So you got to kind of be aware that you can throw those things out there too.
I thought, steady job, on the right side of things for once. And maybe I'd be able to bring home some cash and make the world a better place at the same time. I guess I just thought that after a while I would be able to, I don't know, have the stamina to get used to it.
I'm afraid events like this you can't really get used to. But I do understand. You and I have a similar past.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, that's enough of me bitching. She'll unscrew her. I gave her the item of like endless coffee. What was it? the bottle of boundless coffee. So she'll like unscrew her thermos, pour out a cup.
Mary turns to you after you say, "That's enough of me bitching," and I turn to her and say, "Do you promise?"
Never.
As you pour out your coffee, there's something different about it. Almost like the tastes
Cheers.
have been enhanced greatly, and the flavor is just amazing. Like you have no idea what it is. The magic of this world seems to have elevated your sense of taste.
Oh wow.
What?
Well, I mean, this is just the cheap stuff. I don't go in for the the expensive beans or nothing, but
Oh, I don't have taste buds anymore.
oh, well, I don't know. You might want to try it out here on this universe, cuz wow, I haven't tasted coffee that good since I don't know, probably my first cup.
I've ingested too much poison in order to taste anything, really, so.
So good. I love it.
Well, I'll write it down. Maybe you can read the flavor profiles.
Amazing.
All right.
Wolfen told you the food's great here.
That's great.
Where is where is Duncan?
I think Duncan is at the bow of the ship, and he's Titanicing. No, he's.
Yep. Okay.
Oh,
Here
I love it.
Somebody jack me.
man.
I will just. I'm just leaning on the taffrail. I heard it was called. Learned that
Ooh.
just last night in the pirate game that you ran.
Yo.
I'm leaning on that, and I'm just looking out at where we're going. It's been a long time since I've been on an airship, and I'm thinking of the plane of existence that I'm from, and if I'm gonna be able to get back. I'm going through everything that I know how to do, and trying to work out how on earth I'm gonna kill that thing. I don't have time to like think about food or rations or whatever. So for that reason, I have learned a goodberry. And I think I cast it now almost absent-mindedly to try to start snacking. And as I pull off one berry and eat it,
roll a percentage for me, please.
What does a good berry taste like in Illustria?
yeah, that's
Oh,
that's why I was
man.
casting it. As I was like,
Yeah.
I want to know what goodberry
You're gonna be
was.
off your face on this good berry.
Yep.
41.
Good berry. That's a great berry.
Hey, welcome in, guys. Big shout out and big thank you for the raid from Dice Legends. How you guys doing? Welcome in. We are just chilling out. We are doing a breakdown and review of our marathon game that we ran a couple of weeks back. We are reviewing my session here. Thank you so much for coming in and bringing your wonderful community with you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. We are here to, of course, celebrate RPGs, good mental health, and fun times. So yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything you guys want to bring up as we are playing, guys, please feel free to ask in chat. We love people in chat. We love we love like sort of being able to improve our own skills and entertain ourselves with all of this cool stuff. So there you go. So good to see everyone. All right, so right now, our heroes are in a downtime period where they have just witnessed the destruction of a city of Dragonborn flying high in the sky. They're on their way to the Gold Dragon City, and we're doing like what I like to call a campfire scene, where everyone is kind of just relaxing. So we've had Captain Brathgar and Wolfwind kind of talk about the rare tome that they've got, as well as the recent destruction of the Brass Dragon City. We've had Mary and Dottie kind of talking and resolving some of their kind of feelings towards the Order and their current actions. And now we're on to Duncan. Now, one of the important things I want to bring out again about the campfire scene is morale. morale is super important, especially when you look at sessions like this, because if you constantly put heavy stuff on your players, if you constantly put down danger and threats, and you've got to survive, and things are going to be very bad, and all that sort of stuff, you end up like really causing a lot of fatigue. Campfire scenes are not just for the characters, but for the players as well, to allow them to kind of get back into their head that, you know, hey, we're, you know, this is what we're doing. This is us having a bit of fun. I feel a lot easier now, and all that sort of stuff as well. So yeah, campfire scenes, wonderful for this, wonderful for a big pick me up, and also great to help build and develop these characters as they go. All right. 41. All right. 41. The good berry actually tastes like vanilla ice cream with honeycomb on it.
Oh,
Now,
Okay.
in my world, good berries actually are my version of the Birdie's every flavor jelly bean.
Nice.
Lovely.
So yeah, they all taste very, very differently and can be wildly different. One can definitely taste like shoe polish.
Do you
Eat another one.
Well, that was my next question. Does how am I gonna justify eating another one? Duncan is from
Because it
Duncan
tastes
is
delicious.
well, no, because Duncan is from my world, where if you eat more than one Goodberry, there's a chance that you get stomachache because it gives you enough nutrition to last for an entire day. And if you eat two of them, if you feel like you've eaten an entire feast, and if you eat three of them, you start getting damage to your stomach. So I don't think Duncan
Gonna have a nap.
Make a
Duncan's
wisdom
from-
save.
wisdom save.
Yeah.
I think
Robert really wants to eat another Goodberry, but Duncan is from a world where that would not make sense. So my wisdom save is a 12.
12. With a 12, these are just too Moorish. Before you even realize it, your hand is already
this is-
putting
I-
one close to
Also,
your mouth.
just I'm super curious as to like my Goodberries. I know the taste of them; they taste like vanilla, but this one tastes like vanilla ice cream. And pick one up, and I'm like, yeah, I'll try it.
All right.
Oh my god!
What'd you
I
get?
swear to God, 41 again. So
41 again? Still
tastes
tastes like
again
ice
like the
cream.
same thing. So now I'm like, damn, this is delicious. But
however,
now,
the
now I
ice
think
cream-
Goodberries are just
Well-
always vanilla ice cream.
Well,
and
actually,
stuff.
however, the ice cream flavor changes. This time, what you get is choc mint.
Oh damn, nice.
Ooh.
It's one of my favorites.
I think Mary will make her way over to Duncan after excusing.
He was just eating
Right.
good berries at this point.
Yeah.
But you don't feel overfull. You don't have that sickened feeling as you eat the second one.
How are you doing?
Oh, hey. Damn, you're quiet. And here you come. Sorry, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm sorry that I sent you into such danger before and couldn't come with you.
Don't be.
It seems you handled yourself well.
Some less than others. Didn't do quite as well as I usually do, but
Hey, we all have our off days. You survived. That means you did fine.
I
Did,
wanted to say thank you.
What?
I respect your order. I've been at mine for 30 years, and what I'm doing is great, but helping the wider scope and other planes is admirable. So, thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot to hear that. I've been doing what I've been doing for all my life, so 40 years or so. But I've mostly been on my own doing it. I thought I was the only one with my abilities, but I've started learning that it's a rare thing that many people are born with. It's just few and far between, and finding others with my skills is difficult. When I met Trellis and found that she had abilities to see and divine what was going on, it was useful. We started banding together, and that's when we made Horizon shine. And it's still in its early days. We don't, unfortunately, the job doesn't pay too well. There's no one around to commission you to save the universe. If you're out there on another plane, you just got to do it for the right reasons.
If money is what you're after, you're surely not in the right business.
Exactly. But hey, I get by. I'm, to be honest with you, I just look over the ship up into the sky. I don't know what to do.
Neither, but it will be a fun adventure nonetheless.
I might be out of my depth. On my world, I have more power than this. I feel more able, but for some reason in this world and yours, I just felt weaker. Like I was 5 levels lower than I would be at.
Yes. I don't understand it necessarily, as I'm not a magic user, but I do know what it feels like to be powerless.
As you say this, Wolfwin and Bratha, you conclude your
Here,
discussion.
try one of these.
As the night passes and some of you turn in, Bratha, on the words of Mary feeling that powerlessness, you turn back to your large, very mahogany captain's desk where the book rests. You look at it, and it's right there. The power you seek. And yet, in a way, it feels out of reach. What you do for the rest of the night, I will leave up to Bratha to keep quiet to themselves until we reveal later on. The next morning, however, in the distance, you see a glittering golden mountain covered in gemstones and geodes that hover underneath the scale of this huge and immense citadel. Ivory towers gleaming with these stained glass windows depicting large golden dragons twisting around the awnings. Huge and massive murals that show, it's almost like a bathhouse with this mosaic tile telling the story of the flight of dragons across the skies of Olestria, creating forests and life everywhere that they went. It is a blossom with color and vibrancy. Flying in the sky, you see a number of golden vehicles, very similar to the one that you are riding. And as you approach, 2 fly to flank with you, guiding you to a small hangar.
Peacocks. They've always liked to show off. You're about to enter a city that not many individuals are ever even permitted to see. Please do not engage with any of the locals.
Right, you are.
I am bringing you to the council so you can tell them what you have told me in the hopes that they will give us guidance as to what we should do about that Leviathan out there. I would suggest you decline consuming anything as well, as I expected would cause your insides to explode.
Very well.
And whatever you do, do not even try to speak a riddle or a puzzle of some kind. You'll be here for the next 500 years.
No
These
speaking,
creatures.
no
No
eating.
speaking, no eating, no drinking, no talking to the locals, no engaging.
Yes.
I've been to many different types of hell. I understand those rules nicely.
Toshi, you're going to be able to handle that.
I know how to do business, Mary.
I got an 81 on my next my breakfast my breakfast
Amazing.
theory.
Your breakfast one? This one is...
Brackaberry.
Okay, this one is orange juice. So not bad for
Ooh.
breakfast.
Okay.
Just straight up
Not
orange
toothpaste,
juice.
thankfully.
Well, it's supposed to be a juice of some kind. I mean, yeah, hold on, let me roll to see if I can make it interesting. It's not just orange juice.
For reference as well, Duncan gave me one last night at the end of our scene. Mary can't taste, but what would it taste like?
Very well. All right. First of all, it is not orange juice for you this morning. It is guava. And
Guava.
with a 51, even though you couldn't have tasted it, yours actually tastes like poppy seed cupcakes.
Damn, it's good.
You've actually been getting quite lucky on these ones.
Really lucky ones.
All right.
I'm going to eat so much lunch after this show. I'm so hungry right now.
Do you miss role playing with me?
Absolutely.
I will say to Brathka, hey, question for you: does all food just taste better in this world?
I don't understand what you mean.
I suppose you wouldn't have frame of reference, but things I've been eating and drinking, they just seem like more flavorful here. They seem like the magic is, I don't know, stronger of my. Do you have these? And I'll hold up like a vine with 6 good berries off of it now.
Grapes.
To fill in some lore
Kinda.
for Captain Brathgar, this is something you are aware of and are a little bit proud of. The dragons introduced consumption magic to this world,
Oh, cool.
providing magic an ability to house itself within objects, mundane and organic, that can be used for food stuff. The more delicious something is, the more powerful it is, as now eating things becomes a style of magic, which was developed by a great progenitor of the silver dragon house.
I don't think you realize exactly where you are. This
I don't.
is Muir Zoneth. It is the capital city of all of the great dragons. And you can tell by their ostentatiousness, it is the gold dragon specifically. In a curious twist of fate, whilst we developed the power to store magic in various things that one could consume, the Leviathan and its ilk devour. I know there is little distinction there. Nonetheless, yes, you should find that your flavors are slightly enhanced.
I like this place.
I have heard legend of it throughout the multiverse, and when it was mentioned before.
Well,
Accepting present circumstances, I'm sure this would be a wonderful place to be.
only if you like being trapped in paradise.
Sure.
As the ship pulls into the large hangar, you are guided in by what looks to be several golden dragonborn. As they gesture to the ship, it eventually lands, and you are welcomed by what look to be these priests in these white and gold robes. They approach you and bow reverently. They say, "Welcome, welcome, honored guests. Our brother from the Silver Citadel. It is so good to have you here. Have you been well?"
I need to speak to the council immediately. The Leviathan is alive and has consumed Muir Dinnerl.
The Leviathan, you say? Such a
Yes.
creature has not been seen in well over...
Do not waste my time with your idle prattle. Take us to the council immediately.
I'm afraid the council is predisposed at the moment. They're currently discussing the new aqueduct system that's going to be laid.
I do not care what they are discussing. Did you not hear me? Muir Dinnerl has been destroyed.
As you say this, I'm imagining like imposed on this poor guy who's kind of just letting that sink in. His gold sheen, which was once lush, is now changed to a paler color. Right away, please, come. He moves swiftly past, describing this in super flashpoint. Lots of pillars, lots of things. This kind of place looks like almost like a bathhouse / eatery. You can see that there are lots of children playing in the fields, large courtyards which have both real and illusionary gardens with fruits and flowers that don't even exist because they're experimenting with new life. That's what they're doing because that's over there and yeah. And every time you try to stop and look at it, Brathar's like, keep moving, as you make it to eventually these large golden doors with 2 flanking dragons on either side. As the doors push open, you can see that there is a semicircular table high risen above what looks to be a circular center of this room. In the air, a chandelier of glowing crystals stands before you. As you arrive, the council looks upon you. Hail, brother and sisters. It is not often that we see visitors from the other cities. But pray, what brings... Okay, so this scene here was probably one of the hardest scenes I ran during the event. It was basically an entire council of gold dragons that I was then role-playing with this group. Now, Dredd ran a council back with the Order when they were first doing it, and I think he did an amazing job. We reviewed it in the first of these reviews and stuff like that. And one of the things we said, which again Michael didn't learn from at the time, was that maybe there were too many people involved in the council simultaneously. So I did no better. I added just almost the same amount of people.
and had this conversation. So I'm very interested to see how I kind of managed to put this to rest. So we can maybe maybe we can see how this goes. Right, finally managed to complete that chapter and with more. So that's me going to get ready for bed now. No worries. Council of First Avatars, Gods, and now Dragons. Yeah, well, there you go. Exactly. So let's see how I did. And if I picked up anything from Dread.
Brings you so far from home.
I slam the book down onto the table and then reverently put the 3 brass eggs down as well, which I was obviously carrying in my backpack. That is all that remains of Mjord Dinarel. The brass fleet is destroyed.
This cannot be.
These 4 claim that they have fought this beast across the multiverse. And I know that we do not accept that. But their story seems true.
They begin to mutter as you provide them the exposition. One of the gold dragons, Dragonborn, speak up.
This is highly improper. We do not mess with the multiverse. There are those who posit that there is far greater dangers there than we have here. We should seal up the portal after sending the creature back to whence it came.
This problem is bigger than your idle worries. It's bigger than your world. How dare you? I'm gonna puff at my chest and sort of like stand proudly.
A long, tall-necked woman, gold dragon, says, "We empathize with your concerns. The fall of one of our kind is troublesome to bear, even in our current state. The magics of this world are held by a tether, and the tether is connected by we, the dragons. If we were to allow that to fall, it would not just be Orlestria, but all the realms. From what you describe, it is capable of passing between the worlds by force. The implications of this are great, and actions may need to be considered and weighed heavily."
Weighed heavily? We don't need to weigh anything heavily. You hear them. They're willing to throw their lives at it. But how many armadas are we going to send? Send all of them. Unite all the 4 clans and send them into war against this
Creature.
Don't you mean 3 clans? One has fallen.
There's 4 remaining. There were 5 clans.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me. Yes, 4.
They all look at you.
Oh, amazing.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you.
If you're still watching Dread, I love you, buddy. I really do. I love how you chose the most dramatic line to interject. You know what I mean? It's like when you're at a wedding and it's like, hey, does anyone object to the union of these 2? And you got Dread just going, I object! Dread, you're the groom. Oh, right. Gotcha. Yeah, that's just, yeah. I love it. The comedic timing is so perfect with you, Dread. I love it.
We cannot simply allow the fate of this world to be placed in the hands of strangers from another. We must reach out to our heroes. But you know that we do not speak with those from the surface. We've isolated our clans, exiled ourselves for the sins of our forebearers, and that treaty cannot pass. That cannot go to bear. We cannot allow ourselves to be revealed as liars from this ancient pact. And what
if you fall? Like the brass. Oh, bronze. Was it bronze?
Brass. It was brass.
Brass, yeah. What then?
They all go silent. There is no good answer. The woman then speaks. Captain Bratha, you have come with hard news, but also a great boon. You travel with the Codicillus Draconis from the Brass Kingdoms. This tome contains a power we swore to never utilize again. In these circumstances, I put a vote that we allow our travelers to wield its power. For good or worse, it is the only way. Rubbish! No! We cannot allow the Codicillus to fall into the hands of these other people. What if they tell the humans? Yes, the humans are quite an ostentatious group and would surely use its power to... But they're not humans, they're elves! And that's much better. The elves themselves
They have
been
sworn an
known-
oath on their lives not to reveal what they have learned this day.
And you, Captain Bratha, would you stand by their oath and bear with it its responsibilities?
Yes.
You know what that should mean if they break their oath.
I'm aware.
They look at one another. Captain Bratha, if it were any other captain, your request would not be seen favorably. In fact, in many cases, you may have even aligned yourself as a traitor to your people for even associating with them. But your long-standing history and duty to your kingdom and to our kind will not go unrecognized. You will have our blessing. Take with you the Codex and use the power as you will, but use it wisely. We only ask that whatever this is, that you and these travelers stop it. We will provide you our ship. This engine that we can fit to your vessel will allow you to expediently travel between the magical gateways. But we will not be able to return you. Beyond this, all we may do is bless you and wish you safe travels.
We are grateful.
They bow their heads, and golden light begins to pour into the room. Here is what happens. Each of you are blessed with a single rune of gold. What it will allow you to do is, within one round of dying, you will stave off death at the cost of this rune. You guys happy that I'm giving you a long rest and a self-res?
So this is a very classic trope, especially in video games. If you heal up everyone and find an ammo box and stuff like that, you know a big fight's coming up. So in this particular case, I knew that we were roughly still 2 hours out from the end of this show. I didn't necessarily want to risk having someone die, and the dragons I had already established are really, really powerful, and these guys had some pretty strong abilities. So giving the group the ability to have a tattoo that, staves off death once isn't going to be a terrible idea. At least it's a good safety net. It gets the players to be able to take more risks and feel as though they can, which I think is just important, and I think it added stuff to the next encounters, which is good. Michael Kritz, thank you so much for the follow. Great to see you here, buddy. Sit back, relax, enjoy. We are doing a review of one of the previous games that we were playing, and just giving some thoughts. Before we move on, let's talk about the conversation in the room. I think playing multiple NPCs is always going to be challenging. It's always going to be hard. I think the voices did help make a distinction between the different dragons that we were facing, but I reckon what I could have done better is definitely started embodying them more. Change my posture as I'm speaking. Yes, no, we understand the plight that you're in. Yes, but how can we continue to allow this to happen? We can't just trust these people. Well, actually, yes, we can. If we were to trust these individuals, actually play around with my space, where I'm sitting, how I'm holding myself, even the gestures that I'm doing, small, simple gestures, large and angry gestures, or even just a single-handed gesture. These things can make a massive amount of difference. depending on how they're used. So I think there are a lot of little things that I could have done differently when separating each of these unique dragons from the council. I didn't think it was hard to follow, but I did get lost in my own conversations. I found that when I was talking to myself, it was harder for me to find those moments or keep an eye out for those moments where someone could interject. Thankfully, both Dredd and Guy were pretty switched onto it and were able to actually pull me out of those before I just got into this huge tirade where I was just improving with myself, which, as entertaining as that is, isn't why people are here. So I appreciate both Dredd and Guy for being able to do that. It was, it was great. It was really good. All right, let's jog on, shall we?
Hells
We're
yeah.
very happy, yeah.
Oh boy.
No, I'm terrified. I'm terrified they give me an option.
Yeah,
Question
not a
for the
good
GM.
omen.
Yes.
Are we able to use these runes on anyone else, or is it just self-res?
These are just for you.
Okay.
All right. With that, you are dismissed from the Golden Dragon Temple, and as you make your way out towards the ship, I will give you one last chance to converse on what is your game plan before we go to break. So
Wolfwind's gonna walk up to the captain and say, I'm sorry, Captain. I did not mean to overstep. I welcome there.
As Dottie walks
Pompous-
past, you watch as this tiny little. It looks like a dog, but it's got like a gold dragon kind of look. It sort of sits next to you, has its tongue out, and it's wagging its tail. This
Ambush
is
Drake.
this is a Drakenhound.
Oh, Drakenhound. Oh, Drakenhound.
Yes, they're adorably cute.
Yeah, happens to
Yes.
look a lot like him.
that was cute.
Well, I mean, hey, we've got the resources. We've got the power, the firepower, so let's just dive headlong into it, shall we?
They
Let us
gave us
begin.
nothing. They could have given us their fleets, they could have given us their mages, but no, they choose to hide behind their precious little words. I should have known not to trust them. Now, you fought this thing before, yes? In whatever incarnation it's been.
Yes.
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 Twice now. 2 different versions of it.
Both
This will
those
be my
encounters
second
that you fought with it, did it seem as if you could fool it or trick it?
I mean, it grew and mutated and learned, but
It seems
I would
more
s-
brutish than smart, but I
in
wouldn't call
fighting
it stupid.
style, it just goes after you. All of the kind of absorbing of attacks or learning or becoming resilient seems to be an instinctual thing. There's no bargaining.
Hmm.
From what
I
we
wouldn't say.
witnessed in Rin, it had its objective. It would not stray from that objective. We were fighting the Tarask, the creature that it consumed, and it did not care about us.
It went for the Tarask straight away.
Yes.
Captain,
Did it seem like it had hidden and waited for you to weaken the Tarask?
Mm. Perhaps yes.
So
Yes,
it was smart
yes,
enough to do that
indeed.
at least.
You are correct. Yes.
Captain, what is this codex?
The Codex is very old. It contains magics, and it grants us the ability, effectively, to purge devouring magic from a being or from a creature. It is quite powerful. If used unwisely, it could bring about the end of the world. I know that is of little consequence if this multiverse actually exists. One world amongst millions.
Every world matters, Captain.
Exactly.
That is why we are here. And I looked at Duncan and nod.
Yeah, we're not risking our necks just so this whole place can go kaput.
The Codicil it empowers an individual if you read it. But that individual can use that power of the Codicil then to destroy devouring magic, but they have to place their hand upon the beast in order to
Oh, I
activate
don't
the
like the
magic.
idea of
I
being
am
that
not
close.
well versed in these things.
realizing the
need to
question that
be-
was asked before from
Do
the
they-
captain, and he's going to look forward and sort of flick a stern look, or like a considering look towards the captain. They need to know magic. Someone needs to be well versed in magic.
Wolfwin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you something in addition to that.
Okay.
When he says you must place your hand on its true form, you know the true form isn't the large creature. It is the blade. It is Senzo.
Oh.
Ooh.
So among this creature, which is literally a field of swords, all of which look identical to Senzo, you must place your hand
The
on the
real
one
Senzo.
that is the real Senzo.
And do they need to be magic? The one that does that.
To answer this, because I'm not sure if I told Guy, basically what will happen is the person who reads the codicil will be inscribed with the power. That person then must be the one to touch it. They themselves don't need any magical powers or abilities, but someone magic needs to cast from the codicil in order to prime this spell.
And how long will it take to read the book? Is it like a pamphlet, or is it like Harry Potter 4?
It'll take you the better part of however long it's going to take you to get to the end game.
Yeah. Cool.
So Wolfwind's going to say,
But my question was like, so that we can't get up to it and be like, all right, one of us read it quick.
No.
yeah, so it's a preparation thing.
Yeah, and only one of you will be able to be prepared with it.
Wolfwind is going to say, my stock and trade is that of the divination tradition. I have scrying abilities that help me see things that others are unable to. I have the means to find this blade amongst its fields.
I have similar magics, but I imagine mine aren't nearly as strong as yours.
I'm going to say something that you're not all going to like to hear. But each of you has value. Whether it is your position, your job, or your children, you have something to offer the world. My offering to the world is sacrifice. I do not deserve much else. So if this means to kill, then I will happily do it.
Don't say it.
Yeah, Mary, with all due respect,
Yeah, as soon as that happens, I'm going to move
not
up to
gonna
Mary.
happen.
I'm going to say, there are more of me than there are you.
Why are we treating this like it's a death pact, right? You need to find the sword, but we are there to assist. Everyone can help this person get in and out. Oh my god, these dragons.
Is
are
that-
here.
Is that true, by the way? That person can get in and out,
Like they just need to lay the hand on, right?
right?
I'm not saying that I'm going to choose to die. What I'm saying, if it does, I would be the best person to do it.
You are more nimble than the rest of us, yes.
It sounds to me like we're going to need to buy whoever is touching the blade you refer to.
Yeah, it's a sword that was kind of kicked off this whole thing. The power of the Leviathan came through to, and I point to Wolfwin, to Oakenash's world, and then it got caught up in a sword that was a consuming sentient blade, and that seems like that's the blade we got to touch.
When magic is not used as a tool, it shouldn't be used at all. Anyway, it sounds like whoever's going to touch this blade will need to have as much opportunity to get in and out as possible. To me, that means we should probably have a two-pronged approach to our game plan. Whilst a small group are trying to get to the blade, another group should try to keep the creature completely oblivious of what
Yes.
the other group is attempting to do.
Agreed.
I'm
We
here
could
for team
approach-
distraction.
Agreed.
Yes.
I look over towards Mary, plucking an eyebrow.
We could approach Muir Baravast. Vastelius is a much more understanding leader. They might provide a fleet for us to attack whilst we're trying to get in.
That would be preferable, yes. We need to stay together, and have someone else on the other prong. I think.
Any way
Agreed.
we could send a letter?
You know that the priests here actually do have these large orbs that they use to communicate to the other cities. The ships don't have them, but the temples do.
Very well. I will attempt to communicate with Baravast, see if we can assemble a fleet. You say this creature has a specific purpose. It consumes with
Yes.
intent.
It seems that way.
Then my guess would be that it would head to Xenaros first, the city of the Bronze Dragons, if only because their fleet is weaker than the other two. And that
Take
is
out the
probably
small
where we
ones.
should try and head it off.
I think that's wise. From our understanding, the more it consumes, the more powerful it becomes. If it can take off a weaker fleet, the stronger it is for the bigger ones. All
That
right.
Seems like the strategy I would take if I was that thing.
Seems like we all have our assignments.
With an understanding and a heavy weight upon the task in front of you, you begin to make your way. The captain goes and speaks with the soldiers of Baravast. They are very quick to respond, preparing and mounting an attack. They even field out information that their scouts have provided you. They tell you that the large creature is heading to Xenaros, the home of the Bronze Dragon. The master of the Bronze, a woman by the name of Ulmastrin, she has been already forewarned and told of the fall of Dinorel. You know that the head woman there was actually a mated pair with Bolvargo, the brass king, and she is also ready to fly into battle. With this and positive news, you all prepare for your journey and your final encounter. But for now, however, we are going to take a very short break. Thank you. All right. So for this chapter here, I think the only kind of critical thing I'd say about myself here was, I definitely have a penchant to continue expositions quite a lot. So I try to give as much as I can to my players, but I always tend to miss a few things, and then I tend to like waffle for a while. I really need to cut down on how much of that I do. I think. Like, it's happened 4 or 5 times here. Maybe it was just because this was such a big game and I wanted to make sure everyone was kind of, like, understanding where they were. But remember, you don't need to explain everything. If the players ask, that's the best time to interject or intercede. Like, hey, what do I know about this? Then throw stuff in. I think that'd probably be my only criticism is I've been very, very forward, like, cramming lore down people's throats. And I'm like, yeah, this is what's happening. So, yeah, I might need to focus on tuning that down a little bit in my games in the future. I'm going to take a quick break as well as this, so we will come back in about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll continue the second half. Please go grab a drink for yourselves, relax, unwind. We'll be back very, very shortly, and we'll continue into part 2 of this awesome, wonderful marathon. All right, stick around. We'll talk very soon.
All right, and we're back. Yay! Hello. Welcome in, Raiders from Sable Arcadia. It's nice to see you again, Eli. Welcome. Welcome in. No. Avast. Defend the stream. Unleash the horde. Welcome in, everyone. For those of you who are joining us, my name is Michael. I'm the Devil's Gamer. We are doing a review of our 12-hour marathon that we ran for Jasper's Game Day. This is part 3 that we have been working on. We've talked about a few things here and there. I mean, the thing is, this I think goes to my style of gameplay, right? Like, I spend so much time giving my players enough rope that I have so little criticisms because I think my players are doing absolutely wonderfully throughout this game. So it's just how it is, you know? Like what can I do a thing for? It's just a thing. Also, guys, if you haven't checked out Sable Aradia, Sable Aradia is a wonderful world builder and D&D player. Please go and check out their stream. It is a great hang, nice place to be. And of course, she is one of the very awesome Anvilites from World Anvil, which we love. We love all the people from World Anvil. So yeah, go check that out. I hope you are well and truly into your prep for summer camp, if you're doing summer camp this year. I know that Laura and Dino Bob and a whole bunch of other people are doing it as well. I told Janet that I was. Shush. We know the deal. All right. Let's continue with our exploration here. Starting with.
We will come back in about 15 minutes.
All right, and then when do we come back? Here we go.
Yeah, no, I know. You can't hear us? I thought you could hear us. No, I actually.
Shame.
Oh, can everyone hear us?
Cool.
No,
But
wait.
they can hear us.
They wanted it. They wanted to.
They wanted it.
Yeah, it's a great map, and it is made by, in case you are interested, it is made by 2 Minute Tabletop. 2 Minute Tabletop uses this particular map, and it is a wonderful map. Please consider going and checking out their stuff. Yeah, there you go. Hey, thank you so much, Barbarossa. Oh man, thank you, so kind. You're so wonderful, so nice.
They're doing what I did to Rob's stream the other day. Sneaky.
Yeah, bastard.
Still no
Let's see.
harmonies, but
That's
it's all
true.
good.
That's true. G'day, guys.
Say one spells,
All right,
right?
Now,
here we go.
all donations are, of course, listed in the chat, which is being done by our beautiful moderators who are helping us out. We have recently got a loot chest. Guys are in the hangar to the
here we
Gold Dragon's Citadel, Mjor Zonith.
Oh, before we continue, let's catch up our raiders in. So, guys, our heroes have currently arrived in the world of Alestria. They have seen a city of Dragonborn be torn from the skies. These floating citadels been torn down. Our group has gone to speak with the Gold Dragonborn and have basically found out that they have said, yeah, we're going to do our best, but ultimately you guys need to confront this thing with one of our big artifacts and see if you can fix it. The group has made a call out to the Silver Dragonborn, who have risen on Armada, and the group now prepares for the final confrontation. Captain Brathgar is the Silver Dragonborn captain of the Drakenrand, a ship that they're flying around in. Duncan is a planeswalker from Rin, one of the worlds that we have traveled to. Wolfwin is another planeswalker from the world of Okenash, and Mary and Dottie are part of the Okenash Order, which are about protecting the multiverse and magic and the like. So all of them are working together to try and bring an end to a creature that is basically 150 miles long and like a giant freaking gravity-controlling monstrosity made of swords. You'll see it in a second, so yeah.
As you are making your way up, a small, tiny dragon dog seems to walk up to Dottie. In its mouth is what looks to be a brilliant and radiant crystal. The strange thing about it is it looks kind of like an attachment that you would stick to the front of a firearm.
Oh, hang on.
It wags its tail. In fact, you see that there's a little name tag around its neck. It says Deperbor. It's a draconic name for Spot.
Oh,
I'm gonna
hello
take a.
there.
I'm gonna roll one of my nat 20 tokens to sleight of hand it away quickly. And just take it.
Very well. You now have
I use
an
one
angry
sec.
dog, and Dottie has the magic weapon.
Damn it, I didn't specify. Damn your pronouns!
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't try and like slyly take anything away from a dog.
It
It's
looks
not
super happy.
anywhere.
Like its eyes, it's like slobbering on it. Its tail's wagging.
Aw. Here, I'm gonna give him the good scritches.
Ooh, its leg kicks, and as it does so,
Amazing.
as it does so, wings sort of pop out of its back and start flapping.
Aw. Oh, my kids would just eat you up.
It-
Yes, they would.
Opens its mouth, and the object drops to the ground.
Oh, you must have been hungry. I will take the object.
Uh,
And I
it-
will-
It thinks you're gonna throw it, so it kind of gets into the ready position. Its tail like sort of wagging behind it.
I might just have something on me instead. I might have some. I'll use some rations to like throw instead.
It chases after them.
Yeah.
So again, this is a great example of morale. Morale is super important. They're about to do something big and epic and awesome. Taking a moment to play with the dog, perfect bit of morale that you could use to let the players enjoy themselves just a little bit. And everyone has fun with it, you know, like no one dislikes these little moments. So long as you use them in good moderation and you can like time them well and everyone kind of gets a moment to do that, it works super well in games. All
Good
right.
dog.
We'll come back. Don't encourage it. They are vermin.
It's not my dog.
You gotta
That's
enjoy the
someone
nice
else-
things, right?
Wait,
Yeah, that's
they're
someone
vermin.
else's problem.
Yeah, it's almost
The
like
little things.
It's almost like someone hasn't roleplayed with me as a GM before and doesn't realize that emotional attachments to pets is probably not the best way to go in my games. Waha. No, I'm joking. Anyway,
I love it.
so what you have in front of you, Captain Brathar can tell you, is it's basically called a shatter shot. It's a artifact, a weapon that is pretty much standard issue for the Knights of the Silver Order, and has the ability to shatter crystalline objects when armed or equipped to a firearm.
Yes, do not point it at my ship.
I
very
wouldn't
bad.
do that with a firearm anyway, but this could be useful. We're gonna need every little bit of firepower that we can get going up against this thing. Trust me.
Definitely.
Yeah. Only we're not the ones trying to take it down, right? We need the fleet. We need distractions from others. These Goodberries are very Moorish on your world.
Oh.
Burn through all of my level 1 spell slots.
Yeah, can I try one?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right. With good berries in their mouths, and I'm not spending all my time rolling on a random table of food that I'm pretending I've even got.
Let me taste
But
the
I want-
ring.
Roll a d100, hurry up!
Look,
Okay, thank you.
Swear to
I-
God.
Look,
Oh my
I've already
God.
achieved what I wanted to with the Goodberries, which is making you admit to the fact you don't have a D100.
Of course I don't have a table!
Alright. 20.
All it does is it determines if it's a good thing or a bad thing. What'd you get?
20.
20? That's a bad thing. Okay, this
Oh,
tastes...
Oh, good.
Centipede.
This
Tastes
tastes...
like centipede.
It tastes like a mouthful of fillings while you're chewing
Can I
aluminium.
just stop? What's going on with you, Ellen? That your
That tastes
favorite
like
is
pain.
centipede.
So there is a brand of jelly beans called the Bean Boozles where they
Ah.
have terrible flavors, and there is a centipede one, and I have eaten it.
That's gross. I don't even
Ah.
know what that's.
Truly, it is. I did it
So-
for a kid's amusement.
Can't even
so-
begin to imagine what that would taste like.
I'm assuming we've contacted the fleet already.
Yes, this has all happened, and you are now
Oh, God.
boarding your ship to
yeah, cool.
go and...
Perfect.
Amazing.
All right. Perfect example of when you can tell that a player has enough morale. Like, yes, we have had enough morale. So the communications, moving the story along and helping us continue on it. Players like that, wonderful asset for you as a GM to be able to keep the story going. Otherwise, you'd spend like forever with this sort of stuff. But yeah. Also, Rob catching me out with like not having a table and stuff like. It actually, and I will tell you this. Actually, this is a DAG secret. I actually do, for the most part, roll dice for determining stuff, like random stuff.
I always use a percentage, and higher always benefits the players, no matter what I do. So, the act of rolling dice, a lot of people think is like about determining very specific things, but actually it's not. What I use dice for as I roll is to simply buy time. It isn't like if I sit there like this and go, people know that I'm thinking, right? People don't really, it just kind of looks dull. If I go, okay, cool, so you wanna eat one of the good berries? Okay, cool. We're gonna roll a percentage. Okay, cool. All right. So with an 80%, and then see the thing is I've just bought myself precious seconds to be able to think about stuff. Same thing if it looks like I'm looking up at a table. These are like ways that I stretch out and pretend like I'm doing something when in fact all I'm doing is considering what needs to happen. It's even better if you ask your player to do it, because then your player needs to find their dice, roll their dice, and stuff like that. All the meanwhile, you're sitting there planning what the next thing or what that result is going to yield. That is kind of, for me, one of the biggest elements of rolling dice in that particular way. Hey, Praetor's Rejects! Oh my god! Hey guys, what's up? Nice to see you guys, dude. It has been far too long, my friend. Guys, my name's Michael. I'm Dead as a Gamer. We're actually doing a review of a 12-hour marathon that I ran with my dear Aussie friends, Robert Hartley GM and the dreaded GM. We're breaking down just some of the techniques that I used. We're breaking down some of the scenes. We're just reviewing. We're trying to use what we can to get better at the thing that we do and love that we do. Hey, Lord Gazumba, so good to see you as well. Nice, please come in, welcome in, please sit down, enjoy yourself, rest and relax. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Michael, I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. I do TTRPGs here in the Dead Aussie space, yeah, we celebrate excellence, we celebrate each other, we celebrate all things that are role-playing and good. So yeah, we were just talking about dice rolls and faking dice rolls, specifically. And we were talking about how, for like dice tables, is a great way as a GM to buy time for you to improv and think about stuff. We were saying, for example, in this particular moment, the good berries of my world have different flavors. It's kind of like Birdie's every flavor bean. And what I got caught out on, because all my players continually ate them, was that there is no table. I don't have a table in front of me with 100 different flavors. But what I got them to do is I said, hey, pick up some dice, roll them, tell me what you get in your percentage, and then we'll go from there. Now, the reason I did this wasn't because I have a table that I need to look at, but buying those precious seconds where my players need to pick up the dice, shake it, roll it, give me whatever percentage they have, it gives me that precious time to be able to think about and come up with what that flavor might be, regardless of what the actual result might be. I usually also stay within the confines of like low numbers are bad, high numbers are good, of course, but yeah, this technique here is just so useful for making it look like, for not breaking pace, right? For making it look as though you've got everything under wraps. It's very sneaky, but it works almost every time. So I highly recommend it if you are, of course, at a table and you need to buy a few extra seconds to like try and improv or figure out something. Ask them for a percentage roll on something. Just say, oh, okay, cool. You walk into into the next room of the dungeon. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Could I get, Rob? Can you roll me a percentage, please? And while he's getting his dice, while he's rolling it, while he's figuring out what his dice say, that's the time where I'm not listening to Rob. I'm just kind of figuring out what I want next. So it works 100%. If you don't believe me, give it a go. Try it. Also, it's so good to see all the mimic couches in chat as well. Great to see. Great to see. Great to see. All right. And can we also give a shout out to our dear friend Lord Gazumba as well? Guys, if you haven't checked out Lord Gazumba, Master of Greyhawk, one of the probably the most intense freaking GMs I've ever had the pleasure of hanging out with. If you go and look at his channel and some of the tables that he's built, man, I would give my left arm to play around one of a table like that in the future. So yeah, go check out Lord Gazumba as well. Right, big love. All right, let's keep watching. Oh, story-wise, group is working with the Kingdom of the Dragons in order to try and take down a large 150-mile long monster made of swords and stop it from destroying all the dragon cities. That's the hand wave plot. Wolfwin is a divination wizard, Mary is a rogue, Dottie is a gunslinging sorcerer, Duncan is a planeswalker, Captain Brathar is a dragonborn sky captain. I don't remember what his class was, but it was something captainy, something soldiery. So there you go. Alright, let's keep watching, shall we?
Drach, set course for Xenos maximum speed. Now, you claim that you have the ability to identify the very heart of this creature. How close do we have to get for you to use those abilities?
About 1,000 feet,
Yep.
1,000 feet.
give or take. Yeah.
And on a 150-mile long creature, you want us to...
Cruise along it. Yeah.
Mm,
You got
It's
a better plan,
entire-
Captain?
Uh,
Start at
no.
its tail end. Start
If
at
I-
its
if
tail
I
end while
may.
it's distracted from the front.
If I may,
Sail under.
that device on the front of the ship has the ability to flow and sort of amplify arcane magic through its wielder. Perhaps if one of us was to man it and cast the spell through it, we would be able to channel the spell
Huh.
through it. It's very
Can
hard
I-
to explain.
Can I check that in any way? I've got a decent arcana.
Yeah.
Can I check to see if that might work?
I have a
no.
+10 as
It
well.
it would not. It basically
Yeah,
just
okay,
turns
cool.
it into munitions. So
Munitions,
So,
okay, cool.
yeah, unfortunately, it will
Okay,
not.
but maybe not.
All right.
Very
So-
well, we'll
Nice,
set
nice
course for the
thinking,
tail.
Wolfwin, but I don't think that's gonna work.
All right. As you board and you begin to pull out from the citadel, you begin to make your way following the coordinates. Behind you, the Golden City leaves behind, and ahead, a roiling cloud of storm intertwined with the creature, which even at this vast distance you can still see. Now, it is
Prepare for those iron minions of it. They circled around and seemed to destroy our ships quite deftly. Aim for the stingers on their tails. They seem to destroy
on the
metal
tails.
quite quickly.
Right, you are.
the storm gets closer. And as it does, the wind and rain begin to pour. Thunder claps between these clouds and strikes these large pylons that are made of the spines of this creature. A Jacob's ladder of electricity arcs between each of these large appendages. The sound of thunder, almost loud enough that it seems like your eardrums are about to burst, as the electricity emanating from this creature continues to beat down upon the group with quite a vicious and ferocious nature. Apparently, there are horses also in the sky somehow.
Yeah, no, the soundscape, like when you hit the storm, for some reason there's horses there.
Apparently,
All
there
the
are
time.
horses.
Yeah.
There are land horses and there are sea horses, so why shouldn't there be sky horses?
Exactly.
Very well.
Yes,
There is a
horses
sky
and
horse.
Valkyries, pay them no
There's a-
attention.
There's
Yes.
a Pegasus flies by.
Very
I
well.
love it.
Now, as you guys begin to make your way close, you see, of course, the signs of this creature's protectors. These almost symbiotic creatures that live in between and among the scaled body of the beast. You watch as they almost move like a swarm, moving in tandem. As one leads the way, they snake and move past. By the dozen, they seem to seek out and track down anything. You watch as a large bird seems to get into its wake, and in moments it is just simply torn asunder, and what little remains from the uneaten mass just drops down towards the earth. You fly in formation, following this creature and its length. And after about a couple of hours, you can see up ahead what looks to be a silver ocean of battleships. On the horizon,
brandishing the symbols of the Silver Dragon Empire, is the armada of Muir Baravast. They begin to open fire. A rain of lightning and blasts are exchanged as the Silver Swarm begin to move and intercept the ships.
Cast
battle-
pass without a trace.
Very nice. The battle has begun. And as it does so, Bratha, I need you to make 3 dexterity checks as you navigate between the arcing lightning and these huge and immense stingray-like steel objects. So originally when I wrote this encounter, I actually didn't expect the party to go to the city of the Golden Dragons. I actually expected them to deal with these stingray things, these parasitic stingrays, back when after the fall of the first city. I thought they were going to go after the creature, but they didn't. So pretty much from here, I'm pretty rushed. I'm like, this encounter felt very, very rushed for me. I'm happy to be watching it again because I was worried about a few different things, but because I'd foreshadowed these symbiotic beings, I couldn't write them out without making that whole bit pointless, you know. So I actually did include this here. We also got a donation for one of the actual encounters that I was, again, also supposed to run, but I kind of just sort of pushed it into here because, again, we were raising money, so, you know, it's like, hey, donate this much, and then we'll add the boss here, and then we added a boss here, and yeah, it was fine. This wasn't my favorite of combat encounters, and I had lots of notes on myself and how I ran it. Mostly that I was rushing things, and yeah, it was a bit disappointing on my part, but I think everyone still enjoyed the encounter as well. So yeah.
Can I
Very well, sir.
assist again?
Yes, you may.
Good.
Port
Thank
side
you.
45.
You've been on one of these before. Excellent.
Everyone on and around the ship, and possibly the ship itself, depending on if Dag allows it, is surrounded by darkened shadows from whatever this plane of existence Shadowfell-like energies would come from.
Very nice. In that it is the shadow side of the Everwild. It kind of pretty much looks the exact same, except more impish, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like more like imagine like a, you know, what are they called, the noodle cartoons, you know, like the noodle arms and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
All right.
So, 22,
Nice.
23,
Also nice.
and then I'm going to use my natural 20 token.
Nice.
Very well. With that third natural 20, several of the swarm break off and attempt to come down upon you. But by navigating and piloting, you've managed to pull away from the mass. However, 4 of them have made suit after you, and we are going to roll initiative as this small fleet has started to chase you.
Don't let them touch the ship.
Mine's a nat 20 with my token.
Okay. Yep.
Plus 4. 24 total, I guess.
Okay, yes, just bear with me for 2 seconds while I just get some of these hero points sorted. Okay. And guy has, yes, cool. All done. All right, so initiative order, if you would be so kind.
24.
Also a 24.
All right. So what I normally do with this regard is Wolfwin. Yeah, Wolfwin and Duncan, you may act in tandem if you would like. Otherwise, you may decide who would like to go first and who would like to go second by your
Let's
own
tandem
decision. Tandem basically means you will get extra effects for doing teamwork abilities and
Oh,
stuff.
cool! Yeah,
So,
let's tandem it. Drift compatible. Let's go.
All right.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes, a Pacific Rim reference.
Yeah.
28.
All right, so let's talk about my rules regarding tandem for a second.
Hey, roll stream. Nice to see 3 nat 20s. Yeah, no, it got really intense during this stream. Lots of donations for a good cause, which was awesome. But yeah, that was a bit intense. So let's talk. So let's talk about tandem. So for me, every now and then, okay. So here's the thing. I look at initiative and the initiative order as the suggested turns in relation from the party to the monster, right? It's not you have to play in this order, which apparently you need to in D&D 5th Ed, which I was confused at. For me, if you want to delay your actions till a little later, you can do so. If you want to ready an action to trigger if someone suggests something, you can do so. For me, tandem is when both people share an initiative, which you can either do because you've rolled the same thing, or if you lower your initiative to go when someone else goes. The benefit of it is that you can increase the damage that you dealt, or increase the effectiveness of what you've done, by 1.5 times based on what you're doing. So, for example, if, let's say that Wolfwin is going to create a gout of fire through pyrokinesis, and Duncan's going to shoot an arrow through it, I would actually do the combined damage of the arrow, plus the damage of the fire. Then what I would potentially do is also say, cool, he needs to now make a reflex save, or he will catch fire and burn at the beginning of every round. This is kind of the benefit of the teamwork feat. It's not just about doing stuff on your own. It's about what kind of clever things can you do while combining your abilities with one another. I think because of the way that initiative works normally, you can't really do that. So this is why I inserted the idea of tandem actions, which work with and at the same time as a particular individual. And for the record, it can be used to do stuff like flanking and stuff like that, where you have two people working in tandem, they both enter the square, they both end up flanking, they both make their attacks, and they throw this dude off balance. That is a benefit for it. So it is actually sometimes better to be working with your teammates in that regard for initiative than it is to try and simply go first. So yeah. 28. Nice.
Ooh,
All right.
that's a spicy initiative.
Dottie.
I did not do so well. I am an 11.
You've also got nat 20 tokens if you really want to
That's true.
smash it out.
I'll use it for maybe hits.
And
stuff.
Bratha.
I got a remarkable 7.
Yeah.
You've got 3 initiative
You got
tokens
it,
if you
yeah,
want
you
to
got
give
initiative
yourself
tokens.
advantage on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can definitely have inspiration.
Inspiration tokens, sorry.
Oh, inspiration tokens. I was like,
You
wait,
got
hang on.
3
What's an
inspiration,
initiative
yeah.
token?
Inspiration tokens is what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Take advantage on the roll.
Oh, well, that doesn't really help.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'll spend it in an inspiration. That gives me an extra d6, right?
It's a bardic inspiration. GN
Yeah.
inspiration is just a reroll.
Yeah,
Advantage.
you reroll. Yeah, so
Alright.
it's advantage.
Okay, so from a 7 instead. Oh, God. We get 5.
Well, you get to keep the 7 for that. Yeah. All right.
I feel bad. I'm gonna use one of my brand spanking new portents that I have. I'm going to look over thunder and rain whipping across Wolfwind's features, and I'm going to say, Brathgar, I knew that this would happen. Pay attention. This is it. Stand as a hero. And then I'm going to use my portent. And replace it with a 19.
Oh,
so
nice.
you will now get to add your initiative bonus towards that, pumping it up.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Nice. All right.
Dag, you can remove one of my nat 20s and one of a guy's red tokens.
Very well. I will do that as soon as I've got the initiative down. All right. So the initiative order, just so that everyone knows where we're at, is Mary, Wolfwin, and Duncan, Brathcar, and Dottie. The creatures are going to go at the end because they got a 3.
Yeah, boy.
Because I rolled like trash.
Bad. I did not do well.
Okay.
How many are you seeing?
Okay. So
I can
sorry.
start
What am I
telling you
taking
one.
off? I'm taking off one.
One of my nat 20s.
Yep.
One of guy's red inspiration tokens.
Yep.
AJ, did you use anything? I don't believe you did, right? You just rolled well. You just rolled well.
Did we get a preparation spell, by the way?
No.
Okay.
Mostly because this is kind of like they'll be descending upon you before the surprise run happens. All right, Mary, you are up first.
Now the four of them are at the aft of the ship, so they are literally coming up behind you. You are currently flying at the same height as them, so in terms of elevation, there's that. Now, Brathgar, what you can provide as information is that you have 3 different ways that you can interact with the creatures that are flying against you. First of all is with the ballistas that are available on the ship. The second is that all these ships come along the aft with gliders. Normally they were used for the children to help them get used to flying, but basically it is a backpack that attaches to a steel cable to the back of the vessel and allows creatures to move in a 3-dimensional space while wearing this backpack. The third is more for an advanced flyer, and it is a wingsuit. It is basically a glider that will cause you to plummet, but with proper usage, you can stay aloft indefinitely by using it. It's basically a full-body jumpsuit that sort of automatically and magically attaches to you, and has a wing that attaches from your hand to your feet and gives you a kind of like a false faux tail, as it were.
With the winged suit, I'm guessing dex saves to do that. And keep it up in the air. Or
yes, it'll be dex saves. Or
Now,
dex checks, sorry.
Are we to assume that the preparations were made, the tome was read, and the magic is in effect?
Correct.
You read it then?
Yeah, at this point, we'll do the battle and then we'll decide who has it.
Sure,
just
cool.
time-wise. But yeah. All right.
Then I will have adorned the flying suit. And I'm immediately going to launch myself off the back of the ship towards these 4 oncoming enemies.
All right. Without hesitation, Mary leaps, and the wind catches in her wingsuit. You fly straight towards these 4 creatures that are making their way towards you.
I would like to DM.
Yes.
I would like to approach the bench.
I would like to approach.
Yes.
What my plan is to do is how close are they together?
They are okay. So each of these creatures are 10 foot in size. They're quite large. They are a single disc. They're actually large enough that you could step on them like a those surfboards that people fly on. Yeah. They are about 10 foot apart from one another. So it's a 10 foot kind of space between each of these creatures.
Then I will aim to don't know if I can demonstrate this. So I'm going to launch off, start flying, and duck underneath it, grab onto its stinger at the back, and pull it into one of the ones behind it.
Ooh, okay, risky. I will allow it. I will take your nat 20 for it.
Go for it.
And if you want to make it a dex check instead of a strength check to flip it into another, I will take a second nat 20 from you. Otherwise, it will be an athletics check on the second. But you can decide that retroactively.
My athletics is actually pretty good.
Well, there you go. You're fine then. All right. So, leaping off, you begin to make your way downwards. As you nat 20 your flying maneuver, you zip from underneath you, and as you flip up, you grab hold and grasp onto the tail. You now need to make an athletics check to try and use your momentum to rotate in a horizontal axis to try and use it like a club and swing at one of the other creatures.
Oh, okay. I was trying to yank it and stab its breath.
Oh, you want to stab it? Oh, I mean, yeah.
I figure my daggers or my arrows won't do anything to a metal stingray thing, but I figured its own stinger might be able to.
I see. All right, very well. In which case, you've grabbed onto it. I'm gonna say that you're flicking it up, and rather than hitting a different one, you can hit the same one.
Oh, with itself?
Yeah. So you're basically flipping up onto the top of it to drop that down and into it. All right.
I will roll.
Make it show.
23.
23 is enough. You flip it back up, and as you get there, you bring it down and penetrate. I need 4d6 damage, please. As part of it begins to rust.
9.
9 points of damage. All right. Stingray number 1 takes 9 damage.
I don't know how disengage works in the sky. But can I bonus action push off that momentum and try and land on one of the others?
You will need an an athletics check to jump across to another.
All right. 27.
Easy. You run along its wing length as it sort of rides and then pulls the stinger out of itself. You jump over and manage to land on a second one. It is not happy that you're there, as you could probably tell. But that is Mary's action, unless you have a bonus action you want to take.
I don't think I can do a bonus.
Well,
No.
all right.
No, that's all right.
Very
that
well.
Was the dissing, well, the moving was fine.
All right, Wolfwin and Duncan.
All right.
What you got, Wolfwin? What's your plan? I've got very niche things that I can do, but I don't have a lot of utility spells like a wizard.
I'm very niche as well. Do you need to get close at all?
I mean, I can whip, so I can whip and I can nay. I can as part of my whipmaster feat, I can wrap my whip around things. I'm thinking maybe if I wrap around a tail, and then I can swing from it if needed. I can also teleport as part of my horizon thing.
How far away is it from? Are they from us? Does he need to somehow to get closer?
How far away is... they're about maybe 15 foot behind the ship.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna run up to Duncan, and I'm gonna move up to Duncan, and I'm gonna go. All right. Time to take flight. And I pat him on the back, and as he does, these spectral green wings start to push out from behind him. You see the arcane feathers sort of drift to the ground as well. And I'm gonna cast fly on you.
Oh, nice.
So that's what happens there. That's what happens to you. And then I think that's all I can do on my turn. I'm gonna nod my hat towards
I'm
you.
going to use that. That's very useful now because otherwise I could teleport to them, make an attack, and then plummet. But now I can teleport to them, make an attack, and not plummet to my death, which is very useful, I find. So as I'm jumping off the back of the, because Duncan was going for it anyway, he was going to work out. That's for future Duncan's problem. He was jumping off the back of the ship anyway to like whip out at these things, and like he was going to hopefully like Indiana Jones swing from one to another or something. And now that just as he's leaving the ship, you give him flight. I see what Mary's done with the making one sting itself. I'm going to whip out to one of them, try and wrap it around a sting, and then swing underneath it and use the momentum to swing its stinger up into itself.
All right.
If that works. Let's
Very
find
well.
out.
Make
so
a
attack
make
roll.
an. All right. So what we're seeing here is the evolution of cinematic combat into an actual D&D combat. I was completely lost here. I honestly had no idea how I was going to handle this strategy and these ideas, because they were really good ones too. The group is currently on an airship in the sky with a group of flying metal stingrays chasing after them, with tails that are designed to basically disassemble and destroy metal. And what they want to do is they want to fly underneath it, grab hold of its tail, swing it up, and stab its own head with it. They want to jump from one to another, you know what I mean? Like, it's this big dramatic moment, and I'm sitting there going, how the hell am I going to do this? I hope the guys didn't realize how panicked I was with this, because I honestly just had no idea what I was going to do for the running. In hindsight, I think they had fun. They enjoyed it because this wasn't supposed to be designed as a difficult boss encounter. This was a morale boost encounter. This was like okay, this isn't so bad, you know, like there are these things. They show up, they eat the ship, we can fend them off, and maybe even have a few ship troubles, like they have to actually stop themselves from falling to earth, or they have to maybe rescue the engine room from being devoured, or you know, something was supposed to happen there. But when they started leaping off the ship and started attacking, I was just like, well, Sky Captain of the World of Tomorrow, let's go! And that's kind of, you know, where I ended up staying. Yeah, but like athletics check and stuff like that, especially when you've got multiple people doing stuff, you kind of get to that point where you have to also look at consistency, because otherwise you might have one of the players starting to think that you're unfairly favoring one of the others. So I don't think I was, and I hope that didn't come across. But the idea is that I'm giving them these both like plenty of opportunities to be able to jump among these stingrays and just defeat them.
They're not that tough, but they are, of course, just in a very difficult position to attack. All right, let's keep watching. Attack roll, yep.
That's garbage. My actually my inspiration token first. That's slightly better, 17.
17 is enough.
All right, 17. I whip around. I'm going to swing underneath it and try and use my momentum to whip its tail into itself.
All right, so now you're standing on top of it. You are trying to pull it down to have the stinger embed. Make a athletics check as you're pulling on your tether.
This is not too bad, I think. Athletics plus 6. 22, yeah.
22?
Yep.
Very well. With the 22, that will skewer it. Please make me a 48 points of damage.
48 points of damage. All right, here we
Wait,
go.
48 or 4d8?
48.
4d8.
4d8. Ooh, that's not bad. That's 9, that's 17, that's 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. Done and done. As again, the wounds that you create seem to erode a thin layer of armor over its dermal plating, and then underneath that is flesh, just kind of like standard, like that you'd see on a fish, like kind of flesh. Yeah. So it's not metal the whole way through.
I'm going to this thing doesn't look looks wounded, looks dead, looks not even bothered by it. How much has that affected it?
It looks reasonably injured. I mean, probably another hit like that, and it'd probably go down.
Okay, so I'm going to, in that case, use I can do an attack at various different creatures with my jumping about abilities. So I'm going to teleport from the back of this one 10 feet closer to another one and whip out at that one. Because you said there were a few of these things, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
So to hit and whip onto it, that's a 27 to hit.
That will hit.
I'll up onto its back and make the attack roll with the athletics check. That's garbage, so I'm going to use that nat 20 token for that.
All right, critical hit, 8d6 points of 4d6, and then brutal. Brutal crit. We'll do brutal crits.
4d8, 32 plus that's 35, 38. 44, 49 points of damage.
All right, that creature dies, and you begin to plummet.
Yep, but because I've made 2 attacks against 2 different creatures, I can make a 3rd attack against another different creature. I whip over to the one that Mary's now on, and its sting has already plunged into it, so I'm just going to launch my attack with the whip itself. And before, as I teleport over towards it and bring the whip up, this sort of goose pimpled kind of crackling sensation to Duncan. It's not really visible from the outside, but Duncan feels this crackling run down his arm and into the weapon as he uses a bonus action to cast Planar Warrior, dealing extra force damage on the attack if it hits. Let's hope it hits, because I'm all out of tokens, everybody.
Yeah. Wolfwind looks on proudly as the
19.
wind whips his face.
19?
Yeah.
All right. 19 will hit.
Yeah.
Alright, so I do 2 extra d8 because of Planar Warrior. Then I do a d6 because of Whipmaster. So that's 7, that's 13. 13 plus 7 is 20 points of damage.
Nice.
All right.
Slashing damage.
That's the one I'm on.
That's the one you're on.
Well,
It has not
better
gone
think of
down.
the game plan.
It has not gone down, but it is very
I can
injured.
fly now, so if you went down with it, I'd have grabbed you.
Well, that being said, the creature cannot support both of your weights, so it is.
I'm flying. I'm not on it.
Oh, so you're not putting your weight on it.
Spectral
Okay.
green
I
wings are just,
teleported
like,
to within
awesome.
range for my whip.
Yeah.
and then
All right,
whipped
all
it.
right.
You look amazing, Rob.
Now,
Thank you.
now, ladies and gentlemen, I am a man of my word. And when I said that if you got me an extra $200, I would put in a bad guy. I meant if you gave me $200, I'd put in a bad guy. So, all right. So let me actually give you guys some insight here. So, like I mentioned, because of all the stuff regarding their exploration of the Dragon City, which I hadn't written. After the break, I was definitely short for time. I wanted to do the Stingray battle, but I also had another battle in mind as well. And this boss actually came from that encounter, which originally, I'd built, but it wasn't going to happen, which was a shame. So what had happened was, as the group was supposed to get closer to the head of the creature, there were actually these stones that were flying around its head, kind of like ion stones.
and each of these the players were supposed to land on these stones and actually destroy or disrupt one of the different aspects to the main villain. As it does so, eventually its psyche becomes open, he becomes more willing to kind of surrender, and then bad things happen. You know, you'll see closer to the end. So this creature is actually one of the guardians, one of the emotional spectrum guardians that I created for those different stones. I was very proud of the design, and I was really, really proud of the encounter. You know, but ultimately, you know, the games are what they are. Also, hello, macrobiologist, or should I say Lazy Titan. Good to see you, my friend. I hope that you are doing well and enjoying your Sunday. Yeah, so from this point, we've got about an hour left in the actual marathon. And so I knew at this point, I was like, nah, there's no way they're going to get to the emotional the emotional islands. There's no way they're going to get through that. They're barely going to handle the Senzo confrontation, because here's my maths for you. Every single player will take roughly 2 minutes per turn. Each player means 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 minutes per full round of combat, not including my actions, and that's if they know what they're doing. So that is 10 minutes per combat. You're looking at a combat running a roughly 3-round section, which means that half an hour dedicated to combat. But these guys are already in combat. So by the time they get to the end of this combat, make it into the next chapter, and then also take another, like, again, 30 minutes on combat, it was too much. I knew that that wasn't the case. So I cut off all of the emotional gemstone geode kind of thing, kind of put it in here a little bit, and then went straight into the finale for that one. But yeah, let's take a look and see how we're going here. So, Captain Brathgar, as you're on the deck trying to sail and try to outmaneuver these stingrays that are coming towards you, you see a fireball heading down from the creature towards your deck.
Brace!
The fireball seems to slow as it approaches you. You brace as you prepare for impact. And what lands on your deck at center deck is this creature here.
Uh-oh.
A large creature of fire and stone. Yeah, like I said, loved the design on that one. I just felt it would have been a shame not to use him. So this additive to the encounter probably wouldn't have done if I was just being pure GM mode. But, you know, I'd put in so much effort to this. I was just like, it's a vanity thing. I'm going to put this in. So yeah, there you go. Plus, it raised an extra $200 for charity. So, I mean, I'm not complaining. Metal that is partially melted lands in its center. You know this creature as one of the... it's kind of like an avatar of the Leviathan. But it is corrupted. It is corrupted beyond all belief by something or someone. It is covered in sharp blades and razor-sharp edges. It has horns more like a Tarask than the actual Leviathan itself. This creature now stands ready to attack. It seems to be assessing each of you. It looks over at Wolfwin. It looks over at Dottie. It looks over at Duncan. And then when it matches your eyes, Brathgar, that rage, that fire, enhances. It is your turn. And thank you to our audience. Thank you to our audience.
Excuse me, Mr. Man of my word. You said that if Dread and I did a cool thing together, and he had helped me out with my attack somehow, there'd be some kind of bonuses.
Did awesome things.
Did he help you with your attack, though, or did he just get you?
I made him able to fly.
He helped me able to do the attacks.
Yeah, but that didn't really help your attack now, did it? That was more he did one thing and then you did another. You guys didn't do anything together.
Me and Robert are gonna... Let's go back to the writing, the R&D room. We're gonna figure this out.
I love these two knuckleheads. All right. Hey, Dogman, nice to see you. Nice to see you. And also, it's great to see you too, Bloody. Now, okay, so let's be clear on something. So we were talking about this before in terms of, like, tandem actions and tandem combat. So for me, tandem combat is all about doing a combination of things, combining two things. To cast wings on someone so they can move around and then do stuff isn't really a tandem ability or tandem spell. Tandem abilities and spells, as I mentioned, you create a fire, you shoot fire through it, you shoot arrows through it, you create flaming arrows. You decide to focus your energy on stone shape, you create some large fists, and the person wears the fists. I mean, sure, I'll add some stuff to his unarmed strikes as he's hitting as well. These are kind of how I imagine combined efforts. Giving people a buff or actually something that isn't in its nature a buff doesn't really count, at least not for that. But I love the fact that they're already back in and thinking things. Also, guys, before I forget as well, just while I remember as well, guys, in case you weren't aware, we are doing a fundraiser for a new computer for Dag. There it is, right there. The Dag new computer fundraiser, because Dag's computer is of course dying and fading out. Obviously I want to keep streaming and I want to keep doing stuff, but if anyone feels like donating to the cause, please donate generously and wisely, because of course every proceed goes towards, you know, getting me to keep doing this cool thing that I do. And if you're wondering what's wrong with it, I don't know. I've tried to look into it. But for some reason or another, it is having just major graphics gripes. It's having major issues with Steam and Twitch and a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, big sadnesses. And I live in Australia, so a lot of stuff is very expensive, which is very sad. In fact, it's actually almost cheaper if I used a portion of that to fly to America and buy parts. It's madness. But anyway, I digress. If you wish to, please donate generously. We'd love. All right, let's keep going. All right, Brathgar, it is your turn.
Very well. I take it that I have to sort of remain vaguely aware of the wheel.
Nope, not at all.
No?
Your elemental is perfectly capable of autopiloting.
All right, good. The elemental's going to be doing more than just that. Drak, make sure that you keep us no more than 50 feet away from our two flying friends. I don't want them to fall too far. I then step slightly away from the wheel, not too far away, because the elemental sometimes is a bit temperamental. It believes upside down is a good way to fly as well, which I'm just not fond of. I then pull my hands back and, uttering something very guttural and draconic, pull out of the air this lightning bolt and then just throw it directly at this large creature. It gets to make an intelligence saving throw as the lightning bolt plays around its face and then crawls in between its ears into its brain and just tries to electrocute it neurologically.
All right. It is going to try and make its intelligence saving throw. Its intelligence is 6. It gets a 6.
That would be a fail.
Are you sure? I'd like you to double
it.
check just to be certain.
Yeah, I'm not saying it, but that would be a fail.
It also happens to be vulnerable to electricity, actually.
Nice.
So.
Boy. Okay, 10, 18, 29, 34, 38 points of electrical damage.
Is that
psychic damage?
Is that with
psychic damage?
Oh, psychic damage.
Psychic.
Oh,
Psychic
so
damage.
okay. So the bolt of psychic energy rises through your hands, and as it flows out, it goes into its head. You watch as its eyes ignite and light up, and does a nice chunk of damage to it. As it lights it up, you notice that the creature and its armor appear to be both metal, and the flesh, or at least where it would have flesh, is actually crystal. This then brings us, unless there's a bonus action you would like to do.
As a matter of fact, there is, if you wouldn't mind, I would just like to move my token, jump over the railing, land on the deck, and move so that I'm within 5 feet of Wolfwin.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah.
You land on the deck again, Wolfwind, for the second time now. You watch as the weight of the landing is much harder than you imagine his actual weight to be. As he walks up to you.
I can't say anything because it's my turn.
Okay. Well, you could. But...
Sure
I'm gonna say my reaction.
All right, Dottie, it is your turn.
Okay. I think what I would like to do. Sorry, you can tell that I thought a lot about this at the start of the encounter, and then did not reconsider anything as combat kept going. But I think what I would like to do is use my alter self spell to give myself wings.
Nice.
So that way I can kind of fly through the air and shoot.
Very well.
And be able to potentially pick up anyone who might be riding, whipping, whatever, you know.
Like that, Ellie.
Yeah, I'm phrasing it exactly
Yeah,
like
okay.
that. And you can you can donate to the charity. Sorry. But my other question is, as a bonus action, because my hound is made out of shadows, would it still be able to, like, go through the air, or does it need to run on land?
Because you're actually in a storm cloud, I'll say that there are enough shadows and dark places for it to stand on.
Yeah. Well, I only said because you described it as, like, heaps of dark, and I'm like, yes, come
I'll
on.
take it.
Yeah, sweet. Okay, so that'll be my turn. Kind of, maybe, I don't think they're going to be very stylish. Yeah, let's go for a bit of style. Kind of like blue eagle wings sprout out of her back, because they need to be sturdy enough to support her weight.
There's a giant American flag that just starts.
Dave?
Oh, say, can you see? Great, so I've done that, and I will spend the sorcery points, and they will target. Oh gosh, so we have the stingray things, and then
Yep.
What else am I looking at combat wise?
There's this large suit of armor that is apparently an avatar of the Leviathan attacking on the ship. So, despite having a map here, I'm still using a lot of the techniques I have in order to do theater of the mind actions. Like, for example, placement of heroes is very important. Very close, medium, long range, and far. These are the 5 different distances I use. Close range very close range, it means that you are within melee fighting distance. You can also use melee distance as well. Close range means that you are a single move away from the target and can start fighting it in melee if you wish to. Medium range is somewhere between. It'll take you probably about 2 rounds to get there, but you can make it, pretty well. And if you move once and then have a ranged attack, you can likely still have it in that range increment. Then you have far away, which is about 3 range increments away, usually quite a distance, and usually from that far away position, you spend your actions to kind of move closer. It'd be very interesting to see some players who kind of use that, but if they don't, then I guess we'll see how that goes. And lastly, is the very far distance is when they're disengaged, when they're not, when they're kind of away from combat, or when they're too far away that they can barely see it. There are some people with spells that do reach that distance, but we'll see how it is. So while Dottie is trying to go like, where's things, how do I kind of fit in all this? It's really, really good for being able to be able to communicate that easy, and just say that yes, you are in close range, or you are in very close range. Close range for high level Tabaxi monks feel like it can be interesting. Yes, it can. Yes, it absolutely can. Tabaxi monks and stuff like that alone, forget about it. That's it. You forget about calling it like flurry of blows. Just call it the Tabaxi zoomies. That's amazing. I love that. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, I just don't think my dog is gonna be enough to even. I'll send him after that. Go, Dexter. Make mommy proud. Because the stingrays don't need that much. Yeah, that's my turn. So I kind of like shoot off into the air, ready my gun, and summon Dexter to go after the armored thing.
All right. Dexter rushes forward and goes after the armor thing.
Yay.
Is Dexter in any way bothered that the last time you summoned him and sent him after something you got completely one-shots?
It's like you've never had a dog.
All right.
The cutest puppy in the world. Well, one of the cutest. There's many cute puppies.
All right. Well, Dexter is going to use his action in order to try and bite this creature.
Right?
Dexter rolls a 2 and gets a 7 in total. As he chomps down and bites the leg of this creature, his teeth don't seem to be able to penetrate its thick armor. Which then brings us to the stingrays. The stingrays are going to immediately try to jettison Mary. Let's start with that one. So Mary, could I get you to make me a athletics check as this creature starts to do a barrel roll while you're on top of it?
Athletics to hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
Or you can fall. I mean, that's your choice.
29.
You managed to hang on. Now, Duncan, you are flying, but you are still lashed on. Do you wish to continue being lashed, or do you wish to untether your whip?
I will both actually, because as a whipmaster, I can make an attack of opportunity at it as it enters any space in my melee range. So as it's moving and doing aerial maneuvers, I will untether my whip and then do another attack at it.
All right, make your attack.
Hey Mary, you're gonna be fine, right?
Yeah.
I'm a coming.
That is a nat 20 token, is what that is.
Yeah.
So it's going to take
Maximum damage.
oh, sorry, I'm rolling its own sting. That's not the right thing. It is 16 points of damage. Slashing damage.
All right, that is dead. As it falls, the whip snaps the wound in half, causing it to perforate partway through as it falls to the ground. Mary, you are in a free fall, but your wingsuit will prevent you from just plummeting. The remaining 2 stingrays are going to make their way to the port and starboard side wings. As they do so, they begin to fly. Apparently Rob has another nat 20. I don't know. I feel like that's
Yeah,
a
I
lie. Nah.
No, they've been tracking it.
Nah, you're
I
good.
trust. I trust.
Well, what I'm
So
gonna
well.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the
All these
stingrays.
people with stacks of them, and I've got one because I'm using them.
I
And he's arguing
I
over whether
can't
I've
use
got it
a
or not.
natural 20 token on fly, Rob. It's it will happen.
I'm gonna use the opportunity here to burn 1,
Oh my
2
gosh.
nat 20s,
Oh my gosh.
and both of them sting the sides of the ship where the wings are. You watch as immediately the wings start to twist downwards, and you drop. Everyone is now considered flat-footed as they leave the deck from the sudden shift in the ground.
Oh, we're playing 5e.
I'm saying flat-footed, the term and the word, not the mechanic that apparently you don't have, because why have mechanics that are like sensible and
Stop trying to backpedal.
He
You just
gave me
didn't know the
encumbered
flat-footed
last
was-
night. I was like,
If-
what's encumbered?
You know what I was gonna do?
Encumbered?
You
What
know
is
what I was gonna
encumbered?
do? I was gonna hit
Encumbered.
Guy with my nat 20 as he was now flat-footed.
Neither
But
did
you know what I'm gonna do? Do you know what I'm gonna do just for you? I'm gonna have this creature reach its arm out,
Oh my gosh.
and as it does, it uses its catastrophe power.
Yeah, boy.
And Duncan,
Boy.
you are pulled into melee range with this suit of armor.
Yeah,
Oh
boy.
my gosh, let's go! How does it do it, Dag?
Hey guys,
So-
I need some net 20 tokens.
Yeah.
As Duncan, who's innocent in all this, by the way, as Duncan's like, yeah, I did it. All of a sudden, it's almost as if some cosmic force has suddenly wrenched Duncan mid-air to fly across the deck and into the hands of this giant armored beast, who then
Hey,
raises.
Hey, Guy, on your series How to Be a Great GM, do you advise for or against punishing a player for in-character decisions?
Think wisely, given that I've still got all of
Punishing
my
a
initiative.
character out of character.
Think
decisions.
wisely before you answer that,
He's
guy,
using
because
another
I've
natural
still
20
got
token.
3 hero points here.
He's using
Yeah,
another
I
natural 20
reserve
token.
my commentary.
Oh, that's so cute. No, so okay, here's an interesting thing, and I do want to address it because it look, I am not an advocate of punishing players, but that's not what's happening here. And let me explain what is happening here. What's happening here is Robert is, in a very social, very friendly way, baiting me as a GM to turn my focus on him. Now, why would he do that? The truth is that ultimately, with the way that the positioning is, there's only so many people I can attack and I can focus on, many of which aren't necessarily the frontline fighter with the highest AC or the like. So what Rob's actually doing here is Rob is volunteering as bait for that particular battle and for that particular fight. So that's why I turned against him. We did so in a very humorous way. We kind of had the back and forth thing, which was kind of cute. But that's ultimately it. It's like the equivalent of like a big minotaur about to tear apart a town, and then, you know, having somebody turn around and like be like, "Hey, you giant walking hamburger, come have a piece." You know, it's not really an action per se to taunt someone, but you can definitely wound their pride, and then they come straight in. In this case, again, Rob's kind of focusing on me. He's kind of trying to bait us here and there, and just like, yeah, okay, cool. Apparently you want to be attacked because it's my turn and I was doing a thing, but let's go. Which I know he's aware of. And it's all a part of the fun, which is great. Time to head to bed, Petiola. Catch the rest on the VOD. No worries, Petiola. We got like what, an extra hour-ish, an hour give or take of the VOD. So yeah, be sure to check it out. We'll talk to you soon. Mwah. Rest well.
I also completely accepted the term flat-footed because I'm also that old, Michael.
Thank you. All right, it is going to land a critical hit with its immutable great axe, which
I can't help you, Rob. we learned last night the natural 20 tokens count as not rolling, so
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't do
God.
anything about that.
all right. So that is
Take it.
31
Yeah, you got
points of damage from the axe
Yeah.
as it swings down and cuts into your form. But the wound is not bleeding. It's almost as if your wound is drawing in to itself, as it almost looks like a puckered scar on your body from the cut.
Ouch.
It has multi-attack.
Do it.
Uh,
Only not 20 tokens.
no, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
burn my.
One out, boy.
You're gonna burn your inspo.
No.
I'm gonna burn my inspo. My inspo's gonna, and he's gonna headbutt you.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, ow.
Yeah.
That would hurt from a guy in a metal suit.
That is a natural 20.
I'm going to use my portent and
Yeah.
change that to a 7.
Nice. What now, boy?
What up, boy? It's like, watch out, the head's
You're not
coming
gonna-
through.
Yeah, I'm not gonna learn the
That's what you
lesson
got
of not
for fun,
antagonizing the
what
DM.
the
What now, boy?
Does anyone want to give me a nat 20 right now? Just saying. I mean, I could buy the next.
You've already made
It's
it.
retroactive,
People
guys.
Yeah,
don't
it's
hold
fine.
out.
All right.
Fine.
So as the
yeah, sorry.
Okay, so as the blade goes to hit, you watch as the portents, the divination portents kicks in, and Duncan, just for a fleeting moment, there's this flash that you should probably duck, and you do so just as he's about to cleave you from above your eyebrow, as the blade just whizzes past you. He then drops you to the ground, because he's not grappling you, and that is where he is done. Back to the top of the round. Mary, it is your turn. You are currently falling downwards.
I'm going to use my abs to like crunch and throw my body up again in order to catch wind within the mechanism and fly up.
Yeah, not a problem. Actually, the trick to it is you have to go down at a greater speed and then do the crunch, which you kind of instinctively are going to try.
Yeah, okay.
Athletics check. Yeah, because currently you're going like this. What you need to do is you need to go like that, which is kind of, yeah.
23.
Just buy 3 nat 20s with your own money, Dag. I don't have the room to do it on my computer right now.
So that was a 23.
23 will do it. So you make it back up to the same elevation roughly as the ship itself. You can see the two stingrays chewing through the side wings. You can't see the creature that they're fighting in the middle of the ship, but you can hear the sounds of battle.
That's right. I'm going to, now that I have a bit of upward momentum, I'm gonna drop the wings and launch straight down into one of the stingrays. I'm gonna use my dagger, and I'm gonna have a nat 20 on that. So do you do damage the same way that's done for the previous 2 games?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So 58 plus plus 40.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
okay.
I
Sure.
guess.
Why
Oh,
not?
now, boy.
So as you, so I'm gonna get you to as you hit this creature, you are hitting it at such a velocity, it just literally snaps off. You can still see the sting wrapped around the wing, but there's just no stingray attached to it. As you land on the wing, you can watch this creature plummeting, but just on the other side of the ship. Side note, if I ever do play with Rob again, I'm gonna have to get a spray bottle to like.
Another attack though.
Probably not. Let me just check here. It is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 foot across to get to the other wing.
No, I wouldn't be able to. Okay, I think Mary May is going to, now that she's destroyed that, unwrap its stinger from the wing and climb back up onto the deck of the ship.
All right, that is not a trouble. You are now next to Dottie on the ship. You can see up ahead now. You can see this large creature surrounded by the others.
Not a problem.
All right. Next up, we go to Wolfwin and Duncan.
All right, seeing that my good friend Duncan is in the clutches of this metallic monstrosity, Wolfwin is going to drop concentration on those gorgeous spectral wings, and instead is going, all right, Duncan, it's time to go big! I'm going to push out my staff, and as I do, you're going to see these vines start to wrap around it and throw out towards Duncan's direction, and I'm going to cast not prestidigitation, no.
Yeah, after all that.
Holy
I'm gonna
morph.
clean his clothes.
All right.
He tastes
"We saw
different."
In your room, and now you need to become one. I'm gonna turn him into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh yeah, boy!
Let's go!
What now, boy?
Now, Dag, I believe that he will get some sort of attacks as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So perhaps I am helping on those attacks
Taking an
this
attack,
time.
right?
Yeah.
I feel like I haven't been clear about combination stuff, but I'm not gonna blame you for that. I'll take that on board.
We're trying our best.
You are.
We got nothing that works together.
It is a tricky thing,
It's not
but
like one of us is a barbarian Goliath and another one's
Yeah.
a dwarf that he can throw. It's like,
yeah.
Quite literally, yeah. So, I would say that there would be these, arcane sigils that sort of work down the Tyrannosaurus Rex's form, and the eyes glow green as well, much like the obsidian owl that you saw earlier with his fine familiar.
Look, Dredd, I
Alright.
have this
Alright.
token, okay? It's what you got.
Dag.
Bring the pain.
Dag. So
Yeah.
Wolfwin was trying to polymorph me into a T-Rex from my world, but it's Wolfwin casting it, and we're in your world. So which T-Rex am I
Yeah,
using?
which T-Rex?
One with teeth. Jesus.
Can I use my T-Rex?
Yeah,
Sure, you can use your T-Rex if you're
I
petitioning for
purposely
that.
said
Yes.
from your world.
That's kind of funny. I did like that one. That was cute. But yeah, no, look. The tandem thing is always a tough one. But I think Wolfwin did great, turning him into a T-Rex and then describing the T-Rex. And I'm like, I've got this token, buddy. And then Duncan's like, which T-Rex are we using? I'm just like, you're turning into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Why is this so hard? It was very cute. It was very lovely. I love these guys. These are my best friends. It's awesome, and it's really great because watching these again, the one thing I can tell more than anything else is just how much fun we have together. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something. I shall return. Won't be long. Alright. Need to boost up my energy. Okay, here we go.
So
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah,
All right, so I'm a T-Rex from my world.
but I love
Wonderful.
wizards.
Yeah, they're great.
It's just like great.
All right, in that case, dinosaurs. Let me scroll down. I'm gonna on my turn. What do I think I'm gonna do? Let me think. I'm gonna try and bite this guy in half. I think maybe. So firstly,
Seems
I'm
reasonable.
I'm gonna use a frightful presence because I got that now as a T-Rex.
Yeah. Oh, wait, is that oh, I guess we're
It is immune to fear.
How about all of this? Other thingies. The
It is immune to charm, exhaustion, frighten, paralyze, petrified, poison.
no,
But what about the
well,
mantis?
Thanks for that, but I meant the mantises.
Oh, the mantises, like praying mantises.
The men
Oh,
manta
those
rays.
things. How big is
rays.
your
Manta
How big is your
rays.
aura?
120 feet.
Yeah, they're not. Okay, let's have a look. That is a 14, 6, 15, 16, 16?
16 is enough. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So they're not frightened.
Well, there's only one left.
Oh, really? It is not frightened. Then I'm gonna try and make a stomp at this thing. What size category is it?
It is large.
Cool. I can attack a large or smaller target with my stomp. That is a lot to hit. 30. I think 30 hits. Does it 30 hit?
No, it just misses.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, that'll
well,
hit.
in that case, 1, 2, and a 3. Oh, shoot, D20, D10. Actually, which one's better, my stomp or my... Yeah, I'll save it for the bite. Have I got... I'm just going to double check. Have I only got one nat 20 token right now? I do, one nat 20 token. So I will save it for the bite. That's 18 plus... That's 25. 25 plus 8 is 33 points of bludgeoning damage. And it is grappled and must succeed on a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. Oh, sorry, it needs to succeed on the strength saving throw or be knocked prone and grappled.
Very well. It is not going to do anything. It is going to allow you to knock it prone and grapple. But as you do so, it is going to erupt into a shower of razor-sharp swords that erupts into your foot.
Lego! Ouch!
You take 20 points of damage from blades sticking into your leg.
I eat 20 points of damage for breakfast.
It's
I can do it again if you want.
Which is not good for my teeth.
I mean, like, you probably
Is
still
it-
have plenty of health.
Was that like a reaction or was that like it's a death throw?
No, anytime you hit it with a melee attack, it does that.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm about to do it again because I'm a T-Rex and I got an intelligence of 4. I don't put the two together, so I'm gonna reach down now. It's pinned under my foot. I'm gonna bite it by the other end. I'm gonna use my nat 20 token on this one. Actually, let's roll in case it's a nat 20 anyway. Nope, 2. So nat 20 token on this one, which means I'm gonna max out 3d12 is 36 plus 8 is 44. 44 plus 3d12. 44. That's 54. That's 61. 61 plus 6 is 67. So close to the nice number.
Nice. Oh, so close.
67.
You know what? It's 69 just because.
69
All right.
damage.
So, as you step on it and then reach down, you clamp down on this creature and you pull up. You don't rip it in half, but you hear this audible as this midsection that's made of crystal starts to tear and break under the strain of it. You do, however.
I'm literally eating 20 points of 20 points of damage for breakfast.
Actually, more accurately, you ate 21 points of damage for breakfast just
Well, in that case, I'm dead. No.
All right. So, again, shards fly into you, but it has revealed its midsection as you've pulled it, kind of like pulled its armor up, and it's exposed like one of its vulnerable sides. Captain, my captain.
And we're $70 away from another random bad guy, by the way, guys.
Oh yeah, the $70 is the step up.
Roll stream. Where'd you get the idea for the nat 20 tokens? I love that idea. I personally got the idea from another live streamer, the Perception Studio guys. They had, I think they had probably the most successful stream incentives that I'd ever seen, and I managed to utilize some of the stuff that I learned from watching their shows and stuff like that into ours. The Nat 20 tokens are just wonderful. Not only is it a nice number, and $20 for a Nat 20, it just kind of works out really, really well. I'm very, very happy with it. and it is definitely made for some very, very interesting encounters as well. Yeah, actually, if you want to see the rewards I use on most of my games, they are over here in case you wanted to know. And they work super well. At least that's what works for me and my style. There is a certain measure of improv that comes from the plot twist and the boss buff, but yeah, that's it. I'm sorry to hear that, Moon. But yeah, let's see if we can perk things up and cheer you up. Yeah, sometimes we can feel that way, but yeah, games and good people tend to have a positive impact on us.
We get a bad guy.
Look at Rob's face.
We're still
Things
fighting the
to
previous
use.
random.
Look at his face. Watch this.
Oh yeah, the $70 is the step up.
Look at his face. Look at his schmammy bastard. I swear to God.
We get a bad guy.
We're still
Things
fighting the
to
previous
use.
random bad
Yeah.
guy, and we're $70 away from
To-
the next one as well.
I think we should get our own bad guy
Yeah.
to use against another bad guy.
Oh yeah.
It alternates, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, who knows? Maybe someone will be nice and give you a magic item, and
Hell yeah.
$100 for a magic item.
I also
Yeah,
want
there
to
you
take a
go.
moment to say that we are so cool. We're literally on an airship with a Tyrannosaurus Rex
Yeah.
that's destroying a robot crystal
Love
person.
D&D, man.
I
D&D so
love
much.
Dungeons and Dragons.
All right, that's my turn. I'm a frightful presence. I've done 2 attacks, and I've taken some damage for it.
yep, it is the captain's turn.
Indeed. I shall once again pull the lightning from the air and fire it into the creature's mind with
All right.
as much intensity as possible. An intelligence saving throw, if you please.
All right. It gets a natural 1.
That
Yay!
is exactly what we want to hear, because then it
Well, now,
takes...
boy.
I'm going to re-roll that because bollocks to that. I'm going to use one of my coveted points. Thank you. And I'm going to roll that, and I am going to gain a natural 1.
What now, boy?
Hey, Rob, can we just check the odds on that, please?
1 in 400.
Oh no, so you had 1 in 400 of that happening. How's it feel then?
It feels like it doesn't feel good.
It feels good for us.
So, Guy, what happens here as you penetrate its psyche?
Again, this force just rips into its mind, only dealing 28 points of psychic damage.
But that is enough. As the creature shatters, Rob, you pull the other half off as the psychic energy flows into it. That crack gets bigger and it shatters. Now, as it shatters, the ground beneath the creature opens up as it's like kind of almost like this gelatin mixed with shards of red crystal flow out. You hear this large roar as the creature begins to move and shift. Its body heaves faster and more angrily than it had before as the creature dies. What stands before you? Let's see if I can do this.
Yeah.
Penetrating from the cloud cover, you see this
Yeah.
creature. The head of the mighty beast. Like a giant whale with rows of teeth, an empty void rises above you, blotting out the sun. Red spheres, each as big as a citadel itself, starts to make its way down towards you. A thunderous, an incredible sound rains down from above you. The sheer pressure pushing you to the ground. As you watch, Captain, you try to call out to your ship to get you out of there. The engines flare blue and they push hard. As this happens, you're all holding on. Mary, you're kind of grabbed onto the railing. Wolfwin, you're sort of holding on. Duncan is rolling backwards, but luckily hits the rise up to the helm in his giant tyrannosaur form. As the ship lurches forward, it disappears into darkness.
Yes, Goodberry.
It thinks you're delicious. All right, so a couple of things here. Let's talk about a couple of things. This was really cool. So first of all, the artwork here was done by my friend Scarlet64. She does amazing artwork and managed to pull this out of her hat in less than a week. It was amazing. So the Leviathan in my world is a giant whale with multiple eyes. And it got teleported from my world into Dread's world, where it then fused with Senzo the sword. So this creature, its whole body covered in scales, replicas of Senzo's sword. Then, in Rob's world, it ate a piece of the Tarrasque and ended up with these rows of razor-sharp teeth, these huge horns and skin that became armor-plated and able to adapt with stuff. Thank you, Callie. But you know, that's kind of the whole combination of all these sort of things made for this just incredible art piece, which I loved. The Sirenscape track that came in, it's really weird. I don't know why, and I describe this all the time. I don't sit down and rehearse my timing on things, but I don't know what it is. It's just I hear the pacing of the music. And I don't know, there's just this vibe I get, and then I know exactly where to like move and position my scene perfectly with the music as I'm listening to it. I love that sort of thing. It's amazing and it's so much fun. I want to hear that again because I think it's important to celebrate the important things. I think it was very cool to do that one. I honestly don't know. Look, Dark Moon. We all don't. It's not like there's a Twitch streaming school you can go to learn and get set up. We're all figuring out where we fit in the space, and you know it takes time. It takes confidence and joy. Do you run Sirenscape by yourself when you're streaming, or do you designate someone to do it? Got to play to do it. It's a big help. You know what? Yes, having someone else do it is a huge help. I run it by myself. For most of my streams, because everything I do is by myself. I'm on my onesie for the Dead Gamer, but that's because my channel's always been about like just hanging out with me more than it is about like full blown productions. I do want to get to a point where I am part of a production team where I actually can delegate that to someone else. But yeah, no, here it's just nice and chill. So there you go. Thank you. I don't even know what Sirenscape is. Yeah, go check out Sirenscape. Go follow the link. Follow the link. Go. Yeah, and if you like it, post something on Twitter and be like, "Hey, Dead Gamer showed me Sirenscape. I loved it," because that just comes back. That just comes back positive on me as people, say, "Hey, he's talking about our product," and then maybe they, continue to support us. That's how this industry works. That's how it works. Okay, let's hear that. Let's hear that music change again. And I want to see if I can pick where I figure out that's where I need to shut up. Okay, hold on. Wolfwin, you're sort of holding on. Duncan is rolling backwards, but luckily hits the rise up to the helm in his giant tyrannosaur form. As the ship lurches forward, it disappears into darkness.
Yes, Goodberry.
Okay. I stopped the music. It thinks you're delicious. That's what I did. I stopped the music from there. So as it started to peak, I knew that was where I wanted to stop, and then I actually hit the stop button. There it is. That's what it was. I was like, man, it's like that was so weird. And I love that watching it now, it looks so natural, which is great because you can actually hear the little clicks as I'm closing that one. Yeah, there you go. What level are they? The level 16. The level 16. Thank you, Dark Moon. Thank you.
Oh no.
All right. Hey, thank you for the follow.
Don't get the snacks to
Big
pour
love.
it in.
Mwah.
You can't toss your Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, thanks for ruining my joke.
Do that. I'm sorry.
Well, actually,
It's definitely being serious.
All right. So, your eyes begin to adjust to a darkened room. At first, it seems as though you may have died. There's no pain, there's no suffering, there's no sorrow here. But then as your eyes begin to adjust, you find yourself in a library. A boarded up an otherwise barren space that looks much like this, with a large red portal at its heart. As each of you look around, the areas here look like it's been ransacked, like someone had pulled books from the shelf and thrown them to the floor, but the books are blank. You see notes being scribbled down. You see lots of artist renditions of blades and weapons, each then scratched up, but all looking different. Some looking close, but not quite like Senzo. As this happens, you see muttering to themselves and moving back and forth from from shelf to shelf, a figure that is familiar to some. You see this creature. Nope. Let's try again.
Mary?
Mary is the villain the whole time. All right. You see a Goliath, panicked, concerned. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. It must be. It has to be. The noise it takes. It screams, it buckles, it bends, but it never breaks. I will never break. No, say I. You all see this creature. You look beyond it, and the window leading outside that's boarded up leads to an endless void, an empty space that you can see stars in. Captain Bratha.
Quick point of order, GM. Who decided to cast the spell on them whilst reading the book? As
Well-
we forgot to establish that.
We flash back now to the ship. Each of you stand in a circle around the captain's quarters with the book in the center. The codicil opened, and you can see this winding series of circular runes floating in the air. In order to activate the rune, somebody must place their hand into the series of rings and then move it so that it basically wraps around their forearms and hand. It is up to you as to who would like to do this.
Who is willing to volunteer to be the one for this
think-
for first?
We had several that would
Voting before-
volunteer.
between.
Yeah,
Duncan was happy to. Wolfen was. Mary
Yeah.
was.
it seems like we
We all were.
we came
all
to
were,
the
like, putting
agreement that
hat in the.
Should we
That
draw
m-
straws?
maybe Mary and Duncan would be on team get close, and then the rest of us would be team distraction
Yeah.
Hmm.
based on dexterity and whatnot. But
Yeah.
that's just from what I remember.
We ruled out Dottie because she's a mother. No
Yeah.
one would let her
Yeah.
be anywhere near a sacrifice of any kind.
I am fine as Duncan. I think I would have been fine with the plan of I pass without a trace and get Mary and I close. With Mary getting a 46 possible on stealth, she can just like walk straight up to it and touch
Yeah.
it. Hopefully, so I'm of the opinion that it should have been Mary.
Yeah. Wolfen sees himself as an echo, so like he knows that there's others like him. So the only thing he wanted resolved with Mary was that she was sure about doing it, because he believes that there are more like him that sort of exist outside of that space, but he doesn't know if there's echoes of Mary.
I don't think there needs to be any echoes of me.
I don't know how it works here, but death is not as absolute as people think. I've been to planes of existence that have ghosts, spirits, specters, remnants, souls. They call them different things in different places, but people tend to live on. They just move from one plane to another.
Then there are the
Usually.
there's like the plane where Kalimvor sits. Those that do not follow gods or whatnot aren't a part of the soul economy. There's a good chance that your soul will be fused with the fugue plane, there forever wailing, lost to the annals of time and space. Are you sure you want to do this, Mary?
Yes. From the amount of people I've sent there myself, I deserve it.
You deserve the world, Mary. And, that's from someone who, despite, all efforts, we've never been that close. But if you're going to be brave enough to put your ass on the line, well, we're going to fight like hell to make sure that you stay safe. And I can promise you that.
I'm not wanting to die. I want to clarify. This isn't a suicide mission. I'm just saying that out of all of us, I'm fine with it.
With those somber words lingering in the air, Mary steps up to the book and places her hand into the well. The words inscribe upon her hands and continue to move even though they are now imprinted on your forearm. All you must do now is reach out and grasp the sword's true form. We now return as you see this pacing creature. Who? Where? Where have you come from?
Is that
Can
the
I-
blade?
Can I ask, the portal you mentioned, is that different to, you said there's like an endless void? Is that through the portal?
Yes.
So it seems like a teleportation-y portal, not like a window portal.
Correct.
Yeah, cool.
It is as you see here.
Yeah.
Answer me.
As a planar warrior, Horizon Walker-y dude, I've got an ability called Detect Portal. Could I use that to glean any information about that portal and where it might lead, or anything about it? How long it's been there? How long it'll
What
be
happens?
stable?
What happens as you try to gain any information on it? Your mind begins to glitch. Your vision changes, and almost bits and fragments try to jam and sort of switch. You can see almost like static appearing the harder you try to think about what's on the other side of this portal.
Ow, stop that. Ooh, okay, pull back.
You
Is
okay,
that
Duncan?
the blade?
You don't want to go through that portal.
That
He
blade
is
you
he the
wield. Are you it?
The blade. The blade. Yes. Once. My name. It's so far. It's so soft. Quiet.
Wolfwind's gonna start moving ahead to sort of like draw the attention away from the others. The others can follow it in suit if they like.
Having seen the blade, the shield starts to glow.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome in, Space Shark. Carson, it is so good to see you, my friend. Welcome in. My name is Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer, and we are here quietly enjoying our 12-hour marathon. We're doing kind of a behind-the-scenes look where we're breaking down some of the iconic moments, we're breaking down some of the GMing stuff and things, and just hanging out. Guys, if you do not know the infamous and amazing Space Shark, please go do yourself a favor. Go check out their channel. Space Shark is a wonderful game streamer, a very, very insightful player, and in the D&D space as well. And of course, one of the well-known cast members to the Dingo Doodle animation, playing the role of Arena, is none other than our infamous Space Shark as well. Right now, we're in like kind of the finale scene that I was running for the 12-hour marathon. The giant known as, well, at least the internal, you did your first episode of the Connoisseur Twitch play. Oh my god, that's amazing. I'm gonna go watch I definitely gotta go watch the VOD. I definitely have to. That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be so cool. And it's good to see you again on Bandicoot. Hi. Yes. So where was I? Yes. We're in the final scene. The group have gained a special runic glove that they're going to use in order to try and take hold of the sword that is Senzo, who currently is in the form of a giant Goliath in the mind space of a giant beast. and that is kind of what is happening right now. The group is about to embark on their final last encounter thing. Now, I know I was rushed for this scene. I know I was rushed for all of this bit. We have like less than half an hour to go in this whole thing, and I've only just introduced the final boss fight. So I had in my head, I was like, every player will take 2 minutes. Every player, with a team of 5, will mean that we've got 10 minutes per round roughly to get through. I may get through 1, I may get through 2 rounds before we reach the end. This was crunch time. This was Dag with all that pressure on his shoulders. I had to make sure that the marathon game finished on a really, really strong note. So I do remember this particular scene being quite tricky, but yeah. Again, guys, if you've just joined us, don't be afraid to hit that follow button or the subscribe button, even if you feel like it. And if you have any questions or if you want me to delve into something that has just happened, throw it up in chat, and we will definitely do so. All right, we should be, like I said, we should be on the last half an hour here. Let's see what happens.
Again, and then my eyes do the similar sort of glowing irises thing, and I cast locate object, thinking about the blade.
It is this creature that stands before you.
Orphan. It's this one.
Very well. I'm going to slowly grab my staff. My eyes are going to flash green, and I'm going to start shifting as I cast blur on myself. We're going to move closer than about 5 to 10 feet away, if possible. Let's go 10 feet for now and see what happens.
As you do so, it looks towards you and says,
"Easy, friend."
"Friend, you are friends?"
Once upon a time, yes.
I need help. I was supposed to do something. I was supposed to protect. No. Kill.
I will show you who will die this day. I immediately transform into my original form, Michael.
Let's go! I flick my eye over my shoulder looking out at this because I've been like seeing the clues.
All right.
Yeah.
Dread is so
2000,
keen.
by the way.
Let's go!
All right. Well, this is actually quite appropriate timing.
Right fitting.
All right. So,
Also, I make quick eyes at Duncan to be like, if we're gonna hide or disappear at any point, now's the time.
I was kind of, I didn't want to interrupt moments, but I speak as Dread's character was walking forwards.
Yeah. That's what I was
just
trying to do, is draw the eye.
I spoke quietly to you in Elvish, hoping that your Elvish is the same as mine. And I said, he's the sword, he's the blade, he's the one we're looking for. We need to get close, hands on. And then I cast Pass Without a Trace on us.
Let's go.
all right. All of a sudden, there is this tyrannical roar that begins to rise up from deep within Captain Brakthar's voice. His body begins to shift and change. His armor melds into his person, and all you see is the silvery gleam of this glorious form as it rises to its full height. Yeah. A silver dragon.
But dragons left your world, dude.
I know.
It's a dragon.
An
idea.
An ancient true dragon. Its breath caught in its nose as these silver motes of sparks rise up. As this happens, the whole building begins to tremble. As we hit our $2,000 mark, we're going to change map super quickly as what you see emerge from the portal. Oh, I loved this map change. So both of these maps, by the way, are actually available in eightfold paper. Go check out eightfold paper. Both of these maps are available, and I loved the fact that there were these two variations. Rob's not letting Rob just not letting me get away with anything. No, it's really funny. Actually, Rob loved this bit because You know, it was kind of like one of those things, like, there were so many subtle hints, and if you've played in my world before, as Rob and Dredd have, you kind of pick up on the hints. Little things like how much Captain Brathar weighed when they put their hand on his shoulder, a few things about the different cities and the like. So they were kind of already on to, like, you know, that guy was not a dragonborn, but an actual true dragon. So in my world, the dragons actually did all leave, but then there was this talk of, like, betraying the ancient pacts and stuff like that, because yeah, they lied. The good dragons, the metallic dragons, swore that they were going to exile themselves from Olestria after they bound and banished the chromatic dragons, but they didn't. They just moved into the sky, into these citadels, quietly. And that was just this awesome moment of where the dragon rose up. So Dredd and Rob were actually genuinely quite excited. But obviously AJ and Ellen, who had never played really in my... I mean, they kind of played in my world, but not enough to know these kind of details. They didn't really kind of throw them out there. But yeah, the others were very, very keen. Guy was also super chuffed as well, so that was awesome. So yeah, this was great. This was awesome. Are these writhing and winding tendrils. Look at that map. I love the fact that, like I said, I love that they added variation to it. The tendrils that now come out of the portal. They've even done shadows on the ground and stuff like that. Oh man, this was, you know, look, if I wasn't going to use this for this game, I was definitely going to use this for a Call of Cthulhu game. Yeah, highly recommend. Eightfold Paper. That's the name of the map maker. These each, massive, begin to reach out and try to grab at the dragon that is now imposing its form. As it does so, one of these tendrils reaches and grabs hold of the giant. It grabs him and wrenches his body in twain. And as the body and the form drips crimson blood from its hole, the sword embeds into the ground here. And for the last time today, can I have our lovely players roll initiative for us?
Let's go.
All right. If you've got anything left in you guys, we need all the Nat 20 tokens and the inspiration tokens, and all of it's for Jasper's game day. Really appreciate any donations, even if it's $1 or $2. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, every little bit.
Every little bit helps people
100%
with mental health awareness, suicide prevention. Let's remember why we're
so
here.
important.
Let's end
Just
on a
think
real high
about
note.
how much you spend on dice.
Just for a second, have that consideration.
Yeah,
Realize
just,
how many dice you have.
Maybe don't buy any more dice this week.
Dag, I
Yes.
also rolled with Pass Without a Trace, 38 on stealth.
Wow. I'm gonna allow the stealth, but it will only be for Senzo. The only reason being is because this place is the Leviathan. There is nowhere to hide, as it is the creature itself. But Senzo, however, is unaware, meaning that there is actually a check involved with grabbing it, and I will give you advantage on that check.
Okay.
All right, Captain, what do we get?
My initiative is 19.
19, very nice. Okay. Duncan.
11.
Rolling initiative
All
with
right.
like
Got
20 minutes to go, maybe.
17.
Man, I'm stressing out and I'm just watching it.
Wolfwin.
I rolled really poorly. I got I think it was 13.
All right,
Double
and
check.
Mary.
27.
Nice. All right. And then the tendrils roll a nat 20, but they
Oh,
still go
boy.
after Mary, so that's a 24.
I'm going to use my silvery barbs because technically it's a skill check. So
Is it a skill check?
It is.
yeah, it is.
It rolls a second natural 20.
Okay, that's fair.
And I'm gonna paste it in Discord just so that I can prove it.
No,
to
I trust.
Oh,
I have
yeah, no, we
100%
totally trust you. It's fine.
Yeah.
Very well. But I still want to do it because I've done 2 natural 1s, 2 natural 20s, all with a digital dice roller, and I'm calling shenanigans in some way.
Yeah.
All right.
Advantage to Captain Brather as the firecrackers finish their trajectory, and I point off, hopefully bolstering inspiration, being a silver dragon and silvery fireworks happening.
All right.
Nice. I've got a nat 20 token, by the way.
Very well. I will add that in a moment.
And,
Okay.
And 2 inspirations.
2 inspirations and a nat 20 token.
All
Very
right.
well.
So while we're doing this, my original
Okay,
plan was to have
so we're
each of
starting
the
with Mary.
tendrils forcing them backwards throughout this in order to keep them away from the
Like-
sword.
A spy from a 80s movie going through laser beams. Mary is going to quietly duck and weave through tentacles as best she can to get to that sword.
Okay. I need you to
I
make
know
me an
it can
insight.
see me.
Yeah, I know you need you to make an insight check.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
17.
All right. You are aware that all of these tentacles are primed. If you were to move through them, they would all simultaneously be able to restrict you. You look at it and just your instinct is if you go right now, it'll hit you with everything it's got. The group needs to kind of pull them away before making your way in. And the reason why you can tell is as you step forward to move, one of the tendrils reacts and move and kind of like looks, it kind of doesn't look in your direction, but kind of wriggles
Moves, yeah.
as if it's
I-
like a sensor almost.
I'm gonna reach out and grab Mary then and say, let me draw its attacks.
Alright, I can't hold an action though. 'cause
Yes,
it's
you can.
Movement. Can I hold movement?
You can, yeah, you
Yeah,
can
you
hold it.
can.
You can hold your action. Happy for
The
that.
whole movement.
Alright.
Just let me know when you would like to interject.
As soon as the first 2 tentacles or the tentacles that are able to reach me are like distracted or doing other things, I'm going to bolt at the sword.
Sure. In which case, we then go to Captain Brakthar.
I launch myself into these tentacles in a desperate attempt to get them to attack me.
All right. You open your mouth.
I'm gonna basically make my attacks. I have multiple attacks. Just try and interpose and hit as many of the tentacles as I can.
Very well. So you're just going to use your physical attacks for now?
Yeah,
Nice.
I've got 2 bites, 1 bite and 2 claws.
I think for me, my criticism here is because I'm rushing, I've almost abandoned my cinematic combat. And this is something I called out Rob about in the previous episode where he was rushing and he did the same thing. I think this is just the natural instinct for GMs. Like, if you are running short on time, just go with the mechanics. I think that works quickest. If you get a chance to, and if you aren't running in a timed show, or you aren't like just running a one shot and you may never pick this up again, definitely remember that you don't need to rush. Don't force the end of a particular game to be at a particular point. You can easily, just say, hey guys, look, we're just about to start a fight. Rather than just getting into it before going in 10 minutes, let's break here. We'll come back next week and we'll keep going. Don't be afraid to stop like that, because it's I think it's going to be the best experience if you do that. If you do end up postponing versus if you try to force your way through. Otherwise, you kind of rush things. And I was super rushed here. All right, you watch as 2 of the tendrils reach up and lash, and they just sort of wrap around you. You use your claws to push one away and bite down on this fleshy tendril, and you then pull back on it as you then scratch at another. You may roll, just roll your d20s, and I will tell you how you do.
Very good, my lord.
You've got a bite, 2 claws, and a tail.
Correct. So the bite hits an armor class of 23, and the claws both hit armor classes above 30.
Do you want to use your tail as well?
If I can make a 4th attack, sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be 20. I've never added these big numbers before. 24.
That'll succeed. All right, so you get 2d10 plus 10. I'm just going to give you the full total here. So that is 2d10 plus 46 plus 2d8 plus 30.
Yes. I'll roll those in the meantime.
Yep, and then we will come back to you. As basically you watch this epic battle between this dragon that is biting, chewing, and lashing against these two tendrils. The captain is holding off these two by himself. Dottie.
You muted?
Silent Wizard!
I think I would like to cast Mirror Image. Just to kind of psych out this thing.
All right.
And not let it know where I'm at. And then I will, of course, as usual, use some of my sorcery points to summon the classic Dexter. Who may or may not be played by my dog Bowser.
I've just thought, shouldn't Dexter be a Labrador? So it's Dexter's Lab.
Oh.
Hey.
I mean, who can? It would have to be a black lab since
Yeah.
he's made out of shadows. And I will get him to just charge forward at the thing and, again, distract, buy us time, whatever he can do.
All right.
Do it, Dex.
Cool. So it is biting, it is attacking, it is mauling these tendrils.
Good boy.
All right. Okay. Which brings us then to Wolfwin.
All right.
You have Blur already affecting.
That's true. Now, GM, question: how big is the portal?
The portal is 20 foot wide.
I'm gonna try something. I don't know how it's gonna work. I have an awesome description, so I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna just ask whether or not this is gonna work. I would like to use my 8th level spell slot to cast anti-magic field in the core of the portal, hoping to diffuse it and severing the tentacles.
Okay.
Bold move.
I will take both your nat
Let's
20s
see.
for that.
All right,
Do it.
let's do it. Okay, cool. So this whole sort of like adventure, Wolfwin has been gathering and showing the magic and his relationship with magic. He's about to do something that he doesn't really like to do, and which is to push away the effects of magic. He brings his staff down. He starts whispering to himself. His hat comes down as well. His eyes twitch as the hat moves as well, and he's going to start to cast anti-magic field. Wisps of green energy threads start to weave around him and push off in all directions towards the portal. And as they start to strand out to the portal, they start to flail and break and push away. Using both natural 20 tokens, I'm going to cast an anti-magic field right there, hoping to close down the portal.
All right. I need you to make an Arcana check, please.
All right. That's going to be a 27.
All right, let's see how we go.
Alright.
It's not a guarantee. It's actually more of a 50-50 with that one, but let's
Hells yeah.
see how it goes. That gets a 34. So unfortunately, as you oppose and you push against this creature, its mind, you feel, it almost feels like you're back home in Okanash with a rope tied around one of the great trees and you are trying to pull against it. Its mass is something beyond fathom as you are trying to sever it from its power.
All right. It's not enough.
Well, dang.
It's not enough.
But at least he took both your nat 20 tokens to let
Yeah.
you try it.
Yep.
That's true. There you go. Duncan, it's your turn. What do you want to give me your nat 20 for? So this is a really good point. Why sacrifice 2 nat 20s in order to do that? The reason why it was a sacrifice for 2 nat 20s was because it created an opposed roll to instantly end the encounter. Had he succeeded, it would have simply been over here and there. So it's kind of like you're not paying necessarily for an auto success. You're paying for the opportunity to take that gamble and that risk without costing you anything. So that's kind of where that one came into. Otherwise, yes, it kind of does suck when hero points and tokens and stuff like that do get expended and they do get wasted like that. But yeah, you know, to insta kill my boss, yeah, I'm definitely taking two nat 20 tokens. Yeah. All right, let's see where else we're going. We're at 15. We're just under 15 minutes left, and we have barely gotten through round 1. Is my memory right on this? Wolfwin, Mary, and Dottie are from Okanash. Brachtha is from Olestria, and Duncan is from Rin. Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Yeah, I suppose it's fair. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. If I hadn't taken that and he'd used the anti-magic thing, it just would have failed. And like again, I probably wouldn't have even done anything. If like even if he'd succeeded, it would have just ended the encounter, and I genuinely stuck by that. It would have just killed. It would have just cut it off, and that's the whole point. So yeah.
I can't say it on stream. I remember. I remember a time that back home I went to our version of the Feywild, and I had an interaction there with an Archfey council, one of which was a rather tricksy kind of a fella in a kind of jester's kind of harlequin outfit, and he was very hard to pin down with anything, literally, and he taught me an ability to avoiding being captured, an ability to sort of manipulate your body into fluid-like states, and I will practice that now. I will cast Freedom of Movement on myself, and then I will step forwards and deliberately approach as many of the tentacles as I can to try and trigger their attacks on me.
All right. This will trigger 2 attacks as 2 of them are restrained. Let's see how this goes. One is at a 25. The second is at a natural 1, but I'm going to roll that one again with my inspiration and get a 32.
Oh, Jesus! All right.
These are attacks.
All right.
Yeah, these are attacks.
The 32, or if there's an natural 20 in the mix, I'm going to.
There's no nat 20.
And a 32.
Okay, silvery barbs on one of them.
All right. Very well.
And I don't see Mary, do I?
No, she is very concealed from you guys.
Okay,
it gets a 28 for its replacement.
Okay.
28. They're still gonna hit.
Okay, so that's 31 and 32 damage.
For the first one that hit, I am going to use a reaction to turn my body almost half ethereal, using spectral defense and taking half of that damage. So I'll take 16 and then 32.
All right. As you make your way
16,
across,
I nat 20 my concentration check on the pass without trace, and then with the other one, I will use one of my inspiration tokens, and I will use my nat 20 token because I don't want to drop pass without trace on Mary.
all right.
Cool. I'll take that damage.
Are both the tentacles engaged?
Yes, they are. They are now.
Yeah.
So as they've
Interrupt.
whipped,
You
they
can
seem
interrupt my turn. I've still got my actions and stuff, but
yeah.
they're now both engaged. If you want to interrupt,
Or just
go after me,
because I was
so-
holding my action
Yeah,
until
yeah.
that was happening.
So you're
And if
rushing.
They're not engaged by the end of your turn. I'm gonna rush in to get my hands on that sword.
Okay, you reach out, and as you rush, you reach your hand forward to try and grasp the handle. As this occurs, I'm gonna eat 3 nat 20s, which I've just been gifted. because they have the tendrils.
Why do you hate us, chat? Why do you hate us?
the tendrils from the portal suddenly start to pour outwards. Now, I do apologize. We are going to switch this because we've got 5 minutes to wrap. As the portal opens, tendrils pour out over Mary. Mary disappears in the tendrils and is being forced back, not by large ones, but by thousands of tiny little ones that are trying to keep you away from the sword. You still see it just within reach as they're pushing you back. Dottie, I need you to make me... tell me what you're doing as you see this.
As I see Mary kind of disappearing, I think she'll just fire off some sort of spell around the mass, just to kind of lash out at it.
All right, you begin to fire at the tendrils. They start to pull away. Bits and pieces start to fall out. Duncan, what about yourself? These tendrils are just kind of basically just overwhelming Mary.
I will use the feature that I've just given myself, the freedom of movement, to I can just expend 5 feet of movement to escape from any restriction, regardless of what it is.
Yep.
So I just tentacle myself almost and just.
And you're kind of passing
right
through
out
it.
of them. and I'm just going to pass through all of the tendrils, and I'm just like limber as anything. I've turned into a spaghetti noodle, and I'm just like between all of the different things. I'm making my way to her. And if I need to, I've got Misty Step as well to get that extra little distance.
All right, you kind of end up at the back of Mary, and you're kind of bracing her, stopping her from being forced too far backwards. Wolfwind, what about yourself?
Right now, Wolfwind severed much of his magic using the anti-magic, so he's just going to start running in to sort of use that anti-magic influence upon whatever he can.
Can I give you something instead?
Sure.
Your body is devoid of magic.
Yeah.
In your hands is a single gooseberry.
Goodberry.
Goodberry.
What did I say?
Gooseberry.
It's just a regular gooseberry, like nothing
It's
special.
just a kiwi.
You have a
Literally,
goodberry
the
in your
last time
hand.
I ate the Goodberry, it was pain.
It was.
Yeah, this one tastes like a cooked goose.
Let's try it.
Yeah, gooseberry.
As you do so, you have access to 1 9th level spell of your choice.
Make it weird.
Okay.
Just, oh my god. I know we say this all the time, but the joy that this man has, just in general, is so like nothing
It's
special.
just
a kiwi.
Like you have a watch his face. Watch his face when I tell him what he gets. Right? You have a
Literally,
goodberry
the
in your
last time
hand.
I ate the Goodberry, it was pain.
It was.
Yeah, this one tastes like a cooked goose.
Let's try it.
Yeah, gooseberry.
As you do so, you have access to 1 9th level spell of your choice.
Make it weird.
Okay.
He's so happy and he's so excited. This, by the way, was also my means of making amends for taking the 20s off him. You know what I mean? Like, the taking the 20s was a really big thing, and I knew he was disappointed at it. And that is not how you want to end a game. That is not how you want to end a D&D session, with a player feeling like you've kind of ripped them off. I've turned someone into a dragon. I've given someone like the power of the solving the problem. You've got Duncan's abilities and Dottie's abilities all proccing off. Wolfwind being this big powerful wizard, having failed after eating 2 nat 20s, is kind of like that's a bit salty. So I said, you get 1 level 9 spell of your choice. Have fun, enjoy that, and that's what we as GMs do. We literally set ourselves up to allow people, to want people to have fun, right? It's not about winning. It's not about losing. It's not about telling this grand epic tale. It's about being around a table with people you love, people you want to be around a table with, and sharing this experience. So that's it. Bomber Steve, watching from Bendigo, Victoria. Nice. Good to see you. Welcome in. Guy Slanders is one of my all-time favorite D&D YouTubers. Yeah, he's one of my favorite people in the world too. Like me and Guy, we go way back, and we enjoy each other's company very, very much. And as I've mentioned before earlier in the stream, I got my career starting out on his channel, playing in the Adventures of the Windswift, then later on in Ghost of Saltmarsh and Descent into Avernus. I then kept playing in a whole bunch of other games with him as well, which I really should just kind of collect. There's just so many really cool ones. We've done like a couple of podcasts. We've done the Broken World Chronicles. We've done a thing with otters. We've just done so many different things together. He's a wonderful role player and a brilliant mind in the D&D TTRPG space. But let's see what Dread does with his level 9 spell.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I didn't know this was coming. I don't know what I want.
I'm
gonna use Wish!
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah!
As you cast Wish, the world around you halts. You have moments to make your wish. You have literally I have an hourglass here. Well, a minute glass really. Well, no, it's more like 10 seconds, but yeah. All right, Guy, you have a suggestion?
No. I'm.
Okay.
No,
Yep.
no,
Yep.
no.
Okay. Wolfwin, you're on the clock.
Bring back Captain Brathka's people and city, and undo the destruction that Senso has caused.
With these whispered words, no one sees any visual effect. But Captain Brathgar It is now yours. What do you do? As you see these tendrils just coming forward like a pillar of death towards the people trying to reach the sword.
I just blast ice at these tendrils, just opening up my breath weapon of pure and utter ice and cold.
All right. You turn and open your jaws, and as they do, from deep, deep within... Let's see if I can do this. Maybe. Ice cracks, and you watch as all of the tendrils immediately begin to freeze. They shatter as Mary reaches her hand through the glass ice and grabs hold of the sword. As this happens, the scene fades. You now find yourself outside, on the ground. High above you, the battle still rages. But the creature is defeated. It begins to disappear as it slowly rises high into the sky and out of view. There's a cheer coming from the races of the dragons in the sky. As you breathe a heavy sigh, Mary, in your hand you clasp the sword, with the runes now etched upon its blade and on its hilt. Guys, because we're out of time, I'm going to give this to the chat when we meet afterwards. But you will get to design and create an artifact in my world whose power it is to traverse the multiverse. By using the blade's edge, you are able now to travel from my world to others, a power that had until now never existed. The dragons, now clear as day for all those on the surface to see, have their own challenges to face. Dottie and Mary, you have achieved your duties. The beast is quelled. Where it goes now, that is for fate to know. Wolfwin and Duncan, as travelers of the multiverse, you enter into a long and an in-depth peace agreement with the world of Alestria to welcome them to the multiverse. And they too swear fealty to help protect any threat that may come over it or any other world's borders. And it is here, ladies and gentlemen, that our 12-hour marathon reaches its conclusion.
Chills.
All right, that's it. That was the whole thing. Now, obviously, as we said, the ending was just so rushed. That was probably my biggest regret there. I couldn't really do as much with that final epic battle as I wanted to. I think we got through barely 2 rounds of combat, which I was expecting. And then left no room whatsoever for a proper epilogue. And that, I think, was a shame. I didn't really have time to do a proper farewell and send-off to the group. I was glad because later on, I was already feeling a little bit of remorse that I didn't actually get a chance to do that. So what I actually did was I created a... let's see if I can find it. I created... a thank you message. Here it is. So I created a thank you message with an epilogue for everyone. So going from the top, I've got Captain Braktha with a bronze egg, so he's still taking care of it and safeguarding it. We have Crackers, which is Felix's character, having stolen Selak Frane's gold. Selak himself with his broom finally getting to sweep underneath the bookshelf. Mary enjoying a cup of tea. Wolfwin, kind of opening up portals and doing the magic thing. Dot finally getting to go and read a bedtime story with her kid. Duncan kind of becoming a representative of all the portal magic and stuff like that. And of course, Adam's character Warrior, who had managed to get his memories back, and now traveled as a keeper of the sword that he had acquired, the holy sword. So I was really glad that I was able to kind of like do this as my version of, you know, the epilogue, because I would have really loved to have given everyone just a good period of time just to kind of you know, go into what they wanted and what the characters achieved, and really just feel everything that was happening. No, this was a wonderful game with wonderful people. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Thank
Oh
you,
my
everyone. There we go. Look at them. Look at them. Look at all these wonderful people. Yeah. So these guys were amazing. So just a brief kind of overview over stuff. I think look, improv is fun, and it's definitely something I can do. And the whole I want to say like a third of this adventure I didn't even write. So while that was really, really solid, and while it was a lot of fun, I think if I were to go back to it, I would definitely have preferred to have done something a little bit more with Mary and Dottie, especially in the cities while it was all breaking down. Hey, thank you so much, Calindria. Mwah. Big love. Much appreciated. Yeah, I would have liked to have done a little bit more in, of course, in the town, in the city. And then I think I would have really liked to have done something where Captain Brathgar interacted a bit more with Dottie and Mary as well, because I think Brathgar, I mean, obviously in this period of time you're only going to have a limited amount of time to interact with and like really bond with individuals, but I know that Duncan and Brathgar had that bit at the start, and then Wolfwind during the campfire scene, so there wasn't really much for Mary and Dottie towards the middle of the end. So that would probably be something else I'd look at is, as a GM, if I were running this game again, or if I was doing that, I definitely have added something in there. But yeah, all in all, this series of 3 games, starting with Dread's amazing session, going in through Rob's, and then eventually culminating to this, was incredible. It was so much fun. It was easily my top 3 favorite games that I've ever been a part of. And some of my most memorable moments were carved throughout this marathon, which has just been great. Again, I don't think not comparing, but just kind of looking back at all the reviews that we did. Dread's game was incredible. It was so much fun and so in depth. I think the only thing we learned really strongly from that one is make sure that we don't overwhelm ourselves with, or overburden ourselves with too many notable NPCs to be interacting with one single scene. That can be very difficult and challenging in and of itself. From Rob's game, I would say nothing really Rob could have done about it, but always be careful with how many interactions NPCs chain off one another, because at the very, very start it was a little slow, but that was not entirely, that was because obviously we were so far behind in the schedule that, blah, blah. We've been over that. You can watch the second bit. But yeah, always make sure that if you are having NPCs interact with one another, to always take a moment to drag in and bring in the players and have that conversation with them as well. As for my one, quite simply, don't forget to manage your table. Don't let people go too long without being able to interact and engage. Be willing to kind of throw and move that ball around, and make sure that you are very, very open to the idea of what the players want to achieve from the various interactions that they have. And don't rush, don't stress, because that's what Dag did. Dag stressed and Dag rushed and Dag pushed. Which was ironic because we then, I think looking at the timestamp here, me and Rob and Dredd were like talking for a good almost 2 hours afterwards, just breaking down and chatting on all this stuff. Look at that, the artwork for the Tarask or Leviathan thing. Yeah, so we were talking for a while. We clearly had an amazing time, and all of us needed to decompress, but. What a game, what a show, what a team. And hopefully we will definitely come again together and do something even more epic. Because that's the way we are. That's how we do things. We always try to push each other further and push each other harder. And Man, this was so much fun, and I cannot wait to show you guys what's coming up next. So, I think that brings us to the end of today's stream. It has been a day. I'm gonna go and have a rest. We will be having City of Mist tonight. It'll be in, what time is it? It's like, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 6.5 hours, give or take. About 6.5 hours. We'll be doing City of Mist, which is our Twitch Plays series. So if you want to come back, join us then. Otherwise, if we do not catch you, then stay safe, stay wonderful, keep each other in good company, and until we meet again, as always, from me to you, game hard or die trying. Actually, I say that, but who are we gonna raid? Let us raid. Blackwater D&D. Too early in the morning. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Mwah. Glad to catch you all. Glad to see you all. We will catch you again. Bye, everyone.